The sky was pitch black, bolts of lightning tearing through the night, illuminating the blood-soaked scene on the ground. A heavy rain poured down, mixing with the metallic stench of blood, turning the battlefield into a sodden mass of piled-up monster corpses. Amid that desolation, a girl stood motionless in the cold rain, her small hand gripping a blood-stained knife. Her eyes flashed with a cold glint as she stared at the man kneeling on one knee among the heap of monster bodies. His breathing was ragged, his body riddled with wounds. Drops of blood washed away with the rain into the filthy puddles. Tan Fong, you really are remarkable. Her voice rang out, icy as frost. Not far away, a knight in battered armor braced his sword against the ground, his breath feeble. His lifespan was draining away 100 times faster, yet he had still managed to survive the ancient god ruins. His gaze darkened when he saw the precious divine artifact, the Eye of Judgment, now in the hands of the one he had trusted most. Why? Why betray me now? I raised you. His voice trembled, a mixture of pain and fury. Facing him, the sister he had protected for years offered only a disdainful smile. Tan Xiao Du bit her lip, clutched the artifact, her expression cold and distant. Me? She smiled thinly. Tan Fong, you are only an adopted son, not even blood-related. How dare you call yourself my brother? From behind her, a familiar figure appeared. A tall man with blonde hair stepped forward, wearing a triumphant smile. Xiao Du, don't say things like that. After all, this so-called brother of yours has been useful. His voice was low but laced with cruel amusement. At the sound of the voice, Tan Xiao Du's eyes brightened for a moment. Brother Song Fei. Song Fei approached, draping an arm possessively over her shoulder, then curled his lip as he looked down at Tan Fong kneeling on the ground. Tan Fong, I truly must thank you. Thanks to you, Xiao Du and I could seize this divine artifact. To drain your lifespan instantly, it took considerable effort to implant the soul-stealing seed in your body. So, do you like this parting gift? Tan Fong felt his life force being siphoned away. Blood welled in his eyes. His whole body trembled from pain and rage. He gritted his teeth and cried out in accusation. Tan Xiao Du, I raised you like a daughter after your parents died, did everything to protect you. I risked my life to pay for your schooling. You were the only family I had left. I was wrong about you. Tan Xiao Du's beautiful face remained icy and unmoved. After our parents died, he always controlled and interfered in my life. When I and Song Fei needed protection, he indeed had some value. But now that the artifact is in our hands, his sole value is gone. Song Fei sneered and lunged with 2 long swords. Tan Fong, just die peacefully. I'll take good care of Xiao Du for you. Tan Fong screamed, eyes bloodshot with fury. Even if I die, I won't forgive the 2 of you. No sooner had the words left his mouth than steel flashed. A cold blade sliced across. Tan Fong's head came off his shoulders and fell onto the cold ground. Outside, in 2025, the cursed divine game had appeared. Whenever people slept, they were pulled into the merciless world of the game. There, life itself was the only currency. Dying drained your lifespan, but killing monsters increased it. Players could use lifespan to bring in-game powers into the real world. A powerful warrior could tear a tank apart with bare hands, slash an airplane from the sky, even withstand a nuclear blast unscathed. The world changed rapidly. Disaster spread. In that world, I protected my sister through countless dangers and hardships. I was fortunate enough to become one of the top 100 powerful fighters in the world. I bled and sacrificed everything to reach the summit, to conquer the ancient god ruins and seize the divine artifact, the Eye of Judgment. But I was betrayed by the only family I had left. It turned out my whole life was just a pawn used by others. It turned out all my efforts were meaningless. I cannot accept it. If I had a chance to live again, I would live for myself. Under the quiet moonlight, in a small room, Tan Fong was still sound asleep. Suddenly he jolted awake. His body jolted upright by reflex. Breath ragged, cold sweat trickled down his temples. His eyes flew open as he looked around in panic. Where is this? Is this the real world? He trembled and mumbled, a surge of panic rising. Wasn't I dead? He reached with a shaking hand for the phone on the table. The screen clearly displayed 2025. His gaze shifted to the window. Outside, the city still glittered with lights, the sounds of traffic drifting from distant streets. This really is reality, not a dream or an illusion, right? Could it be that I've come back to life? Returned 9 years earlier, to the day the cursed divine game was born. The moment that thought surfaced, the bedroom door was kicked open as if about to be ripped off its hinges. A familiar figure burst in, eyes blazing with anger. Tan Fong, so you're home after all. Why didn't you pick up my calls? Tan Xiaodu's sharp voice rang out, annoyance writ clear in her eyes. She stood there with arms crossed, swaggering like a thug. Don't you know how important today is? I'm here to support him, Song Fei. And yet you try to pull a disappearing act on me? Tan Fong said nothing, quietly observing her. Memories of his past life rushed back like a flood. On this exact day, he and Tan Xiaodu had a major fight, all because of Song Fei. Before the cursed divine game appeared, Song Fei had been a famous underground idol. Tan Xiaodu, like many fervent girls, was one of his devoted fans. But beneath the glitz, Song Fei was despicable, secretly cheating countless female fans out of money and bodies. Knowing his true nature, Tan Fong never allowed his sister to associate with him. Yet he was ultimately accused of controlling her life. Tan Xiaodu snorted and continued shouting. Do you know? Those damn anti-fans have started infringing on his rights. I have to go support him. Those crazy fans are disgusting, clinging to him like leeches. He's in crisis, and you're here stopping me, keeping my money, blocking my ranking competition. Because of you, I've dropped in this month's list. If you don't give me the money, I will. A resounding slap cut her off mid-sentence. Tan Xiaodu staggered and fell to the floor, her face flushed from the blow. She stared at him in shock, tears of resentment welling in her eyes. You dare hit me? Tan Fong looked at her with an unprecedented coldness. His voice was low but carried steely resolve. Tan Xiaodu, I don't have time today, nor the patience to waste on you. But if you cause trouble one more time, I'll smash your mouth. Having said that, he threw a bank card forcefully toward her. The card landed on the floor right in front of her. This is the money our parents left. Over the years, no matter how hard life was, I never touched a single cent. Today I'm giving it all to you because our parents wouldn't hold it against you anymore. But remember this, from this moment on, Tan Fong has no sister like you. With that, he turned and coldly shut the bedroom door, not once looking back at her. Tan Xiaodu stood frozen, tears slipping silently down her cheeks. She could only sit there, filled with bitterness and hatred. Tan Fong entered the room, his expression complicated. In his previous life, because he protected Tan Xiaodu, he had missed too many opportunities, too many secret realms and vaults he could have claimed but gave up. This time, without that burden, how far could he climb? He looked at the vision supplement in his hand and swallowed it without hesitation, a steely determination filling him. This time, he'll use everything he learned from his past life to surpass everyone. He set the glass down on the table, his eyes flashing with deep hatred. Tan Xiaodu, you can fend for yourself. As for Song Fei, his voice came out icy cold. I'll personally kill you. Sinking into sleep, Tan Fong's soul drifted through boundless space. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing before a vast, deep blue gate emitting a mysterious light. Inside was a vast hall filled with countless sculptures, each representing a different profession. He walked in slowly, nostalgia swelling in his chest. I remember the first time I came here, I panicked and spent hours completing the profession selection. This time I must be faster. Tan Fong stopped before the knight statue, where in his previous life he had chosen to be a warrior to protect Tan Xiaodu. Although the warrior was not weak, he no longer had to shoulder that responsibility. With no one holding him back, his growth speed would be much faster. He glanced around and then decisively shouted, I've decided this life, I'll choose assassin. Suddenly, a notification rang in his head. The divine artifact, Eye of Judgment, had completed its binding. A gigantic golden eye appeared above him, emitting a blinding light. The system voice continued. The Eye of Judgment has activated the unique attribute Judgment Power. Passive ability. Upon entering the cursed divine game, you will automatically receive the highest tier profession and talent. Tan Fong froze, his heart pounding. The Eye of Judgment, it's still there after I reincarnated. So once a divine artifact has claimed an owner, even if removed it's useless, or perhaps it was what allowed me to come back to life. Before he could think further, a thick black smoke suddenly enveloped his body. Congratulations, you have received a hidden profession. The profession transfer is in progress. Transfer complete. You have become Shadow. His entire body transformed. His hair turned silvery white, and a jet black cloak wrapped around him. Tan Fong clenched his fists, feeling the dark power flooding his veins. So this is the highest hidden assassin profession? The sensation is completely different from the warrior in my past life. Just after receiving the profession, the power was already this terrifying. He recalled his previous life. Whenever choosing a profession, there was only a tiny chance to get a hidden one. Yet now, the judgment power had granted an absolute rate. What exactly is it? The system replied immediately. Judgment power is a primal, true, and ancient force in the universe. It could transcend rules and order. Tan Fong widened his eyes. It could transcend rules and order. In his last life, humanity only learned of the existence of order power in the 7th year of the game, when a powerful player escaped the abandoned divine land and entered the land of order. But even after many years, no one could wield that power. Unexpectedly, he possessed it from the very start. As long as I leave the abandoned divine land and reach the land of order, I can activate this power. All right, this life, I have another goal. A new prompt appeared before his eyes. Profession selection complete. Please enter your in-game name. Tan Fong smiled softly. If my profession is born from darkness, then call me Shadow. Character name set. Shadow. He was entering the abandoned divine land. Around him the space warped. Light dissolved, giving way to a desolate landscape where countless monsters roamed among ruined relics. Welcome to the abandoned divine land. Outside Shelltown is a deadly area. Kill monsters to gain lifespan, but if you die you will lose half of your total lifespan. In this region, Shelltown is a safe zone with no monsters. Players cannot attack each other, and lifespan drain is minimized. Tan Fong covered his face and walked down the street, his sharp gaze sweeping the people around him. He thought quietly, have so many people already been drawn into this game? Voices buzzed everywhere. Hey, where is this? What's the profession? What's the code name? I just finished a night shift and went straight to sleep. How did I end up here? Is this an illusion? I played all night and fell asleep, and now I'm here. It hurts. This isn't a dream. It seems we've been pulled into some kind of game. As he walked, Tan Fong calculated. It wouldn't be long before powerful players from around the world showed up and reshaped the order. If he wanted to get ahead of them, he had to move quickly. Time waits for no one. People around him began to notice. What profession is that? Why does he look different from us? I don't know, but look at the dagger in his hand. Must be an assassin. I'm an assassin too, so why don't I look that cool? Look, he even has a special effect. Suddenly, a ring of blue light appeared, blocking the crowd in front of him. On the ground, several people were writhing in pain. It hurts, so when you die you return to town. Those monsters are too ferocious. One bite takes away half a health bar. How can we fight that? It's only a level 1 monster. The 3 of us attacking together only reduced a third of its health. Half my lifespan is gone. A girl in the group, apparently the leader, called Lu Tu, still dazed. What do we do now? Tan Fong inspected Hadvipon. Normally an archer would use a short bow, but Lu Tu was holding a longbow. Seems this might be a hidden profession too, he thought. Noticing his gaze, Lu Tu came over to speak. Brother, it looks like you have a hidden profession. Want to team up with us? Outside it's full of strong monsters. One person can't handle it. Our team has been wiped once, so we have experience. Tan Fong replied calmly. No need. He smiled inwardly. Experience of being killed? Ridiculous. Lu Tu's companions began to taunt. Acting like a pro? 5 of us couldn't even beat it. Do you really think you can do it alone? Like we said, it's dangerous out there. You really going solo? One dot. Don't be like that. She's got a hidden profession, much nobler than us. Besides, an assassin can run even if they can't win. Latu glanced at his info panel and muttered, "Shadow, what a show-off." She signaled to her teammates and lowered her voice to whisper, "Let's go. Follow him and see what skills he has. Maybe we can gather some intel on these monsters." She gave a vicious smile. "Yeah, and while we're at it, see how he dies." Tan Fong walked slowly down the foggy road, making everything around him hazy and mysterious. Behind a large tree, Lu Tu and her underlings watched his every move carefully. The abandoned divine land. This place is really strange and dangerous. Lu Tu whispered, eyes fixed on Tan Fong's silhouette. Although we don't know why we were pulled here, with years of online gaming experience, I quickly formed a squad. But unexpectedly, the first monster at Newbie Village was strong enough to wipe our team. It simply isn't an enemy a level 1 player can defeat. One of Lu Tu's followers whispered with envy, "Sister Lu, his weapon is different from mine. I only have a dagger, but he has a short saber. Not only that, he's much faster than me. The assassin's agility should be the highest, so why do I feel so much slower than it?" Le Tuffroned, suspicion rising. The player named Shadow is clearly not normal. Follow him. Maybe we can collect important information about this game. Suddenly, Tan Fong stopped abruptly and turned his head to look straight at them. Lu Tu was startled and pressed herself against the tree, heart pounding. Have we been spotted? She held her breath and waited. But at that moment, darkness began to envelop Tan Fong's body, blending him into the surroundings. He vanished completely. "What the hell?" one follower exclaimed in astonishment. "He disappeared? Is that an invisibility skill?" My God, the starting skill is invisibility? What kind of overpowered profession is this? Another swallowed, eyes full of admiration. So cool. Assassins can have stealth skills, but it can't be this strong. Who the hell is he? Lu Tu frowned and silently waved her hand. Forget it. Let's go back to town and look for leveling opportunities. It's too dangerous out here. We've already died once and lost half our lifespan. Don't waste time following him. Maybe there are quests or hidden rewards in town that can help us grow stronger faster. Meanwhile, under the drizzle, Tan Fong quietly stepped into the dark forest, a faint smile at his lips. "Can't see me? This shadow profession is truly special," he thought. A normal assassin's invisibility at this level is easily detected, but with this special profession, he had a mastery of stealth skill that lengthened concealment and upgraded his stealth to a new tier. At the game's early stage, almost no one and no monster could detect his presence. Those people are so naive. There's nothing useful in town to boost strength. It's just a temporary refuge for new players. In the abandoned divine game, the weak become prey to the monsters. To grow stronger, there's only one way. Hunt and kill them before they kill you. A prompt appeared before his eyes. Character information. Character name, Shadow. Profession, Shadow. Level 1. Non-tradable lifespan, 75 years. Tradable lifespan, 0. Strength, 10 plus 3. Constitution, 10 plus 3. Agility, 10 plus 8. Spirit, 10 plus 5. Looking at the attribute panel, Tan Fong gave a cold chuckle. All players start with base stats of 10. Different professions distribute stats differently, but not me. With Shadow, everything is superior from start. This life no one can stop me. Tan Fong pondered his attributes. In his previous life, his warrior only gained +3 to strength and constitution. But this time, with the shadow profession, he received bonuses to every stat. Agility even increased by 8 points. He also had 5 free attribute points to allocate. Most players would put them into strength or spirit to increase physical or magical damage. But that would be a deadly mistake. Tan Fong didn't hesitate and dumped them all into agility. His agility soared to 13. Early on, damage from any monster is enough to crush a player. Only increasing agility lets me dodge attacks and defeat enemies without getting hurt. Suddenly, a clack-clack sound rang out in the darkness. Ahead, a creature was lurking. Its skin was flaming red, its mouth full of sharp teeth. A level 1 normal grade monster. The monster immediately detected Tan Fong and charged like a whirlwind. Tan Fong stepped back, eyes sharp as he observed. The creature's body bore many wounds. Clearly this was the one that had wiped out that 4-man squad. It absorbs lifespan when it kills players to evolve. I can't let it keep growing. Thinking that, he nimbly dodged its razor claws. At the right moment, Tan Fong activated the skill Shadow Form. His body was immediately cloaked in darkness, blending with the surroundings. The monster grew confused, scanning about but finding no sign of its prey. From above, Tan Fong dove like a razor blade. The short saber in his hand sliced the air and plunged into the monster's head. You dealt 174 damage. You killed a level 1 monster and gained 10 experience points. Tan Fong's eyes widened in surprise. A backstab. Even hitting the weak point, it's still overwhelmingly strong. The system immediately displayed a message. Backstab. If you attack while out of the enemy's line of sight, your damage is doubled. So that's it. When multiple skills combine, damage is pushed to terrifying levels. This shadow profession is truly overpowered. A pale golden light appeared before him, the lifespan orb. Looking at it, he couldn't help but remember his younger sister. In his last life, the warrior's critical strike did only 40 damage. Killing a single monster took half a day, and he'd even been injured. Back then, he had no hesitation giving all the lifespan orbs to his sister. How foolish. He clenched the lifespan orb and absorbed it into his body. A notification appeared. You have gained 3 tradable days of lifespan. You have gained 54 years and 155 days of non-tradable lifespan. The 5 others lost at least 20 to 30 years each, but when transferred to the monster, only had 54 years left. But it's fine. The non-tradable lifespan currently does nothing. The important thing is I've grown stronger. Suddenly, a yellow eye appeared above his head. An invisible voice rang out. The power of judgment has been activated. Congratulations, you have received the talent. Infinite Evolution. Infinite Evolution Talent. Primordial level. When you kill monsters in single-player mode, you have a chance to gain evolution points. Every 24 hours, you automatically receive 5 evolution points. If you defeat a boss-level fiend in single-player mode, you immediately gain 100% of evolution points. Current evolution points, 5. Tan Fong clenched his hand, feeling the power surging through him. He smiled. This life, I will not repeat the mistakes of my last. He exclaimed excitedly. Infinite evolution. It can even upgrade skills. In his previous life, he had never heard of this. In that world, equipment or skill books dropped by monsters kept their original level and couldn't be changed. But this time he held a power that transcended all rules and order. He narrowed his eyes, determination flashing. All right, let's evolve Shadow Form and Backstab. The system immediately announced. Skill Shadow Form upgraded from normal to bronze. Stealth duration increased from 12 seconds to 16 seconds. Attacking will reveal you, but the first strike after exiting stealth deals 90% additional damage. Cooldown reduced from 28 seconds to 26 seconds. Skill Backstab upgraded from lower to normal. Passive effect. When attacking from behind, damage increased from 10% to 15%. Tan Fong cracked a cold smile. Stealth time is now 16 seconds. Combined with Stealth Mastery, it can extend to 32 seconds. Almost infinite concealment. If I keep upgrading, even a high-level monster could be killed in one blow. Suddenly a voice sounded behind him. Look, that scrawny guy just killed a fiend. I told you this game was easy. Tan Fong frowned and turned to look. It was a couple. The burly man laughed loudly, draping his arm over the woman's shoulder with smug pride. Song 2, you're amazing. With your strength, you could beat at least 10 more. The man laughed, pounding his chest. Ha. Don't worry. You're safe with me here. But at that moment, Tan Fong noticed something moving in the tree canopy above. A pair of blood-red eyes glowed in the darkness. The devourer murmured. It was a giant spider, a ferocious bronze-rank creature. It had set its sights on the 2 naive ones below. The burly man strode toward Tan Fong, laughing heartily. Hey, buddy, you look like you're struggling alone. Want to come with us? I'll have you back. At that moment, Tan Fong activated Shadow Form, and his body melted into the darkness. The woman looked around in bewilderment. Song 2, where did that guy go? Maybe he's intimidated by your muscles. But before she could finish, something terrifying happened. The giant spider lunged down at terrifying speed. "Oh my God, what is that?" The woman screamed in panic, but it was too late. Blade-sharp legs came down. With a single strike, blood sprayed. The two bodies were ripped apart, falling in pieces. The giant spider growled, its red eyes flashing in the dark. Beneath it, a swarm of spiderlings rushed in, eager to tear at the remains of the two unlucky victims. Tan Fong stood at a distance, eyes cold. The novice boss devourer with over 1600 HP was far beyond the combat ability of ordinary level 1 players, and it even commanded a brood of spiderlings. He tightened his grip on the short saber, a corner of his mouth lifting. "But that's good. Let's see how strong my newly upgraded power is." With that, he lunged at the creature, launching his opening strike. The sharp saber rose and plunged straight into the devourer's eye. A terrible shriek echoed throughout the forest. He entered shadow form again. You dealt 338 damage attacking the weak point. That was dangerous. Luckily, I'm agile enough. If I'd been stabbed with over 130 HP like that, I would have died instantly. You received 9 damage points. But that attack just did over 300 damage. Ah, what a rush. It's gone mad. This fiend is very smart. It won't just stand there and swing wild. It looked like it was lashing out randomly at its surroundings. The spiderlings, however, were on alert, so you couldn't approach them carelessly. But if I'm not mistaken, the giant monster was standing there, unable to react when a stone flew, spiraling straight into the devourer's body. You dealt 299 damage, attacking the weak point. Seeing the system message, Tan Fong grew even more excited. He didn't hesitate, picked up another stone, and continued the plan. His main damage came from attacks combined with shadow form stealth and his enhanced profession skills. So even throwing stones dealt significant damage. Just wait for shadow form's cooldown. Each thrown stone can trigger special effects like opening strike or backstab. You attacked the weak point and dealt 279 damage. Tan Fong quickly reactivated shadow form and vanished into the darkness. Thus he persisted in continuous attacks, using speed and stealth to wear down the monster's vitality. Finally, with a sharp stroke, he finished off the devourer. In Newbie Town, an announcement rang out that stunned all the players. The rankings have been updated. Player Shadow has killed a bronze-rank devourer and become the first to reach level 2. The level leaderboard in Shell Town has been activated. The crowd buzzed. What the hell? I've been killed by low-level monsters twice, and someone single-handedly took down a boss. Who is he? He defeated a bronze boss alone? Impossible. Could the system be wrong? Sister Latu, the name Shadow, is the one who just went out there. It's him. But how did he get a level 2 so fast? This is absurd. And he killed a boss. Our whole team couldn't even kill normal monsters, yet he alone killed a bronze boss. Maybe the system announced it wrong. While people were still talking, the two who had been killed by the spider earlier revived, their faces pale. That big spider, was it really killed? But where are the small spiders? Who is this Shadow? Could he be that invisible assassin from before? Back in the forest, Tan Fong stood among the giant monster's corpse, silently absorbing the lifespan spirit orb. As soon as the devourer fell, its spiderlings scattered and fled. I slipped up. I should have killed the spiderlings first to get more experience. A series of messages popped up. You received 46 tradable days of lifespan. You received the skill book Greedy Hand at bronze rank. You received the short saber Corrosion at bronze rank. Attack plus 35, agility plus 4, requirement, level 1. You received 2 infinite evolution points. Tan Fong examined the new skill, eyes lighting with astonishment. Greedy Hand, an ultimate skill of the assassin tree. Using it on fiends gives a 20% chance to gain extra loot. Learning requirement, level 1. Unbelievable. A bronze boss actually dropped an assassin ultimate skill. This skill can greatly improve gear acquisition. Later on, when defeating powerful bosses, an extra 20% chance for bonus loot is extremely valuable. In memories of his previous life, a member of the Grim God Guild became the most sought-after player thanks to this skill. Although not especially powerful, He relied on this skill to secure a stable position and became highly sought after. Whenever he went out, he had to be escorted by bodyguards. But wait, although the skill only has a 20% rate, if combined with my infinite evolution talent, wouldn't the probability, even the drop rate, effectively become infinite? One morning at a high school, the campus buzzed as students hurried to class. Pale golden sunlight poured over the courtyard, mixing with lively chatter and laughter. Two girls strode quickly across the campus. Xiao Du frowned slightly when her friend brought up yesterday. Xiao Du, you still haven't called to apologize to your brother? We skipped class yesterday to secretly support Song Fei. He's definitely going to be mad. Tan Xiao Du scowled. I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize? If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have almost missed our entrance time. He's the one who should apologize to me. Her friend sighed. But he's really good to you. Sometimes I'm even jealous you have a brother like that. Xiao Du snorted coldly. Good my foot. All he does is meddle in my business. Besides, he's not even my biological brother. I have Song Fei. That's enough. Her friend suddenly noticed something and asked worriedly. Wait, what's with your face? Did you fall? Suddenly, a commotion came from the front of the classroom. A group of students had gathered, whispering excitedly. Xiao Du and her friend quickly pushed through to see what was happening. Before them, a male student lay slumped over a desk, his body turned transparent like an illusion. What happened to Zhang Wei? Why did he become like this? She asked the person beside her in panic. I don't know either. He said he just wanted a nap, and now he's like this. Online, news of this strange condition spread widely. Experts suggested that once people fall asleep, they enter a transparent, illusory state, but the exact cause remained unexplained. I need to call my parents right away. Her friend hurriedly pulled out her phone. Xiao Du, you should warn your brother to be careful too. Xiao Du growled irritably. I won't reach out to him first. Someone like him would be better off dead. At the same time, in the game world, Tianfeng focused on the spoils from the battle. Congratulations, Greedy Hand has evolved successfully. Skill Greedy Hand has upgraded from bronze to golden. This assassin skill gives players a 70% chance to receive additional loot from monster corpses. You have learned Greedy Hand +2. Tianfeng held the lifespan spirit orb in his hand and absorbed all the remaining energy. Judging Greedy Hand succeeded. You gained 2 evolution points. You received 46 tradable days of lifespan. He smiled with satisfaction. Not a bad streak of luck. 2 more evolution points. Just 3 points and I can raise Greedy Hand to +3. If this keeps up, I'll soon have a 100% additional loot rate. Thinking of that prospect, excitement surged through him. Nations around the world had surely noticed the anomaly. As more people flocked to the game, he needed to rapidly increase his strength. Tianfeng equipped the new weapon. The bronze short saber corrosion, attack +35, agility +4 requirement, level 1. After preparing, he activated shadow form and silently melted into the darkness. He thought to himself, sooner or later they'll discover that the skills and gear from this game can be applied in the real world. Then this world will drown in a bloody storm. But grinding on minor mobs will be painfully slow. I need to find stronger bosses. Suddenly, a series of terrified screams rang out. Run! Watch out! Tianfeng narrowed his eyes and looked ahead, where a giant monster had just appeared. Standing on a high cliff, he silently observed below. A squad was fiercely battling a monster called the Swift Runner, a level 2 fiend of bronze quality. He curled his lips slightly. Just when I was sleepy, someone brings me a pillow. His gaze paused on a shield-bearing warrior bravely holding back the monster's savage assaults. Wait, is that Wang Meng? Tianfeng narrowed his eyes in surprise. It turned out the rumors about Wang Meng arriving and quickly forming a team of players with stealth professions were true. At that moment, Wang Meng shouted loudly, "Divine Shield!" Immediately, a golden shield appeared, absorbing the full force of the monster's violent blows. Wang Meng's hidden profession, Holy Shield Warrior, has base attributes twice that of a normal warrior and possesses an almost invincible skill. Truly no simple feat. At the rear, a brown-haired sorceress quickly formed a hand seal, launching a fireball straight at the monster's arm. She was the Primordial Sorceress, a hidden mage profession whose magic damage is double that of a normal mage. Equipped with the Primordial Fireball skill, Tan Fong glanced at the other two in the team. An archer was drawing his bow, firing continuously at the monster. The sharp-sighted archer, a hidden profession that doubles an archer's usual power and comes with a rapid arrow volley skill. Beside him stood a cleric, gripping a book and chanting healing spells for allies. That was the rare Divine Pilgrim cleric, capable of double the healing of a normal cleric and possessing an immediate group heal skill. However, despite their coordinated efforts, the swift runner still easily dodged most attacks. It suddenly lunged forward, knocking Wang Mang's shield aside and sending him flying. This is bad. This boss is too fast. Ranged attacks hardly hit, someone on the team shouted. Wang Mang planted his shield on the ground, gritted his teeth, and ordered, "Cleric, heal me." The others continued attacking, trying to wear down its health. From above, Tan Fong simply sneered coldly. Kiting for damage? How optimistic. He thought to himself, have they forgotten this is the wilds? If the fight drags on, they'll attract more fiends. Just as predicted, in the blink of an eye, more monsters began emerging from the dark forest. A level 2 fiend called an infected of common grade appeared in the distance, its body caked in dark brown mud. Its eyes flashed malice as it raised grotesque arms, preparing to launch a ranged attack. A swordsman in the team recognized the danger and immediately charged up to strike the monster. "Careful," a teammate shouted. The blade struck the target but dealt only 33 damage. The sword stalled, as if sucked into the slimy layer of mud on the creature's body. Damn, its defense is too high. The swordsman panicked, pushing with all his strength, but couldn't withdraw his blade. Before he could react, the monster opened its maw and spat a glob of foul mud at it. Ugh, it stinks. The swordsman braced himself on the ground, his face contorted from the horrible smell. Oh no, it's a bog toad. They use this move to slow enemies. The nearby sorceress was also hit and immediately slowed. While everyone panicked, the infected stretched long, muddy tentacles toward the sorceress, making her scream in alarm. "Help me!" At that moment, Tan Fong used shadow form, moving across the battlefield like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, his blade severed the monster's head. The group in front gasped, mouths agape. What the hell was that? One strike killed an infected. Is someone helping us? Even level 1 monsters take us over 10 seconds to kill. And this level 2 was wiped out instantly. What on earth is happening? Before they could recover, another infected behind the swordsman was also cut down with a single stroke. That's assassination. Dai Li Zi, did you see who did it? The girl shook her head, voice trembling. I didn't see anything. Wang Mang kept his composure, eyes flashing with caution. Let's just hope that person came to help us. Don't get distracted, keep attacking. Only the swift runner remains. Maintain that tempo. Tan Fong stood on a branch, the corner of his mouth curling into a slight smile. A series of notifications appeared. You killed a level 2 infected, gained 40 experience points. You gained 1 evolution point. You obtained the normal grade skill book, Venomous Throwing Darts. You received 8 tradable days of lifespan. Tan Fong's eyes flashed with interest. Venomous Throwing Darts, a damage over time skill with mid and long range. Good. Evolve immediately. The system responded at once. Skill Venomous Throwing Darts has upgraded to silver. Range 14 m. Adds 120 damage. Poison status lasts 5 seconds, dealing 50% damage each second. Effect does not stack. Tan Fong narrowed his eyes, excitement filling his gaze. Below, the battle continued to rage fiercely. The swift runner thrust a tentacle through Wang Mang and hoisted him up high. This is bad. Wang Mang's health isn't recovering fast enough. Wang Mang gritted his teeth and roared, "Everyone run." At that moment, a jade green dart shot through like lightning, pinning straight into the monster's eye. Fuck! Blood sprayed. The beast screamed miserably. In an instant, nearly half its HP was drained. It howled in pain and collapsed to the ground. Its HP kept dropping by 324 points per second. The system announced, your damage share exceeded 90%. Loot belongs to you. You killed the bronze Swift Runner. Gained 600 experience, reached level 3. Gained 2 evolution points. Gained 55 tradable days of lifespan. Tan Fong narrowed his eyes, stunned inwardly. I didn't expect the DOT from venomous throwing darts to trigger my passive. Combined with shadow form, I could be invisible and throw darts almost endlessly. In the early and mid stages, no fiend will be a match for me. Wang Mang stood frozen, voice trembling, terrifying. With this damage, is he even human? Like a phantom, Tan Fong flickered in and out, swiftly snatching the lifespan spirit orb right before Wang Mang's eyes. The loot light flashed and then vanished. Wang Mang trembled, clasped his hands, and bowed. Brother, I don't know what master you are, but thank you for saving my life. Tan Fong replied coldly. No need to thank me. In the wilds, don't trust others so easily. Wang Mang nodded, his face serious. I understand. Thanks for the reminder, Elder. I won't bother you about loot checks again. I am Wang Mang. If you ever need help, come find me. Another voice cried excitedly. Elder, I'm Break Bloom, and this is Dai Lizi. Can we befriend you? Don't talk so much, let's go. Dan Fong Guieli Watet Wan Mang. This man seemed trustworthy. Moreover, he had the backing of the Daiha government and abundant resources. What I lack is a steady sales channel. Later I can sell him things I don't need. Without hesitation, Tan Fong crushed the lifespan spirit orb and absorbed it. The system notified, congratulations, you gained 3 evolution points. You received 55 tradable days of lifespan. You received the bronze sprint armor. He opened the attribute panel. Bronze sprint armor. For assassin. Physical defense +9. All elemental resistance +5. Cooldown reduction -15%. Requirement level 2. Tan Fong smiled with satisfaction. Not a bad haul this trip. I still have many pieces of gear and skill books from other professions. When my inventory is full, I'll return to town and exchange everything for tradable lifespan. A sharp light gleamed in his eyes. My growth rate now is 100 times faster than in my previous life. Song Fei, I'll come for you soon. In the gloomy forest, countless players still fought desperately against the fiends. Darkness blanketed the area, and the wind whistling through the canopy only heightened the tense, deadly atmosphere. It's not good. Monsters are swarming. Run. Panic shouts rang out across the chaotic battlefield. At that moment, a massive shadow emerged from the darkness. The crimson eyes across its body rolled, scanning the trembling little prey. Hey, what are you dawdling for? Run. What is that? The giant creature shifted and attacked. Countless black, barbed rope-like tendrils, as if sentient, lunged straight at the players, piercing through their bodies like sharp blades. Screams of agony rang out before they even realized they were dead. They vanished into the void and were instantly sent back to Shell Town. A group of players sat panting in a street corner, faces pale with fear. Damn, monsters keep spawning in waves, and whenever they run low on HP they flee. How can we possibly kill them? To escape this game, we need to reach at least level 3. How are we supposed to reach level 3? Then gather more people. If 3 aren't enough, form a 6-man party, or even 10. Another sneered sarcastically. I doubt that'll help. I've seen a 10-man group torn apart by those big monsters. More people only attract stronger bosses. Those words plunged everyone into silence. Too many had died in this game. No one knew if there was any chance of returning. Worse, there's a rumor that a 40-man group earlier accidentally angered a high-level boss called the Cursed One. With a single move, it wiped out over 30 of them. The surrounding players swallowed hard, cold sweat pouring down. The thought of being trapped in this game forever filled them with despair. If we can't reach level 3, won't we starve to death in the real world? A trembling voice asked. They had come here after falling asleep. Their consciousnesses alone existed in this world. If they couldn't leave the game, their real bodies would die. Lizi ground her teeth in anger. Damn it, what the hell is this game that it's so brutal? Her follower behind her spoke anxiously. Sister Lizi, we've died 3 times already. Our tradable lifespan is now under 10 years. If it really affects the real world, we can't afford any more deaths. She looked up at the leaderboard. The name Shadow topped it at level 3. How'd he level up so fast? She muttered. A thought struck Lu Zi. If Shadow knows how to level up, she must find him and ask him to raise their group to level 3. First get out of the game, then figure out the rest. She turned to her followers, voice resolute. Broadcast a retreat. Tell Shadow that if he can get us to level 3, I'll pay him 10 million in cash when we return to reality. Her followers panicked. What? 10 million? Lu Zi smiled coldly. 10 million for our lives? Worth every penny. I don't believe he wouldn't be tempted by that sum. Meanwhile, the mud monster howled in pain as a poisoned arrow pierced straight through its head. The colossal body trembled for a few seconds, then collapsed motionless into the muddy ground. You killed a level 2 polluter. You gained 20 experience. You gained 1 evolution point. Tanfong nodded slightly, a sharp light in his eyes. Good. Evolution points are enough now. Immediately, he activated evolution for the skill Greedy Hand. Consumed 5 evolution points. Evolution successful. Greedy Hand upgraded from Platinum to Jade. Tanfong felt the change. Additional loot rewards plus 160%. Extra rewards have a 20% chance to upgrade 1 tier. His eyes lit up as he read the new skill details. Greedy Hand Jade. Assassin skill. Usable on fiend corpses. Chance to receive a part. He clenched his fist, barely containing his excitement. A 20% chance to increase loot grade? If I keep evolving this skill, can I raise the rate to 100%, even 200%? If I reach that, wouldn't I become unbeatable? Lost in thought, his gaze suddenly turned icy as he spotted a massive shadow in the distance. The whole space seemed soaked in a sinister gloom. It was the Cursed One, a bronze rank boss. Faint motes of light circled it, the souls it had devoured. A glance revealed it had killed at least 40 players. It appeared to be digesting the victims' lifespans to evolve into a silver rank boss. If not dealt with quickly, its power would become even more terrifying. He glanced quickly at his inventory and frowned. Too bad, the backpack is full. Even if I kill it now, I can't pick up any more loot. Thinking that, he quickly opened the map and marked the boss's location. It will take some time for it to evolve. First, I should return to town to clear my backpack, then come back to deal with it. With that, Tanfong immediately activated Shadow Form. His body gradually dissolved into darkness, leaving no trace. Shelltown was more bustling than ever. Crowds gathered, buzzing about shocking news. Have you heard? Someone's willing to spend 10 million to hire the top-ranked elder Shadow to help level up. Really, are rich people already finding ways to escape this game? A blue-haired girl stood nearby, tears streaming down her cheeks. She sobbed. Ordinary people like us could never afford that price. Amid the crowd, a figure quietly manifested from the shadows. Tanfong stepped out, saying nothing as he silently opened his system panel. His fingers moved, and he confirmed opening sales for gear and skills. On sale for only 10 minutes. If you want it, hurry up. After setting it up, Tanfong sat down on the ground. When did this guy appear? He's wearing 2 bronze items, yet wants to sell 2 more. Is this the one who killed the bronze boss? Look at his name, Shadow. He's a top-ranked Shadow. Really, but why can't we see his face clearly? He's got full concealment on. The in-game appearance matches real life exactly. So if he doesn't hide, he'll be easily recognized. The air tensed as curious eyes turned to Tanfong. A girl stepped out from the crowd. She had a seductive figure, every movement radiating confidence and mystery. Her cold eyes stared at his trade board. How much are you selling that ice pursuit skill for? She asked softly, probing. Tanfong glanced at her and immediately recognized her as Grey Rose, rank 11 in Shelltown. He thought briefly, then replied tersely, 100 tradable days of lifespan. 100 days? That's too expensive. Can you lower the price a bit? Tanfong replied coldly. Although Ice Pursuit is only normal grade, it's extremely useful for mages. With the current monster kill speed, this price is already cheap. The girl hesitated a moment, then asked, Can I pay with real-world cash? If you have the money, You could buy lifespan from others first, and then trade with me. If no one outbids you, I'll reserve the item for you. Gray Rose sighed. She quickly opened the group chat and messaged her teammates. What do you all think? We can reach level 2 quickly under my leadership. I want to buy this skill. Any objections? No, I don't object. Right. With Ice Pursuit, our team can reach level 3 faster. Getting out of the game is the priority. Okay, transfer your tradable lifespan to me. Once we're back in reality, I'll reimburse you in cash. Within minutes, Gray Rose had gathered the needed 100 days of tradable lifespan. She confirmed the transaction with Tan Fong. You sold the Ice Pursuit skill book and received 100 days of tradable lifespan. Your tradable lifespan has increased from 268 days to 368 days. Tan Fong looked at the system panel, and the corner of his mouth curled up. As predicted, level 2 teams had killed at least 30 to 40 monsters, and their lifespan totals were certainly higher. This was only the beginning. Amid the noisy shell town, a figure suddenly rushed over, breathing heavily. Finally found you, Shadow. Lu Zi stood before Tan Fong, eyes sharp. She tossed her long hair to one side and arrogantly declared, I'll give you a chance to get me to level 3. When we return to the real world, I'll transfer 10 million in cash immediately. Her words exploded like a bomb through the crowd. Onlookers murmured in astonishment. So the rumor about someone willing to pay 10 million to hire Shadow, it's true? How could this guy randomly make such a big sum? Lu Zi crossed her arms, a confident smirk on her lips. I'm the chairwoman of the Jiang Food Industries. You can ask around. I have plenty of money. If you help me, I can guarantee your future will be brilliant. Luxury cars, mansions, even women. I can provide anything. Dan Feng Thao Wen. So is her. In his past life, Lu Zi had been the leader of an underground crime syndicate, buying the lifespans of the weak with money and using them like pawns. She kidnapped people, turning them into slaves for illegal work. Anyone who resisted was eliminated without hesitation, a despicable person. He replied coldly, I refuse. Lu Zi was momentarily stunned. Then her face flushed with anger. Shadow, do you think you're so powerful? We still don't understand this game, but if you follow me, I guarantee you'll have everything later. Aren't you tempted? Tan Fong crossed his arms, his gaze icy. What use is cash? Right now, the only thing that matters is tradable lifespan. If you're not buying items, don't obstruct my work. Lu Zi bit her lip, irritation flashing in her eyes. Are you joking? I offer because I value you. If this were the real world, I'd teach you a lesson. Before she finished, a murderous aura erupted. Tan Fong narrowed his eyes, his voice low but imbued with terrifying authority. Say one more word, and I'll send your lifespan straight to the underworld. A sense of death suddenly squeezed Lu Zi's heart. She involuntarily took a step back, her body trembling. The followers with her went pale with fear. Let's go. She ground her teeth and barked the order, then spun and stormed off, not forgetting to snarl back. We'll see about that. Tan Fong paid no mind, focusing on the trade board. You sold a bronze rank Vi Quang cloak. You received 19 days of tradable lifespan. Total tradable lifespan, 546 days. Those who had just bought equipment from him chatted excitedly. Getting gear from Shadow this time will definitely make us stronger. Tan Fong didn't pay attention. He rose silently, his eyes deep and solemn. Business done. It was time to deal with the Cursed One. No one in town knew that tradable lifespan was the key to turning in-game skills into reality. No one knew this game would completely reshape the order of the real world. Tan Fong's figure gradually faded. He entered shadow form and vanished completely. The crowd gaped. Hey, where did he go? So mysterious. He disappeared right before our eyes. What profession is that? Tan Fong left calmly, thinking to himself, true strength is the root of everything. Under the blood-red sunset, the last rays of light fell across the road strewn with broken cobblestones. Lu Zi's group, after fleeing for their lives from the encounter with Tan Fong, finally halted by the roadside. Breathing heavily, chests heaving, sweat soaking their brows, each sank down, exhausted and spent. Lu Zi gritted her teeth, anger flashing in her eyes. That shadow bastard not only refused my offer, but dared to threaten me. Oomph. Wait until we return to the real world. I will make you pay. Her voice was full of hatred, but deep in her eyes a vague unease glimmered. The atmosphere around the group was suffocating. Suddenly, from a narrow, dark alley, a skinny man stepped out, a flattering smile plastered on his face. Under his cloak, his eyes gleamed with slyness. "Hello, Miss Lizzie. I'm Mally Tuan. Call me Old Mal. I'm currently level 2, and I know a few tricks to level up quickly. If you need, I'm willing to help. So is that 10 million promise still valid?" Luzi glared at Old Mal with contempt. "Tricks? What tricks? Scamming people?" Mally Tuan sneered, eyes full of confidence. "I don't share secrets casually, but for you, Luzi, it's different. Consider it a gesture of goodwill. I'll break my rule this once." He stepped closer, lowering his voice as if afraid of eavesdroppers. "Given the current situation, if you want to level up fast, put all 5 initial attribute points into agility. Only then, when sprinting at full speed, will you have a chance to escape the monsters. Understand?" Luzi was briefly stunned, astonished and regretful at once. "So, that's the correct way to play. Damn it, I put all my attribute points into strength." But she quickly regained her composure and curled a cold smile. "Fine. Seems you have some skill, Old Mal. However, you're not as strong as Shadow, so your value isn't as high. I'll give you 5 million. Do you accept? Give me to level 3, and I'll transfer the money as soon as we're back in the real world." Mally Tuan smirked, satisfaction clear on his face. "No problem. That Shadow guy may be strong, but he seems a bit slow. Turning down 10 million, what an idiot." Luzi looked at him coldly, though a knowing smile curved her lips. In the gloomy forest, pale moonlight filtered through dense leaves, illuminating a ground strewn with coarse weeds and rotting dry foliage. The chirring of insects blended with a whistling wind, composing an eerie nocturnal chorus. From a high branch, Tan Fong stood silently observing, his sharp eyes fixed on the monster lurking in the thick gray mist. Before him was the Cursed One, a monster that had evolved to white-silver rank. The gloomy mist swirling around its body never ceased, emitting a cold miasma of death. Tan Fong frowned, thinking, as expected, it's evolved to white-silver, and it's still evolving. If it evolved from white-silver to golden, it'll take at least 7 or 8 hours. Waiting that long is such a hassle. Without hesitation, he pulled out a poison dart. A bluish glow seeped from the toxin into the air, giving off a chilling sense of danger. Tan Fong flicked his wrist, and the dart streaked through the air, slicing the wind toward the monster. A sharp sound rang out as the dart embedded in the Cursed One. The toxin rapidly corroded it, reducing its HP by 659 points. "Is it working?" Tan Fong's eyes brightened. He seized the opportunity and immediately used the skill Phantom Breaking Strike. The keen blade slashed, lightning-quick arcs ripping through the night. Each precise cut struck, consecutively subtracting 219 HP from a beast. Every time blood welled from the wounds, it mingled with the grim gray mist. Right after the combo attack, Tan Fong cast Shadow Form. His figure blurred into the night, vanishing from the monster's sight. A white-silver boss has 2 to 3 times the HP of a bronze boss. To kill it, you need at least 2 or 3 more poison darts. Tan Fong calculated silently while fully in stealth, hiding in the darkness. The Cursed One roared in fury, its piercing screech echoing through the forest. Suddenly it raised a hand, condensed a deep purple orb, and then detonated a massive explosion. A wave of energy radiated outward, shredding everything within several dozen meters. Leaves were burned to charcoal, and rocks and soil were blasted apart. Just as I thought, this Cursed One is a magic-type boss. Most of its skills are high-damage area attacks. If you get hit even once at current HP and defense, you die instantly. No sooner had the purple smoke from the explosion begun to clear than the Cursed One lunged forward at surprising speed. Its razor claws extended as it howled in rage. Tan Fong retreated swiftly, moving while timing the cooldown of Shadow Form. He ground his teeth, I need to stall until the skill's cooldown first get out of its attack range. The Cursed One's rampage continued for a while longer, but its attacks gradually weakened. Taking advantage of the opening, Tan Fong dashed forward like a flash of light. The sword in his hand flared brilliantly as he struck the monster's crown with a powerful phantom-breaking strike. The sharp blade drained 600 HP, followed by successive blows that further reduced its HP by 219 points. Each time was grievously wounded. The Cursed One screamed pitifully and thrashed as it tried to flee. Tan Fong smiled coldly. Good. Rather than going berserk before dying, it's less troublesome to die obedient. He did not hesitate, channeling power into his blade. A killing strike descended, light flashing in the darkness. The Cursed One screamed one last time before its body dissolved into a wisp of gray smoke. The system voice rang crisply. You have killed the White-Silver Cursed One. You received 1,800 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 5. Congratulations, you received 4 evolution points. You have obtained 124 days of tradable lifespan. Hearing the announcement, Tan Fong burst into loud, excited laughter. Haha, I didn't expect to jump 2 levels this time, and to get 4 evolution points on top of that. He didn't hesitate, opened his skill menu, and upgraded Greedy Hand. Notifications kept appearing. Greedy Hand skill adjudication successful. You received 4 evolution points. You received 124 days of tradable lifespan. Tan Fong was astonished. 2 rounds of bonus rewards? He looked at the skill panel, unable to contain his joy. This White-Silver boss is really generous. A full 12 evolution points and 372 days of tradable lifespan. Silver moonlight washed over his back, a powerful aura radiating from him. He murmured, eyes alight with desire. Only absolute power is the root of everything. The system voice suddenly rang out. Greedy Hand's additional effect activated. One of your spoils will be upgraded from white-silver to golden. Tan Fong's eyes brightened as he saw an item drop from the Cursed One's corpse. A golden rank item. A satisfied smile curved his lips. As expected of Greedy Hand at Jade Rogue rank, a 20% chance to upgrade an extra drop by 1 tier, dropping 7 or 8 items. However, looking at his already packed inventory, Tan Fong frowned. His backpack had no free slots. He couldn't keep killing bosses and running back all the time. It was a real waste of time. He sighed, glancing at the glittering items scattered on the ground, hoping this Cursed One would drop a capacity ring or something to increase his storage space. No sooner had he spoken than one of the dropped items suddenly emitted a brilliant radiance, lighting up the dark forest. Tan Fong exclaimed in surprise. This is cut to a secluded corner of the small town, the air full of excitement as Li Zi's group returned safely from a dangerous hunt. Her face was flushed with joy as she shouted, finally back alive. The 2 members beside her also replied happily. Fortunately, old brother Wang Mang led the way. We were able to reach level 3 and return to town safely. This is the result of all our efforts. Li Zi nodded enthusiastically, her voice full of pride. That's right, old brother Wang Mang is truly incredible. She blushed, covering her face shyly. Too bad I didn't get to befriend him. Maybe I looked too rustic and was all muddy, so he dismissed me. Hearing that, another member laughed teasingly. Maybe if you had been wearing that new outfit, he would have agreed to friend you. As the group burst into laughter, the leaderboard suddenly appeared before everyone. In first place was an imposing name, Shadow, an assassin level 5. Right after, in second place was Wang Mang, a level 3 warrior. A murmur of awe swept the town. The leaderboard just updated. Shadow has reached level 5. Jumped from level 3 to 5 in under 10 minutes. What kind of terrifying boss did he kill? Just 10 minutes ago, he was selling gear. How did he level up so fast? A man in the crowd sighed with regret. My sister is only 18 this year and really wants to befriend that guy. If he would help me level up, that'd be great. Someone nearby sneered. He wouldn't even glance at 10 million. How could he care about your sister? Another young man grabbed his head and screamed in despair. Damn it, I just hit level 3 and old brother is already level 5. Does he even leave any room for the rest of us to live? Wang Mang calmly reassured them. Don't overthink it. Each of us will return to reality and inform our families and friends about this divine game. Sooner or later, the world will descend into chaos. At least we must prepare our close ones first. The group nodded in agreement, and one by one they logged out of the game and returned to reality. In a small room lit by a flickering lamp, Wang Mang slowly opened his eyes, the sensation shockingly real. Around him, his teammates were clamoring and shouting, "Look, Brother Wang is awake. Tell the captain right away." A member quickly stepped forward, bombarding him with anxious questions. "Brother Wang, are you okay? You scared us half to death. Just now you look terrifying. Your body turned translucent. Don't scare us like that, Brother Wang. Yesterday, I told you to rest, and I'd watch the suspect for you." Wang Mang slowly sat up, eyes full of determination, his voice steady but carrying urgency. "Quick, call everyone to assemble. Something big has happened." In the small room, cold fluorescent light fell on a conference table piled with documents, shadows covering the tense faces of the police team. The captain, wearing a stern expression, fixed his sharp gaze on Wang Mang. In a low but commanding voice, he said, "You reported earlier that when your team was nearly wiped out, a mysterious person appeared and rescued you. That person called himself Shadow, correct?" Wang Mang nodded in response, his face showing complex emotion as he recalled that life-and-death moment. "Yes, his name was Shadow. When he saved us, he was only level 3. But the strange thing is that by the time our team struggled up to level 3, he had leapt to level 5, gaining 2 levels in an extremely short time." The captain frowned, eyes wide with astonishment. He slammed his hand on the table, sending stacks of papers rattling. Jumping 2 levels in such a short time. If he's level 5 now, isn't he near the top of the world? How did he achieve that? Wang Mang thought for a moment and guessed. "I think it's likely he defeated an extremely powerful boss." A member sitting nearby, his face showing doubt, squinted and said, "But according to your account, Shadow reached level 3 an hour ago. So why hasn't he returned to reality yet? Could it be that he has no relatives in real life, and thus no one to inform?" Wang Mang sighed, a look of sadness in his eyes. "I don't know about that, but it's possible he really has no relatives." At this point in Vu, a young female member with a delicate face but sharp eyes scoffed coldly and spoke skeptically. Could this Shadow be a time traveler? In novels, time travelers are often orphans without family ties, which makes it easier for them to rise like this. As soon as Envu finished, the room fell silent. Everyone's eyes turned to her in stunned disbelief. "Am I wrong?" The captain glanced at Envu, his look stern with a hint of reproach. "I told you to read fewer novels. This is a serious situation. Don't joke around." Envu blushed and bowed her head, realizing she had spoken inappropriately given the tension. The captain was pensive for a moment, then turned to Wang Mang with a serious tone. "The information you provided about this divine game matches reports from higher up. A recent study discovered a strange phenomenon. Some elderly people died soon after falling asleep, and data collected from players who returned to reality confirmed that all those victims had died multiple times in the game." The captain paused, his voice growing heavier. "In other words, if the lifespan counter in the divine game resets to 0, that player will actually die in real life." The room suddenly turned icy. Each person's face went pale as fear rose from the depths of their hearts. A member could not help but exclaim in a trembling voice, "This is supernatural, beyond our understanding." The captain looked at everyone with resolve. "That's right. The current situation could very well be an invasion of unknown supernormal forces. Higher authorities have ordered the emergency formation of vanguard teams by local regions to explore the divine game and gather intelligence. We must build a professional military force as soon as possible. This event affects the entire world. Nations are currently pouring resources into investigating this game. If we fall behind, we'll lose our advantage on the international stage. Gather intelligence at all costs. Do you understand?" Everyone answered in unison, loud and clear. The captain nodded slightly in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Envu. "Envu, I appoint you as leader of Team 1. Envu immediately stood up straight, chest out, and replied with enthusiastic vigor. Understood. Wang Meng, you will be deputy leader. Both of you may select members for your teams. Wang Meng responded resolutely. Orders received. Based on your description, Shadow seems to have a good temperament. Try befriending him. The reason I chose Vu as team leader is that I believe her personality is more suitable for investigating this individual. I want you to uncover Shadow's true identity as soon as possible. Ideally, the government should establish cooperative relations with him and obtain the information he holds. The captain emphasized each word, ending with a resolute tone. The most important mission for all teams right now is to maintain social stability. Understood? Everyone replied in unison, understood. At the same time, in Tan Xiaodu's classroom, afternoon sunlight cast long tree shadows. Golden-orange rays slipped through the leaves, creating an unusually peaceful scene. Groups of schoolgirls chatted animatedly, faces bright but tinged with worry. A short-haired girl with anxious eyes spoke in a trembling voice. Trongvai said people from the same area will appear in the same novice town in the divine game when they sleep. Another girl frowned, panicked. Really? I want to go home. I have to take care of my parents. They've never played games. I'm afraid they won't adapt. A friend beside her patted her shoulder comfortingly and said firmly, Don't worry too much. We can develop ourselves first and then return to care for our parents. Tan Xiaodu sat alone on a chair, gripping her phone with both hands, her eyes full of anger and resentment. She thought of Tan Fong, her chest tight with indescribable feelings. Something this big happened, and he hasn't shown any sign of it. Why hasn't he come to apologize to me? My parents have never even hit me before. She recalled past times when Tan Fong gently coaxed her whenever she was angry, always trying to make her stop sulking. But today, he not only didn't apologize, he struck her. Rage surged violently within Tan Xiaodu. I only skipped class to see Tong Fai's concert. Tan Fong deserves to die. If he doesn't apologize to me 1,000 times this time, I'll never forgive him. Luckily, I went to see Tong Fai last night. Otherwise, once this divine game thing happened, it might be much harder to get a chance like that again. Speaking of which, Tan Xiaodu recalled Tong Fai's concert last night. The stage glittered with lights. Tong Fai stood there with the aura of a god, his warm, deep voice sinking into people's hearts. Xiaodu remembered clearly how her heart raced standing so close to him, her whole body melting into a world for just the two of them. Her eyes shone with infatuation, her lips curling into a sweet smile as she whispered to herself, Tong Fai, I miss you so much. In Tan Xiaodu's bedroom, soft yellow light fell, creating a warm yet slightly melancholy atmosphere. She scrolled her phone and daydreamed, her eyes lighting up as she recalled friends' gossip about the divine game. That's right. If you enter the game when you sleep, then Tong Fai will surely go in too. The thought sparked excitement in Tan Xiaodu. She giggled, eyes shining with determination. As long as I get into the game, I'll definitely find him. Xiaodu sprang up, tossed her phone aside, and quickly changed into her school uniform. While tying up her glossy black hair, she eagerly texted Trongvai, the so-called expert in class. Trongvai, expert, do you have any strategy to teach me? On the other side of the screen, Trongvai was sprawled over his desk, eyes glued to his phone. When he saw Tan Xiaodu's message, he immediately sat up. A crafty, greedy gleam flashed in his eyes. Oh my, even the noble goddess Tan Xiaodu is coming to me for tips? This is a golden opportunity. If I could snag her, haha. He quickly replied with a smug look. You messaged the right person. Let me tell you a secret. When you first enter the game, put all your initial attribute points into agility. If your speed isn't high enough, monsters will beat you to death. Tan Xiaodu hesitated for a moment, fingers tapping on the screen. What if I play a mage? Do I still need to raise agility? Trongvai sneered and typed confidently. Yes, even mages should raise agility. It not only helps you dodge better, but also speeds up casting. It's especially important early on. Tan Xiaodu asked suspiciously. But what if I still can't fight, well, even after raising agility? Trongvai curled his lips, his tone reassuring though he secretly schemed. Don't worry, Xiaodu. Once someone in town reaches level 5, the teleport formation will activate. Then you can form teams that will level up. When the teleport is ready, I'll find you and protect you thoroughly. Tan Xiao Du's eyes lit up and her lips curled with pride. Good. These hangers-on finally serve a purpose. I found a free bodyguard. An image of Tan Fong with a stern, cold expression flashed through her mind. Rage welled up involuntarily. She bit her lip and gritted her teeth. Tan Fong, keep playing aloof. I'll enter the game right now. By the time you get in, who knows how many levels I'll have past you. I won't help you level up then. She flopped onto the bed, eyes blazing with determination. In that moment, a mix of excitement, irritation, and pride made her heart race. Tan Xiao Du closed her eyes, ready to step into the world of the divine game with fierce longing. In the darkness of the gloomy forest, the blackened canopy intertwined like demonic arms blocking the sky. Weak moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting dim streaks across Tan Fong. A brilliant golden light suddenly flared in his hand. A line of text appeared in his view. Cursed golden ring. Suitable for all classes. All attributes +8. Dark element resistance +26%. Critical hit multiplier to weak points +0.1x. Equipment requirement. Level 4. Tan Fong was astonished and calculated inwardly. 8 points to each attribute equals 32 free attribute points. Almost the total attribute points others only get after reaching level 3. Moreover, the dark element resistance would be extremely useful against the undead. The base weak point attack multiplier was already 1.5x. With the ring it rises to 1.6x. Not bad at all. No sooner had he finished thinking than a silver light flashed before Tan Fong's eyes. A new skill panel popped up. Shadow Shield / Botcha Silver. An assassin skill that lunges forward up to 15m in a flash. Enters stealth for 5 seconds and delivers 3 slashes to all enemies along the path. Cooldown 12 seconds. Reduced with level. Requires skill level 4 to learn. Each slash width 2.1m. Each slash adds 100 attack power, counts as a back attack, but cannot deal critical damage. Tan Fong clenched his fist in excitement, determination flashing in his eyes. This AoE damage skill is incredibly powerful. High mobility plus stealth, perfect for quick strikes and retreats. I have to learn it immediately. He still had unused evolution points, so he decided to evolve the Greedy Hand skill first. As soon as the thought finished, a blue light flashed. Greedy Hand evolved to Diamond Tier Assassin skill line. Can be used on undead corpses. 160%, 220% chance to receive additional loot drops. Additional drops have a 20%, 40% chance to automatically upgrade 1 tier. Notification: you have consumed 8 evolution points. Remaining points 4. Tan Fong smiled confidently, just as he'd predicted. With this skill, killing 1 monster is like others killing 3. Vet leaves nothing behind. Blue light appeared again as Tan Fong touched the Shadow Shield / skill, upgrading the powerful skill to a higher rank. Shadow Shield / Platinum dash distance increased from 15m to 21m. Stealth duration extended from 5 seconds to 7 seconds. Number of slashes increased from 3 to 5. Slash width expanded from 2.1m to 3.1m. Each slash's attack power increased from 100 to 200. Notification: you have spent 3 evolution points. Remaining points 1. Tan Fong sighed regretfully, yet the cooldown wasn't reduced at all. Still, with Shadow Shield / alone, he effectively had near limitless stealth. The rest were junk drops. But that Botcha Silver Warrior skill book, though not suited to him, could be sold for a tidy profit. Tan Fong stood motionless in the night, eyes fixed on the system panel. The display light washed over his face, highlighting his contemplative, slightly cold expression. Suddenly, rustling noises came from a nearby thicket, breaking the tense silence. Leaves trembled violently, and the ground seemed to shake. Tan Fong spun around instantly, his eyes sharpening with vigilance. From the darkness emerged 3 giant monsters with long, spindly limbs, bodies twisting like enormous spiders, their eyes glowing a fierce red. Perfect timing. I'll make you test out my new skill. Tan Fong gave a cold, confident smile. His hand clenched as he activated Shadow Shield Slash. In an instant, he vanished from his original spot, leaving only a faint wisp of smoke. From the darkness, a silver blade of light flashed, slicing through the monsters' bodies like a razor. 3 sharp slashes from behind mercilessly tore them apart. Thick black blood sprayed everywhere, staining the ground red, fetid and foul. A cold system notification rang out. You have slain a level 4 four-limbed climber, gained 80 experience points, and 5 days of tradable lifespan. Tan Fong smiled in satisfaction, his cold eyes surveying the piled corpses. Shadow Shield Slash was indeed terrifying, lightning fast, lethal damage, finishing foes in an instant. Compared to his previous use of poison darts, which required at least 2 darts to kill 1 monster, this result far exceeded expectations. He told himself the shorter the fight, the lower the chance of unforeseen danger. In a world full of perils, speed and damage are the most crucial survival factors. His gaze flicked to his lifespan status. 618 days of tradable lifespan. To transfer skills and equipment from the game into the real world, he needed at least 2.5 years, about 400 days. If he returned to town and sold everything in his backpack, his tradable lifespan would almost meet the withdrawal requirement. Once he reached level 10, he could convert skills and gear into reality. Then the in-game power would be his, truly his. Tan Fong vowed inwardly, his eyes burning with determination. As Tan Fong was absorbed in thoughts about his new skills and gear, a mocking, high-pitched voice carried from a distance. Congratulations, young madam. You've reached level 3. Is it time for you to fulfill your promise? The voice came with rapid footsteps. Not far off, Lu Zi and Mao Lituan's group stood in the dark, wearing smug smiles. Rest assured, how could Jiangdai Industries possibly miss a bit of your wealth? Now, let's return to reality. Here's my phone number. You can contact me directly. Yes, sell me all your tradable lifespan. I'll pay 10,000 for each day. Karingtad, Mao Lituan snarat kuntam tuosli. Huh, no problem. I told you that so-called Shadow is a blind fool. Even a big boss like the young madam doesn't value him. The smart ones are those who turn game abilities into real money, like me. After Lu Zi finished negotiating, he turned and left, calling back, "We'll wait for you in the real world." Mao Lituan smiled coldly, thinking to himself, lifespan is just a number. There's always more to earn. What matters is money and power. Those are the true realities of this world. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the forest, Tan Fong quickly finished his business and returned to Shell Town. At the teleport gate, he reached out and touched the formation. A pale blue light flickered, spreading into eerie concentric circles. Then a system notification appeared before him. Congratulations. You have lit the instant teleport formation of Shell Town. Gained 1 reputation point. You may use instant teleport once per day for free. Multiple teleports in a day will consume tradable lifespan. No other instant teleport formations were found active in Jianghai City. Thoughtfulness flashed across Tan Fong's face. The teleport is originally bidirectional. Lighting one formation is useless until both sides are activated. People in other towns must also reach level 5 to activate theirs. He frowned slightly as memories from his previous life surfaced clearly. Tong Fai was originally in Firefly Village. If he set a reminder, he'd know immediately once the teleport there was activated. Although inter-town teleportation had little strategic meaning at first, he understood this was only the beginning. His real goal was to reach level 10 and open the gateway, to enter the continent, the divine arena where the true game began. Tan Fong left and calmly returned to Shell Town's bustling street. He stood on the smooth stone road amid countless other players, glanced over the crowd, and announced coldly, "I'll only sell for 10 minutes. If you want to buy, hurry up." Voices buzzed as people saw him appear. Oh my, here comes the great Shadow Elder at last. We've been waiting. I prepared 150 days of lifespan just for his sale. Last time he sold that binding trinket and the gray rose shot to number 2 on the leaderboard. Hopefully he'll offer a mage skill book this time. The chatter rose excitedly. When Tan Fong placed a skill book on the counter, Disappointed murmurs filled the air. It's only a platinum red warrior skill book. An excited player pushed forward, panting. I want to buy that red warrior book. The system immediately notified. Transaction successful. You received 300 days of tradable lifespan. In the crowd, a curious player frowned and whispered to the person beside him. 300 days of lifespan just to buy a skill book? Worth it? The companion immediately replied contemptuously. Totally worth it. If a warrior gets this book, monster killing efficiency doubles. 300 days? 2 days of grinding the national dungeon, and you can earn that back. No sooner had he spoken than other players shoved and scrambled forward, trying to snatch the remaining items from Tanfong's hands. I want the red cloak. I'll take those boots. Old man, sell more. In less than a minute, all the items were sold out. Tanfong checked the system info with satisfaction. Total transaction time gained 650 days. Current tradable lifespan, 2,174 days. Although he'd amassed a huge amount of lifespan, it still felt insufficient. He silently calculated. If he wanted to extract level, attributes, class, equipment, and skill from the divine arena into reality, this amount was only a start. He needed far more. Outside the crowd, a few players looked disappointed and regretful, some sighing sadly. Missed it again twice. Please sell here next time, old man. At that moment, a confident-faced girl stepped forward. It was Dai Lizi. She smiled lightly and waved at Tanfong. Old man, I have a treasure. Want it? She raised her hand, revealing a finely crafted silver ring that glittered in the dim light. Information popped up before Tanfong. Space ring. Adds 12 inventory slots. Does not occupy ring or backpack equipment slots. Tanfong's eyes widened in astonishment. An indescribable emotion stirred within him. A space ring, a special storage item that doesn't take up backpack or equipment slots. Each player can carry up to 3 storage backpacks, but this item can drop from any monster at an extremely low rate. Previously, a 12-slot ring like this could be worth up to 3,600 days of lifespan. Tanfong immediately asked seriously, How much are you selling it for? Dai Lizi smiled and replied, I don't need your lifespan, old man. I just want to be friends with you, and maybe ask you to lead our group to kill a boss. Tanfong scoffed. The offer was a fat bargain. Without hesitation, he pressed the friend request button. Black Cloak player, Dai Lizi has accepted your friend request. Tanfong turned to look at her, curiosity in his gaze. Which boss is it? Dai Lizi nimbly stepped closer and explained excitedly. A golden grade boss. Not far from here in that dark swamp, there's an old, creepy boat. Tanfong's eyes sharpened suddenly. An old, rickety boat in the swamp? Could it be the Golden Ghost ship? Memories from his previous life surged back. The Golden Ghost ship is an exceptionally rare boss that can appear at any level, though the chance is extremely low. Whenever it appears, guilds of all sizes fight brutally over it because it always drops special, extremely useful items. To encounter it at this level, at level 5 its easiest to defeat, was astonishing. Such luck. Could this be the legendary Lucky Fish buy from his past life? He turned to Dai Lizi and asked how she had found the golden boss. She recounted, after logging off and having dinner, I wanted to log back in quickly to level with the captain and the others. Who knew they'd be so slow? With nothing to do, I wandered around sightseeing, and I just happened to see that golden boss hiding beneath a cliff. Hearing this, memories from Tanfong's previous life surfaced. There were rumors that a member of Wang Mang's team possessed ludicrous luck, like a fish turning into a dragon. She once wandered and accidentally found a rare boss in the deity temple's underground chamber. He had dismissed the rumor as a smear the authorities spread to mislead players. He hadn't expected it to be true. Sure enough, she was the legendary Lucky Fish. Dai Lizi, seeing Tanfong staring, asked in surprise, Old man, why are you staring at me like that? Startled, Tanfong snapped back to his usual cold demeanor. Nothing. Just then, behind a tree, a player had been eavesdropping on their conversation. With an excited look, he ran quickly toward his group's temporary base. Boss, that kid just let a girl out of town. The boss sneered wickedly. Arrogantly, he taunted. So the brat couldn't resist? and took a girl out to play? Brothers, follow me. At the same time, in the silent space outside the town, Dai Lizi hesitated and asked, "Old man, if the boss drops gear and skill books I can use, could you give them to me? I don't need the rest." Tan Fong replied bluntly, "No problem, but if your Captain Wang Mang shows up, I won't waste time dealing with the assassins in your team." Dai Lizi caught his meaning and quickly made a proposal. "Then let's do as you say, but I have a small request. If you sell equipment to Wang Mang's team, could you give a slight discount?" Tan Fong nodded in agreement. "All right," Dai Lizi said happily. "Then we'll set off after Captain Wang Mang logs in." "Right, where are we going?" Tan Fong replied nonchalantly, "To fight a golden boss." Dai Lizi's expression changed instantly, her eyes filling with panic and fear. "Old man, you're an assassin with invisibility skills, but what about me? I'm a weak mage. How could I withstand the golden boss's attacks?" Tan Fong smiled confidently. "I'm enough. Just watch from a safe spot." Dai Lizi couldn't help but worry, thinking he's really capable, but going to kill a golden boss alone? That's a bit showy. Suddenly before her, Tan Fong's figure blurred and vanished into the air. She startled, frantically looking around and shouting, Old man, where did you go?" Far off, behind the withered trees, the group that had been watching still kept their eyes on Dai Lizi. A lackey looked around in panic and blurted, "Boss, that shadow guy disappeared." The boss, a large man with a scarred face, smirked coldly. "Ha ha ha, he must have abandoned that girl out here. Brothers, let's go grab her and have some fun. Do whatever you want after." He flicked his chin to give the order, toned smug. "I told you, follow me and you'll eat well and dress fine. Look, that woman is right there." Hearing this, the lackeys cheered excitedly, praising their boss's cleverness. They laughed as they stepped toward Dai Lizi, greed flashing in their eyes. Suddenly, a dim shadow materialized and blocked their path, as if stepping out of nothing. The shadow was Tan Fong. Without a word, Tan Fong coldly swung his hand. Dark energy billowed from his body, curling black smoke condensing into razor-sharp blades. In an instant, the strikes of Shadow Shield Slash were unleashed in succession, dripping with killing intent. The men fell before they could scream, their bodies quickly dissolving into faint white light. A cold system notification rang in Tan Fong's ear. "You have killed 5 players and received a total of 12 days of tradable lifespan." Looking at the vanishing corpses, he sneered, "Pathetic, barely as much as killing 2 small mobs, huh?" He quickly returned to Dai Lizi. Seeing him appear, she exclaimed joyfully, "Oh, old man, where did you go? There were some tailors on us." "I just sent them back to town," he replied. Dai Lizi nodded in understanding, then narrowed her eyes with a teasing look. "I thought you went to the restroom. Now that you have invisibility, it must make things easier. Go whenever you want without anyone seeing." "Wait, if you're invisible, does your poop go invisible too? Or does it still drop as usual?" Tan Fong frowned, feeling the conversation had gone too far, and said sternly and coldly, "Enough. Lead me to that Bosco you mentioned." The waning afternoon sun cast a golden wash over the small village, covering the rough wooden houses, worn thatched roofs, and the rutted dirt road. A blink of teleportation brought a young woman here. In her hand appeared an ancient staff, its exquisite fittings etched with mysterious patterns that glowed faintly. The surge of spiritual power from the staff flowed into her palm, making her exclaim in amazement, "Amazing! I can actually feel it." A few players nearby glanced at her and quickly began whispering, "There's a new player. I didn't expect to get the Hidden Life Nurturer class. This must be an extremely powerful support class. With this ability, I'm totally a match for Tong Fai. I wonder how Tong Fai is doing now. Does he know the trick for initial stat allocation?" Her smile faded as she remembered someone. Her eyes turned cold. She ground her teeth, resentful that that bastard Tan Fong had gone off somewhere. All day he watched over himself, but when needed he was completely unreliable. Fine. Now Ming has a hidden class, and Zhuang Weishua is helping with leveling. Tan Fong, you handle yourself. I don't care about you anymore. Just then, the rankings popped up before her. Her eyes widened in shock when she saw Shadow's name at the top at level 6. Zhuang Wei was only level 3 and bragging about his strength. Turns out Shadow is the real boss. If I could recruit this person to help, I'd level up faster than Zhuang Wei. Where can I find this boss Shadow? While she pondered, she heard an argument from afar. A group of youths stood together. A black-haired one snapped irritably. Damn it, I can't contact Xiao Jiao via Windlink. We don't have time to wait for her. Any ideas? Another replied anxiously. Without a babysitter, how can we kill mobs? We're not the boss Shadow. Sweeping monsters alone isn't easy. The blonde guy frowned in agreement. I think we should find a new babysitter. We can't stall any longer. Hearing that, the girl stepped forward confidently. Hello, everyone. I'm Life Nurturer, a hidden support class with strong assistance. Are you looking for a babysitter? Meanwhile, deep in the gloomy forest, the incessant chirr of insects filled the air, and a thick veil of bone mist hovered over a cold lake. Tan Fong stood on a rock, eyes sharp as he watched the rotten wooden boat floating on the water. The warped, moldy planks of the Golden Ghost ship exuded an ominous black aura, rippling across the inky surface. A resolute glint flashed in Tan Fong's eyes. It was indeed the Golden Ghost ship, a rare opportunity. He turned to Dai Li Zi in a steady voice. You stay here and observe. Avoid being ambushed and don't act rashly. I'll handle this, boss. She nodded and urged him worriedly. Please be careful. Tan Fong didn't answer. He stepped lightly into the icy water, his figure blurring into the bone-thick mist. Suddenly, the system issued a cold warning. Due to the Golden Ghost ship's influence, this area has become a frenzied zone. Lifespan consumption rate multiplied by 100. If a player remains here for 15 minutes, they will consume 1 day of lifespan. He frowned but remained unperturbed, nodding to himself that the frenzy effect was short-lived and not a major concern. Another notification followed. Golden Ghost Ship, Special Golden Grade. Countdown, 45 minutes. Tan Fong curled his lips in a cold smile. 45 minutes? More than enough to deal with. Without hesitation, he launched his attack. Dark energy coiled around his body as he executed Shadow Shield Slash. Black streaks sliced like razor blades, striking the boss's weak point, dealing successive damage. The Golden Ghost ship took 549 damage. Immediately after, Tan Fong used a poison dart combined with Phantom Break Strike, a critical blow aimed straight at the weak point, inflicting severe damage. The Golden Ghost ship took 621 damage. Apparently, many didn't know the ship's true weakness. Tan Fong murmured as his sharp eyes scrutinized every detail. He discovered the real weak point wasn't the hull or the stiff bone planks, but the eerie bell hanging from the ship's prow. Each time the bell trembled, its chilling sound echoed everywhere, sending violent columns of water roaring up from the bottom of the Black Lake. Damn! Hitting the weak point causes a wide retaliatory strike from the ship. The explosive force of those water columns was tremendous. Even a fully armored Silver Buckle warrior would struggle to withstand them. Luckily, the Dark Profession's initial speed was high enough, otherwise I would be dead for sure. The long-range attack ended. From the inky water around, 12 putrid water demons emerged, their horrifying forms covered in grayish skin and slimy moss. They roared and charged, eyes glowing red with bloodlust. Each one had the strength of a silver-rank boss, enough to wipe out an ill-prepared team. In such chaos, ordinary monster hunting parties would be crushed by sheer numbers. Things would worsen as the Golden Ghost ship summoned another water demon every minute, creating terrifying pressure. Yet Tan Fong remained coldly calm. Luckily, I have invisibility. I don't have to worry about being spotted. Just find a right angle, and I can take them all out with a single strike. From afar, Dai Li Zi watched the battle tensely. Seeing Tan Fong's precise strikes, she couldn't help exclaiming, "Is this the boss Shadow at the top of the rankings? So powerful. He strikes and vanishes like a ghost." The boss lost a third of its HP without being able to react. Suddenly, Tan Fong called out urgently, "Little Black, I'm about to die." Startled, she blurted, "What?" Tan Fong replied calmly, "Do nothing. Just wait for me to revive." She stared blankly, trying to understand. "Why? Old man, weren't you dominating? And what's Little Black?" "Tan Fong Wen Min Bu Dem Len." Aren't you Little Black? Dai Li Zi retorted angrily. My name is Breakroom Hey Bolin. Dai Li Zi, not Little Black. Sounds like a dog's name. Tan Fong answered nonchalantly. Got it, Little Black. In another corner of the forest, a group led by a scarred leader flushed with anger. Damn it, I used to win consecutive championships in the arena. Yet now I'm being toyed with by some brat. Humiliating. A lackey came running to report, panting, Boss, we've found that girl. She's standing on the edge of the cliff ahead, and that damn Shadow's fighting a boss at the cliff base. Hearing this, the leader roared, Good. I've called all the men. Let's see how it survives this time. At that moment, Tan Fong calmly recognized the gravest difficulty. The Golden Ghost ship was about to release 3 soul pulses that would dominate a wide area for 5 seconds, forcibly immobilizing all targets within range. It looked like this one couldn't be avoided. Little Black gaped in terror. Tan Fong decided to gamble his life against the boss. The system announced coldly, You have died. You lost 326 years of lifespan. Non-tradable. You have died. You lost 1,087 days of lifespan. Tradable. At Tan Fong's sudden death, the leader laughed triumphantly. Haha. This idiot got cocky because he was called a boss and dared to solo a golden boss. That shadow dog is rich, someone said. Look at that big orb of light. At least a few hundred days of lifespan. The group rushed forward in glee, greedily staring at the radiant orb. Kill it and we'll feast on that big dog today. Suddenly the sky darkened and winds rose. A colossal gate opened from the heavens, eerie light pouring over the deathly land. Every horrified gaze turned to the widening, authoritative portal. In town, those forced back from the dungeon wore furious faces. The boss, face scowling, veins bulging on his forehead, gnashed his teeth. Damn it! How could that boss be behaved so easily by that shadow? It's freaky. We just entered the swamp and were killed by those ghostly water columns on the spot. The lackeys echoed with grimaces. Damn it, this loss is huge. We must go back. There are many smaller monsters. If we kill them all, maybe we can make up for it. The boss snorted coldly, a vicious glint in his eyes. I don't believe that damn ship is this hard. Let's go, keep moving. Meanwhile, in the pitch-dark swamp, luminous lifespan orbs glowed brightly, hovering above the cold water. The eerie light from the orbs reflected on the lake, creating a scene both beautiful and terrifying. Tan Fong appeared suddenly in the gloom, gliding across the water lightly like a ghost. He frowned in puzzlement at the countless lifespan orbs around him, then called loudly to the girl standing on the small boat nearby. Dai Li Zi, I'm back. Little Black, why are so many lifespan orbs showing up here? Hearing his voice, she turned, her eyes lighting with joy. Old boss, you returned so quickly. Earlier a group had charged in, but were wiped out by the water columns before they could do anything. Tan Fong laughed out loud, his deep hoarse voice carrying contempt. Haha, they really didn't know their limits. The arrogant often die by their own hubris. Seeing the Golden Ghost ship hovering in the swamp, Tan Fong couldn't help but recall how much he had suffered confronting it in a previous life. The most terrifying feature of this boss was a powerful immobilize skill that could be used only once. When its HP fell to half, there was a chance it would vanish and reappear elsewhere in the swamp, making it difficult for players to finish it off. A plan quickly formed in Tan Fong's mind. His eyes sharpened as the ghost ship's silhouette slowly re-emerged from the bone mist. Not wasting the opportunity, he swiftly drew a poison dart, aimed at the magical orb hanging from the ship's prow, and hurled it hard. The wind's high-pitched whistle tore through the air as the dart drove straight into its target, and a veil of pinkish, eerie chi emanated from the ship, spreading to cover the entire swamp. Tan Fong narrowed his eyes, staring at the motion of the chi, inwardly pleased. He had already grasped its movement pattern. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, unleashing Shadow Shield Slash, a lightning-fast strike that cut through the wind. On the swamp bank, the troublemakers who had left earlier returned. The leader saw Tan Fong fighting the boss, and greed flashed in his eyes. Look, the brat is attacking the boss again. Wait until it's about to finish, Then we rush in and steal it. Dai Li Zi glared at the vile group, her eyes shining with killing intent. Those bastards are back again. How annoying. Her gaze filled with resolve. She muttered an incantation. The staff in her hand flared, little sparks of lightning dancing around. She raised the staff high and shouted, "The gods decree thunder shall strike the traitors today." Countless crimson bolts slammed down from above, hitting the group's position. The two leaders were struck, their bodies convulsed and collapsed dead on the spot. The remaining group shouted in panic, looking around in alarm. "Fuck, who's attacking us?" The leader spotted Dai Li Zi standing a distance away and barked angrily. That bitch! Kill her." Seeing the vicious crowd charging, Dai Li Zi went pale and turned to run, screaming as she fled, "Help me, old boss! Help me!" The mob gave chase behind her, curses ringing through the death-filled swamp. A brutal hunt was about to unfold in the dangerous mire. In the distance's darkness, two mysterious figures hid behind a massive tree, its rough trunk entwined with pale vines, silently watching events while whispering to each other. Their eyes flashed with curiosity tempered by caution as they looked toward the golden ghost ship glowing eerily in the swamp. As for Tan Fong, he breathed a quiet sigh of relief seeing the colossal ghost ship near death. A cold gleam of satisfaction crossed his face. It's finally almost dead. He couldn't help but marvel at just how terrifying this boss was. Although the golden ghost ship was only level 5, taking it down alone was truly beyond ordinary. His damage was still low, so the fight ran longer than expected and drew the attention of many greedy onlookers. Tan Fong swept his gaze around, and the corner of his mouth lifted when he noticed others arrive. On the high cliff beside the swamp, a group of recently dead people watched the scene, their eyes filled with envy and covetousness. Not only that, a guild had long been lying in ambush on the other side of the swamp, their cold gazes fixed on the dying boss. They were scheming to wait until he finished the boss and then swoop in to steal the spoils. Tan Fong curled his lip in a cold smile and murmured, "Not a bad idea, but unfortunately you've miscalculated." Without wasting any more time, Tan Fong used his shadow form skill and lunged toward the golden ghost ship. The jet-black blade exuded a gloomy aura like its owner, tore through the night, and plunged straight into a weak point on the hull. A veil of dark mist rose as the ship gave a horrifying groan before completely disintegrating. A series of notifications rang in his mind. "You have destroyed the golden ghost ship, golden rank, gaining 4,800 experience points. You reached level 8, gaining 7 evolution points, and received 216 days of tradable lifespan." The Dark player in Shelltown is the first on the server to defeat a golden rank boss, earning 3 reputation points. Immediately, a server-wide announcement echoed. The Dark player in Shelltown has slain the first golden boss. The news spread like lightning. In a nearby town, players buzzed about the golden boss. What the hell? Someone already killed a golden boss at the start of the game? The first to defeat a golden boss must be a powerhouse from our great Korea. There had been reports earlier that Dark single-handedly beat the bronze boss. Now he'd taken down a golden boss as well. Is the gap between people really that wide? In the crowd, a beautiful young woman named Tan Xiao Du heard the news and furrowed her brow, plotting, "This Dark player is formidable. If I can borrow his strength to level up, maybe I can meet Tong Fai again soon." Back in the swamp, after the boss was destroyed, countless valuable items fell out, sparkling with brilliant light. The ambushers who had been grinning burst with excitement. The leader shouted, "Ha, this boss really dropped a lot of loot. That guy ran off, probably scared of us and didn't dare pick anything up." He snapped an order with a chin jerk. "Akwong, use your locate skill to find him, kill him, and seize all the golden boss rewards." An archer behind him bowed and acknowledged clearly. He drew his bow. The arrow shot out like a flash of lightning. A sharp whistling sound rang out, and the silhouette of a giant undead hawk appeared, its cold eyes sweeping across the swamp, searching for any sign of Tan Fong. From the darkness, Tan Fong narrowed his eyes and coldly assessed his opponent, a sneer tugging at his lips. An undead hawk? So this hunter learned an anti-invisibility skill that fast. No wonder he was confident enough to try killing me for the loot. My high-level dark vocation not only has invisibility level 11, but also anti-invisibility level 1. Even an undead hawk with sharp sight can't see through me. His eyes flashed with confidence as he lightly tightened his grip on his weapon, silently waiting for the chance to counterattack. In the distance, the archer A. Kwong frowned and recalled the undead hawk, then turned to report to the leader, "Boss, there's no sign of him. That brat probably saw how many of us there are and ran off in fear." The leader laughed with satisfaction at this, a look of smugness on his face. "Good, you know your place. Let's go secure the loot. Don't be reckless. Be ready to fight at any moment. The boss loot possession right will be protected for 5 minutes. After that, everything's ours." At the leader's command, the guild members immediately laughed loudly, faces gleaming with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the moment to seize the precious spoils. However, just as they were about to step forward, cold shafts of light suddenly flashed from the darkness. Numerous razor-sharp slashes shot in from all directions like lightning, piercing the night and impaling each of them. Their agonized screams rang out as the group fell in despair. Their images blurred and then vanished into nothingness, logged out of the game in an instant. A cold wind blew as Tan Fong materialized from the darkness, his gaze icy as he watched the bodies fade away. He snorted softly, inwardly pleased. This place is a lot quieter now. Tan Fong unconsciously thought of the girl Little Black and murmured to himself, "Where did that little black girl go? Oh well, I'll find her later. First, deal with these corpses." His gaze fixed on the countless flickering light orbs littering the loot-strewn ground. A greedy smile curved his lips. He checked his remaining evolution points. Added to the reward from the Golden Ghost ship, it was enough for the greedy hand to evolve once more. A system notification rang out. The greedy hand has evolved from diamond to corpse. Assassin type skill. Damage increased from 220% to 300%. Chance to obtain additional loot increased to 100%. There's a probability of leveling up when using additional loot. After reading the message, Tan Fong frowned thoughtfully. 100% chance to level up? That's a total transformation. He quickly activated the greedy hand. The hand shrouded in pitch-black light with bulging veins, coiling like a venomous serpent. A stream of light orbs were sucked into his palm, waves of energy surging into his body. System messages poured in. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have received 216 days of tradable lifespan. You obtained the special item Demon Firebell. You received an additional Demon Firebell. Surprise and excitement flashed across Tan Fong's eyes. He hadn't expected to get 2 Demon Firebells at once. Item info appeared before him. Demon Firebell, special passive, Soul Snare. When defeating monsters, chance to drop lifespan increases by 20%. With 2 Demon Firebells, this effect doubles. Active Soul Shudder. Ringing the bell immobilizes all enemies within a 100 m radius for 3 seconds. Cooldown 521 seconds. Special effect. No lifespan loss on death. Cooldown 1,565 seconds. Tan Fong note in sa ti fai kon. The Demon Firebell was a consumable, not equipment. It didn't occupy an equipment slot, only one inventory slot, which was very convenient. At that moment, a terrified, desperate girl's scream echoed from afar. Boss, save me." Dai Li Zi's voice trembled with panic. At the same time, the clash of blades and shouts of enraged attackers rang out. Tan Fong jolted, his heart tightening. He called out urgently, his voice strained. "Little Black, where are you?" Ahead, the lustful men's eyes gleamed with greed. They pressed in on Dai Li Zi, circling her step by step like wolves surrounding an exhausted prey. "This bitch resists too much. Now's the time to come quietly with us. We'll make you scream with pleasure." The leader sneered in a lecherous, contemptible tone. Dai Li Zi gripped her staff tightly, breathing hard but still resolute. Her back was against a sheer cliff, cold sweat running down her spine. The group closed in, enveloping her like a web around desperate prey. In that life-or-death moment, She pressed her lips together, a flash of determination in her eyes. Suddenly, she turned toward the cliff and pitched herself over. Her body plunged downward, the wind roaring in her ears. On impact, blood sprayed, pale skin stained red. Her body slowly dissolved into nothingness in a silver light. Those on the cliff stared in astonishment. The leader shook his head and laughed coldly. That girl is tough. Better to die than be captured. She's got guts. In an instant, Dai Li Zi revived back in Shell Town. Pain still nagged in her body, but her eyes were resolute. She immediately messaged Tan Fong. Boss, you don't need to save me. I died and returned to the town. It hurts so much. Luckily, our team's tradable lifespan was all left with Leader Vong Man. Reading the message, Tan Fong breathed a sigh of relief and replied, All right, wait for me in town. I'll give you the items when I return. Dai Li Zi quickly answered with gratitude. Thank you, boss. Sorry for the trouble. Tan Fong looked at the greedy hand, excitement surging. After the battle with the Golden Ghost ship and the ambushers, his tradable lifespan reached 3,175 days, and he'd accumulated 21 evolution points. He squinted in thought and made a decision. A notification suddenly appeared. Greedy Hand has reached corpse level. To evolve further requires 10 times the current evolution points. Do you want to spend evolution points to evolve this skill? Tan Fong was briefly surprised, then gave a wry smile. 200 evolution points. Indeed, the stronger you are, the harder it is to evolve. Oh well, focus on raising damage skills first. The higher the damage, the easier to defeat powerful bosses and obtain more loot. Determination flashed in his eyes. He closed them. Power surged from within his body, and his hand radiated a brilliant golden light. Notification lines popped up in succession, dancing before his eyes. Shield Shadow Slash had been enhanced from Platinum to Jade, then up to Adamantine Slash. Maximum dash range increased from 21 to 27 Stealth duration extended from 7 seconds to 9 seconds. It now delivers 6 to 7 slashes against all enemies along the path. Cooldown decreased from 12 seconds to 10 seconds. Slash radius increased from 3.1 to 4.1 and each slash adds 200 to 300 attack power as extra damage. Tan Fong's breathing grew heavy as the evolutionary pain spread through his body. Still, his gaze remained sharp, clearly satisfied. Notifications continued. The backstab skill had been enhanced, normal to bronze to silver to golden. Passive effect when attacking from behind. Damage bonus increased from 15% to 20% to 25% to 30%. Tan Fong opened his eyes, which gleamed with the chill of death. The power from the upgraded skills made him keenly aware of an icy aura spreading around his body. After evolving Shield Shadow Slash to Adamantine level, the skill had become terrifyingly powerful. Even without being in stealth or using Stealth Break, a single one of his skills could deal 3,000 damage. If he activated Stealth Break and struck from behind, the total damage from 7 slashes could reach 6 or 7,000 in an instant. With that power, even a golden rank boss would be a fat target. Tan Fong murmured, eyes cold and confident. He glanced over the pile of loot. Thanks to the Greedy Hand special effect, the Golden Ghost ship's rewards exceeded expectations. Besides 11 golden items and skill books, he also obtained 2 platinum items and a platinum skill book. One hunt yielding 3 items tailored for the assassin class. Not bad at all. He nodded in satisfaction. Tan Fong waved his hand and summoned the 3 newest items. Silver light flashed in the dark as 3 weapons appeared, sharp and destructive. First was the twin demon ship blades, platinum, a pair of specialized assassin weapons. The keen blades glinted coldly, engraved with eerie, sinister patterns. Attack plus 136, agility plus 22, attack speed plus 24%, armor penetration plus 7%. Requirement: Level 5. Special effect: each normal attack deals X2 damage. Tan Fong gave a faint smile and stroked the cold blade. The effect wasn't overly useful for him. He mainly used skill attacks, but with such a high base attack stat, plus 22 agility and increased attack speed, it's truly the best weapon for an assassin. Higher attack speed lets him combo faster, reduce skill cast time, and with armor penetration it's ideal. After setting the twin demonship blades aside, he moved on to the second item, the golden demon fire armor. Ghostly flames flickered around the armor, hardened plates covered in sharp spikes, radiating deadly intent. Physical defense plus 25, fire resistance plus 50, damage block plus 14, vitality plus 419, requirement. Level 5. Tan Fong's eyes widened in amazement. 419 vitality, he blurted, looking down at his slender frame. As an assassin focused on damage and speed, his base vitality was very low, only 350. This Golden Demon Fire armor directly adds 419 vitality, nearly doubling his current HP. With this armor, most players at this stage couldn't break through his defense. He smiled confidently, a surge of strength filling him. A passing thought crossed his mind, and he murmured, "Better to keep my Dark Vocation outfit for now. That way others won't guess my true power. The best gear should be saved for decisive moments." He opened the system panel and tapped the stow command. The golden items quickly vanished into storage. An unexpected notification made his brow knit. Discovered special item. Phantom Shroud, ambiguous, golden rank, passive assassin skill, plus 15% evasion. When evasion triggers successfully, you become immune to all damage for a short time. Tan Fong curled his lips in an intrigued smile. He'd finally obtained an assassin skill. In this game, though, evasion is hard to raise. Players who focus too much on evasion must trade off other important attributes. If you fail to dodge one hit, the price can be disastrous. Confidence and coldness flashed in his eyes, but he was different. With the greedy hand's endless evolutionary potential, he could raise evasion without sacrificing any attributes. The benefit was purely net gain. Indeed, this skill would only reveal its true power in his hands. Thinking that, Tan Fong closed the system panel. He strolled out of the forest, having already decided to return to the small town to deal with surplus gear. The warrior, priest, and archer items could be sold to Vong Man at a 10% discount. Although they didn't have enough money now, he was willing to sell on credit. Vong Man was honest and trustworthy, a long-term investment. He had to thank Little Black. He mused, recalling the carp that led him to the level 5 Golden Ghost ship. Without it, he couldn't have reaped such rich rewards. His steps slid lightly through the night when Tan Fong suddenly sensed something amiss in the air. From behind a withered, giant tree, dark figures abruptly emerged. The gang of ruffians who had been chasing Dai Li Zi now stood facing him, their faces ashen with fear when they recognized Tan Fong's cold gaze. For a moment, they stared at each other. The ruffians immediately fell pale, eyes bulging in terror, and without a word they turned and fled. "Ah, it's the darkness, run. Don't block me. Get out of the way, damn it, don't chase me." Shrieks of "save me" pierced the gloomy forest. Tan Fong only gave a cold, slight smile, his eyes flashing with cruelty. "Huh, what do you think you're running?" He activated Shield Shadow /. His body became a razor-sharp streak of light, lunging toward the fleeing men. Slashes came out in rapid succession, each beam of sandy light slicing through the air, their screams cut off in staccato bursts. The weak ones quickly turned into black smoke and vanished. The lead thug was sent sprawling by Qian Feng's skill, his whole body trembling as if all his strength had been drained. He crawled forward, his face ashen and full of despair. "Don't kill me, I was wrong. Big boss, please spare me. I only have 1 year left to live." Qian Feng pressed his face close to the thug, his voice low and cold like the roar of the Grim Reaper. "When you harmed others, did you ever think this would be the outcome?" Before any remorse could show in his eyes, Qian Feng unleashed a finishing blow. A pitiful scream rang out as the thug's body dissolved into nothingness. A sudden notification popped up for killing too many people proactively. You have acquired the Mass Murderer status. At the current level of Mass Murderer, upon death you will drop 75% of your current lifespan. Qian Feng raised an eyebrow, but quickly sneered. Mass Murderer? No problem. With the spirit flame talisman in hand, even if I carelessly die once, I won't lose any lifespan. In the small town, the streets bustled with people, groups of players gathering and chattering. Amid the lively scene, a tall figure with a cold aura appeared, a compact silhouette draped in a mysterious black coat that concealed his body, revealing only deep eyes flashing sharp as blades. It was none other than Qian Feng, the one who had just single-handedly slain the legendary Golden Boss. The surrounding crowd murmured in astonishment. That's Darkness. Did he really defeat the Golden Boss alone? He's back. Unbelievable. But curiosity quickly turned to doubt when they saw no splendid gear on Qian Feng at all. One man sneered with mocking laughter. I told you, this guy must have used a buff to beat the boss. Look, no gear at all. Who would believe it? Another said, right, if you're so great, find a weapon and fight us. Amid the jeering, a figure stepped forward from the crowd, a youth in shining armor with an arrogant air, moving to block Qian Feng's path. Xian Xiao, a notorious name in the town with considerable influence, smiled ingratiatingly and offered a jet-black skill book. Big Brother Darkness, what happened before was because we were blind. This is a normal strike skill from the assassin class that we exchanged lifespan for. Please accept it and forgive us this once. Qian Feng glanced indifferently at the book, and information immediately appeared in his mind. Normal attack. Assassin class skill, common. Single target, plus 20 attack and stuns for 2 seconds. Cooldown 22 seconds. Qian Feng's eyes gleamed with coldness, a slight cruel smile tugging at his lips. A control skill? Not bad. He took the book without another word, turned his back, and walked away, his figure quickly vanishing. Once his figure had completely disappeared, one of Xian Xiao's men couldn't contain his anger. Xian Xiao, we've been killed by him so many times, and now we have to give him a skill book? Isn't that too cowardly? Another chimed in, yeah, we're not weak. If we gather our forces, one mouthful of spit could drown him. Xian Xiao turned back, his gaze sharp as he looked at his followers, his voice low but commanding. What do you understand? This Darkness has an unusually fast leveling ability and single-handedly killed a Golden Boss. Do you think he could do that without some secret? Greed and malice flashed in his eyes. If we find him in real life and capture him, we could extract that secret and force him to gather lifespan for us. Then my fame will spread even further. Hearing this, the henchman immediately grew excited and laughed obsequiously. Indeed, Xian Xiao is shrewd and calculating. I truly admire you. Xian Xiao snorted coldly, his contemptuous gaze sweeping his men. When we get home, I'll have the clan send a woman to seduce him. After all, the voice of Darkness sounded unfamiliar. Surely he doesn't come from a prestigious circle. A poor man presented with a stunning beauty at his doorstep. I don't believe he wouldn't take the bait. The followers laughed with delight and voiced their approval in unison. This move of Xian Xiao is deep, truly cunning. On the tree-lined road, golden sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting shimmering streaks across the uneven ground. Qian Feng quickly found Dai Li Zi. He nodded slightly, his tone calm. Little Black, accept the deal. I have a few items I want to give you. Dai Li Zi's eyes widened with bright excitement, but upon hearing that, she immediately objected with a displeased look. Thanks, big brother, but I'm not Little Black. I am Dai Li Zi Qi. No sooner had she finished speaking than her staff suddenly burst into blazing red flames, waves of heat rolling outward. The fierce fire made the surrounding air scorch as if aflame, light reflecting off her astonished face. Dai Li Zi leapt into the air, hair streaming in the wind, her voice trembling with excitement. Aha, this is insane. I'm about to fly. This necklace multiplies spell damage by several times and even doubles mana regeneration. Big brother, I really think. Qian Feng stood with his arms crossed, expression still cold, but a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He nodded and replied, no need for manners. Per our prior agreement, hand over the space ring to me. Dai Li Zi suddenly remembered and hurriedly pulled a jet-black ring with intricate patterns from her bag, a touch of regret on her face as she handed it over. All right, here's your space ring. Suddenly Dai Li Z recalled something and hurriedly recounted, "Oh right, big brother. When I fled into the forest earlier, I accidentally discovered a cave that looks like the entrance to a ruin. Are you interested in checking it out?" A keen interest lit Qianfeng's eyes. He thought to himself, first the Golden Ghost ship, now an entrance to a ruin. Indeed, befriending Dai Li Z has paid off. If I hadn't generously given her 2 pieces of golden equipment, she surely would have kept this secret to herself. A space ring with 27 slots is valuable. Having it will make future journeys much easier. He asked calmly, "Where's Wang Meng?" "After I finish selling my items to everyone, I'll go with you to that ruin," Dai Li Z answered immediately. "All right, but their captain just recruited a new priest. They won't return for about an hour and a half." She continued with more details, eyes showing fear mixed with curiosity. "I've already marked the ruin's entrance on your map. It's behind a large bush, hidden by a slab of rock. When I moved the rock to slip inside, I heard blood-curdling screams echoing from deep within, like demons wailing. I was so terrified I ran for my life, but those people caught up with me." Qianfeng nodded decisively upon hearing this. "All right, I'll go to the ruin right now. Wait for me to return before dealing with Wang Meng and the others." Before Dai Li Z could reply, Qianfeng's figure had already vanished. She looked around in bewilderment, muttering, where did Big Brother go?" Qianfeng raced through the deep, shadowed forest, a stray beam of light filtering through the leaves and lighting his determined face. The chirr of insects filled the night, and towering trees blocked the moon, creating a gloomy, frightening scene. He quietly calculated. He had planned to find a place to grind to level M, but with a ruin here there was no need. In the starting town, there are 3 main types of ruins: tombs, cursed ruins, and shrines of worship. Regardless of type, even minor monsters reach the bronze or even silver tiers. For him, this place is a sea of lifespan and evolution points. In the dark gloom, Qianfeng stepped deeper into the underground ruins entrance. Cold stone steps lay thick with dust underfoot, and the flanking walls were covered with mysterious paintings and ancient inscriptions draped in moss. The air was damp, reeking of mold and a malignant, deathly aura, carried by the cold wind that whistled through the cracks. Qianfeng pondered inwardly. In the town, 3 main ruins appear: tombs, cursed ruins, and worship shrines. Tombs are full of powerful undead, extremely hard to clear, and often culminate in a terrifying golden boss. Cursed ruins are filled with creatures corrupted by ancient evil gods. They may have once been humans, lunatics, or vengeful souls that transformed into fiends after death. In worship shrines, fanatical devotees of ancient or evil gods will defend the place at all costs. If one is lucky enough to succeed, special artifacts or valuable skill books may be obtained. Qianfeng's sharp gaze lingered on the ancient, mystic images on the walls depicting the judgment of the old gods upon traitors and sinners. The figures of the condemned trembled and knelt before the imposing statues as they were judged with cold, terrifying stares, an image that sent a chill through him. Qianfeng frowned. It seemed this place was a worship shrine. With its eye of judgment, this spot had indeed struck a chord with me. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from deep within the ruin, reverberating through the narrow space like a demonic howl. Qianfeng blinked and hurried forward. His figure gradually vanished into the looming darkness. Scene shifts outside the forest. Sunlight filters through dense foliage, beams slipping down to the ground and forming dappled patches of light. Birds chirp, the wind rustles, and the scent of wild grass blends into an oddly peaceful scene. But that peace was quickly shattered by a savage roar. Wang Meng gripped his large shield, his gaze resolute though sweat beaded at the corner of his mouth. Before him stood a gigantic monster, its body blazing red like fire, and its claws sharp and slick with fresh blood. It charged with a terrifying impact, sending Wang Meng flying into the air. "Heal quickly, you're spacing out." "What is it?" a teammate shouted in panic toward Tan Xiaodu. The girl, pale-faced, hands and feet trembling, eyes staring at the bloodthirsty monster in front of her. Her voice stammered. "A-okay, what do I have to do?" At that moment, the Crimson Beast lunged forward with savage momentum. The sword wielder shouted angrily, "Damn it, it's charging again. Use your skill now." Tan Xiao Du panicked and backed away, trembling so hard she couldn't lift her staff. Tears streamed down as she cried in fear. I'm terrified." Immediately, the monster unleashed a powerful horizontal sweep. The entire team was slaughtered in an instant. In Shell Town, sunlight fell on the respawn area as Wang Mang and the team reappeared with grim faces. Their wounds from the previous battle had vanished, but dissatisfaction and anger remained. Dai Li Zi waved cheerfully when she saw everyone return early. "Captain, why are you all back so soon? Big Brother Darkness still hasn't returned. We couldn't buy equipment yet." One man angrily pointed at Tan Xiao Du, grinding his teeth as he cursed. "God damn it, I've never seen anyone this stupid. Can't dodge the monster's attacks. Can't use skills. What else can you even do?" Dai Li Zi hurried forward to calm things. "Why are you so harsh? You can tell she's a newbie at a glance. Dying once is normal. Dai Li Zi, step aside. I need to scold this kind of person." The sword wielder snapped angrily. "Dai Li Zi, it's not just once. Within an hour we've died 3 times because of her." Dai Li Zi froze in shock. She quickly changed the subject, producing the necklace she had just received from Big Brother Darkness and saying excitedly, "Let me come with you all again. I'm much stronger now. I guarantee no one will die this time." Wang Mang frowned then nodded. "All right, don't say more. Dai Li Zi's proposal isn't bad. With her, this run will be smoother. Maybe we'll even meet Big Brother Darkness." Tan Xiao Du hung her head and mumbled, Sorry, I'll try harder." Inside she seethed, thinking none of you have ties to Big Brother Darkness. I won't be serving fools like you. Ignoring her teammates' disdainful looks, she tightened her grip on her staff, eyes flashing with resentment and bitter determination. A fierce resolve rose within her. Back with Qian Feng, in the oppressive darkness of the ancient ruin, he advanced cautiously, step by step. The space was cold. The damp smell of moss and ancient death permeated each breath. The chilly stone walls were carved with mysterious patterns and ancient curses, creating a stifling, terrifying atmosphere. As he walked, Qian Feng suddenly halted at a strange sound and peered ahead. The dim torchlight reflected off 2 withered corpses kneeling reverently before a majestic ancient god statue. The judge appeared with contorted faces and hollow, soulless eyes full of endless suffering and hatred. Above them was the inscription, "Loyal follower of the ancient god, judged." Level 10, Silver Tier. Qian Feng's gaze turned cold, a mocking smile curving his lips. Silver Tier boss? Let's see how formidable you really are." Qian Feng lunged like a gust of wind, shield shadow, carving a sharp blade line across the 2 cultists. However, their health bars only dropped slightly, insignificant. He frowned, eyes flashing with caution. Even with a backstab fa and that have their HP, they remain tough. A level 10 silver boss is no joke. The combined HP of these 2 cultists even exceeded that of the Golden Ghost ship boss. Suddenly, both cultists dropped to their knees in unison, facing Qian Feng with reverence, their hollow eyes fixed on him as if they worshipped something on his person. Qian Feng was briefly surprised, then realized, could it be the eye of judgment he bore? Did that divine aura make them recognize and revere him? He narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. "You know the way, right? Let me." The 2 loyal cultists raised their heads and emitted weak growls like beasts kept caged too long. Qian Feng thought to himself that these monsters have been thoroughly corroded and possessed, their minds collapsed into nothing but instincts to slaughter and rob human lives. Suddenly, the 2 cultists' eyes flared red, their expressions turning into frenzied killing intent. They roared madly and charged toward the distance, where footsteps and flickering light revealed another group of players hunting treasure. The player group was on high alert, eyes sweeping every shadow. The sword wielder brandished his long sword and warned, "Careful, monsters!" The ancient god's 2 loyal cultists were like living nightmares, roaring as they hurled themselves at the players. Their powerful, storm-like attacks and razor claws tore through the player's armor in an instant. These were 2 level 10 silver bosses. One would be hard enough, and now there were 2. Run, run fast, a player shouted in panic. But it was already too late. In a blink, the team was slaughtered by the overwhelming strength of the 2 bosses. In the cold darkness, Qianfeng watched hidden from afar, his gaze icy as he looked at the wiped-out group. He snorted. The girl who bought the cryo technique, seemed called Grey Rose, had also come to this ruin, but with their current gear no one here could press deeper. Qianfeng stepped forward and picked a glittering gem from the players' corpses. His eyes brightened as he laughed with glee. Ha ha! Over 100 days of lifespan dropped. Looks like this miss is truly well. He frowned and scanned the area. No traps, no dungeon chests, only the 2 small silver bosses. Anger flitted across his face. Could this place really only contain 2 minor bosses? Qianfeng held a venomous dart, gritted his teeth, and said, "Enough, let's go." He coldly launched 2 poison darts at the cultists' heads, killing them instantly. Ding! You have killed a loyal follower of the ancient god, a judge silver tier. You gained 4,000 experience. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 9. You gained 4 evolution points and 188 tradable days of lifespan. Qianfeng activated Greedy Hand and laughed with delight. Well worth it. 32 evolution points, 15,500. 4 tradable days of lifespan, plus 4 golden items and 10 silver items. There was also a golden tier cultist necklace. Ding! The golden cultist necklace is an assassin accessory. Plus 15 agility, plus 20% cooldown reduction. Requires level 8 gear. Unique effect. Summon 1 loyal silver tier cultist to fight for you. Cooldown, 600 seconds. This necklace has decent stats, 20% cooldown reduction. When equipped, the cooldown of Shadow Veil skill shortens from 22.6s to 19.2s. The Venom Dart's cooldown drops from 4.3s to 3.7s, and Shield Shadow Slash from 10.4s to 8.8s, making future mob kills more efficient. All other gear here is above level 8 at this stage, so no one else can wear it. Keep it and sell later. While happily looting, Qianfeng suddenly heard a strange sound behind him. An ancient stone pillar abruptly rose from the ground, emitting a strange radiance. He narrowed his eyes and said, "As expected, clearing the monsters here was what triggered the mechanism. It's a hidden mechanism." Qianfeng stepped quickly toward the stone pillar. Clicks rang out continuously like a cold rhythm in the ancient space. Immediately after, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble violently. Dust and stones fell from cracks in the walls, as if waking something that had slept for 100 years. The floor slowly descended, forming a giant elevator hidden deep underground. Qianfeng squinted into the black abyss, thinking to himself, is this an ascender and descender? After a few minutes passed, the mechanism finally stopped. It felt as if he had descended some 3,400 meters. Silence returned to the space, with only the soft whistle of wind threading through the rock fissures. He stepped out of the mechanism, looked up and around, and saw a dark maze ahead, the smell of mildew and ancient decay hitting his nose. This was the hidden maze beneath the shrine, a place that, according to his past life's memory, had only a very small chance of being found. Inside the maze were countless traps, but if someone went first as a bullet sponge, exploration wouldn't be too dangerous, just a matter of patience and time. However, with his current stats, carelessly triggering a trap could well mean death. So Qianfeng carefully took out a newly obtained item, a golden cultist necklace, an assassin-exclusive accessory that grants plus 15 agility and plus 20% cooldown reduction, requires level 8 gear, and, most importantly, has a unique effect that summons a silver-tier loyal cultist to fight by your side for 600 seconds. Luckily, it had just dropped. Perfect time. Qianfeng activated it, and a loyal cultist materialized, gloomy in form, its eyes vacant as if its soul had been corroded. He ordered it to scout ahead while he followed more leisurely behind. Still, for greater safety, Qianfeng decided to evolve his passive dodge skill first. The system voice sounded in his head. You've spent 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 5 evolution points. Remaining points, 24. The Golden Tier Phantom Mist skill has evolved to Ghoul level. Dodge rate rose from 15% to 75%. When triggered, dodge grants immunity to all damage. Qianfeng was satisfied. A 75% dodge was extremely high and would help greatly in this hazard-filled maze. With 24 evolution points left, he continued upgrading his main skill, Shield Shadow Slash. You have spent 13 evolution points, remaining 11. The Diamond Tier Shield Shadow Slash advanced to Ghoul level. Max slash range increased from 27m to 30m. Invisibility extended from 9s to 12s. Now delivers 9 slashes. Damage per slash increased from 300 to 500. Slash trail lengthened from 4m to 5m. Cooldown reduced to 12 seconds. Because evolving from Ghoul to Legendary requires 10 times the points, the higher a skill's initial grade, the more evolution points you'll save. For example, if a skill that is already Ghoul evolves into Legendary, that counts as the skill's first evolution, and the base evolution cost would be only 1 point. The target evolution rank is Legendary, so it needs 10 times the points. 1 point multiplied by 10 is 10 points. In other words, if I obtain a Ghoul level skill, I can quickly evolve it to Legendary, Mythic, even Primordial or Immortal. But if a skill starts as a normal skill, evolving it to Ghoul first requires 7 evolutions, which later demands several hundred points to multiply by 10. One advantage is that I can upgrade any skill at any rank to Ghoul for very low cost. In short, from now on, all my skills will be at least Ghoul rank. Now only 11 evolution points remained, so he could only evolve the base Shadow skill. He then continued evolving the Shadow skill. You have spent 3 plus 5 evolution points. Remaining points, 3. The Shadow skill rose from silver to gold, then to platinum. Invisibility increased from 16s to 24s. Backstab damage rose from 90% to 150%. Cooldown reduced to 22s. With 35% cooldown speed, actual time is only 16s. The cooldown is still a bit long, and backstab attack power is somewhat low. Must be upgraded when returning. At that moment, the loyal cultist he had summoned accidentally stepped on a mechanism. A large stone fell from the ceiling, crushing it. The summoned creature died instantly. He sighed, saw the summoned cooldown wasn't ready, and had to continue scouting himself. The maze was complex and dangerous. He could only explore step by step, hoping to find something worthwhile. On the upper level of the shrine, the player group that had been killed had returned. Captain, confirmed, the 2 monsters are gone. What? The female captain gasped. Someone must have killed the boss and stolen our lifespan. Who could do that? She murmured. Could it be the great Shadow Elder? I didn't expect he'd actually come here. Then he's taken our lifespan too. Well, at least we won't die again. An image of a shadowy figure flashed in her mind. When they first arrived, she had seen him speaking to the monsters. Someone who can charm bosses. His power is truly bottomless. At the same time, deep within the maze, Qianfeng had successfully reached the final area after 3 hours of exploration. From his past life experience, this place was surely the end point. If it were anyone else, they might have died by the dozens or even hundreds. He waited another 10 minutes, then summoned a loyal cultist to scout ahead. He ordered it to open the door, but no matter how hard it tried, the summoned creature still couldn't open the ancient door. Can't open it? How strange. Qianfeng had to step forward himself. The moment his hand touched the door, it swung open. He immediately switched to combat mode. Before him stood several stone pillars veiled in moss. In the center sat a golden relic shield wrapped in barbed wire, and beside it a nun stood guard. Qianfeng checked the info, but only question marks appeared. It's my first time encountering an NPC like this, he said. The nun uttered a few strange words, then knelt down, her body gradually turning into light and vanishing. The barbed wire around the relic shield dissipated as well. It's gone. The sharp spikes on the shield vanished too. Although he saw no info about the mysterious woman, he suspected it was related to the Eye of Judgment. His gaze shifted to the gleaming golden relic shield. This was a Ghoul rank treasure, but he couldn't be careless. There might still be traps or hidden monsters inside. He ordered the summoned cultists to open the relic shield. The moment the lid popped, a blinding burst of light exploded out. Qianfeng was excited. This is a skill book, an assassin system skill, with both an active effect and a passive. The system voice rang out. You have received the grace of liberation skill, ghoul quality, assassin system. Passive effect. Hitting a weakness doubles damage. Active effect. Throat cut. Next attack inflicts true damage equal to 100% per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Qianfeng frowned slightly, a sharp gleam in his eyes as he read the skill effects. The passive doubles damage when striking an enemy's weak point. So if he's already good at finding weak points, it's basically damage hacking. The active throat cut was even more terrifying. Once activated, if the first hit dealt 300 damage, the effect would cause the target to lose an additional 300 damage per second for the next 3 seconds, totaling 1,200 damage, tripling damage with a single skill. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, a smile tugging at Qianfeng's lips. Combined with Shield Shadow Slash, this skill would send bosses to the grave before they could react, and it would take only 10 evolution points to push it to legendary. Truly a huge haul. Qianfeng felt his burst potential had been raised to a new level, all thanks to Little Black's blessing. With that in mind, he decided to sell the remaining items to Little Black's group as working capital. He sent a message, Little Black, tell Wang Mang to return to Little Town. I'll sell the stuff to him. Little Black replied in a flash. Big bro, are you done exploring the ruins? We'll head back to Little Town right away. As soon as he returned to Little Town, the first sight made Qianfeng pause for a few seconds. A swarm of people descended on him like bees from a broken nest. Darkness is here. Darkness, bro, let's be friends. Big bro, I'm 666. Do you need followers? I'm the CEO of Londing Corporation, Jianghai City. Please join our side. Big bro, this is my sister. She's a huge fan. No ulterior motives, just a light introduction. I'm from Quan Kok Town. Please let me follow you. I'll even marry my wife to you. I'm from Bitch Van Dao Town. Qianfeng thought to himself that the teleport gates to other towns must have been opened. Now he could go to Don Dom Town to look for that Song 5. Without hesitation, he used shadow form, instantly turning into a wisp of smoke and vanishing before everyone's eyes. Gone. Damn it. Who told you to rush in and bother people? Don't you talk. You're the one who dove in like a moth to a flame. Your ugly as death sister dared to introduce herself to the big bro. Who's afraid of who now? Qianfeng reached the meeting point. Little Black, I'm here. Little Black ran up immediately to lead the way. The big bro is here. Captain, the big bro is here. Qianfeng glanced and saw a familiar silhouette. Tan Xiaodu was standing behind Wang Mang's group. He frowned slightly. Why had that girl joined Wang Mang's group? Didn't they know she was naturally disaster-prone? Be careful. Sooner or later she'd cause them grave harm. Qianfeng also reminded himself that while the name Darkness had spread worldwide, his true identity must never be revealed. He still couldn't manifest his powers in the real world, and now countless eyes were on him. One dull knife slip could be fatal. Beside them, Tan Xiaodu watched quietly. Is this the Darkness? Amazing. Compared to the brat pack like Wang Mang, it's a world of difference. She pressed her lips together, determination flashing in her eyes. If he helps her level up, in a few days, she'll be able to meet Songfei again. Qianfeng opened the trade window and skimmed the equipment he had just looted, speaking casually but decisively. These items perfectly match your group's classes. There are also a few basic skill books to boost combat effectiveness. Altogether, this lot was worth about 2,200 days of lifespan. Wang Mang froze, eyes bulging. That much? All golden and silver gear. I can't afford it. Qianfeng waved his hand. No problem. You can owe me. His voice was as casual as selling vegetables. But to Wang Mang's people, he was like a descending angel. Wang Mang was choked with emotion. Thank you. Big bro, you've helped us so much. We don't know how to repay you. If you ever need us, just say the word and we'll do our utmost to help. Someone in Wang Mang's group shouted excitedly. Oh my god, the Darkness big bro is awesome. Can I really use golden gear this early? This even includes a golden tier skill. I learned it and already feel my power tripling. And it's on installments too. Sobi Sobi. This is absolute faith. Big Bro really trusts us. Wang Mang looked around, frowning. Hey, why is there no gear for the priest? A team member shrugged and sneered. What? If not, then not. She's lucky to get experience with us. What more could she ask for? At that moment, Tan Xiao Du stepped forward, sent a friend request to Qian Feng, and gently said, Hello, Big Bro. I'm the priest in Wang Mang's team. May I ask, are there no priest items for me? Qian Feng merely cast a glance, his expression cold as ice. Without a word, he cast shadow form, turning into a wisp of smoke and vanishing without a trace. Where did he go? Tan Xiao Du stared in a daze. Wang Mang patted her shoulder to reassure her. Maybe this time, Big Bro just didn't have gear for the priest. There'll be some next time. Someone nearby scoffed. Huh. I think he simply didn't bother with her. Little Black sighed with admiration. The darkness Big Bro is like a dragon whose tail you don't see. Plus, he's handsome. In another corner, Qian Feng paced with a calculating look. In his backpack sat a golden priest staff and even a high-level priest skill book. He snorted. Such precious items could never be handed to Tan Xiao Du. As he leveled up, he'd surely acquire many unused gear and skill books. But selling them would take time, while the government backing Wang Mang needed large quantities to build its forces. He couldn't let one Tan Xiao Du jeopardize that cooperation. He had to quickly find another priest for Wang Mang's team and cut her loose. A gleam of ambition lit Qian Feng's eyes. He had to find Xiao Shui quickly. Gu Yishui, one of the managers of the Godslayer Guild in his previous life. She possessed a hidden priest class, White Bird Divine Observer, always accompanied by a white bird that aided healing and boosted skill effects. She was the only powerful priest he knew in his past life, single-handedly defeating a ghoul rank boss and a most reliable teammate. Compared to her, Tan Xiao Du was a branded waste, right? If you remember correctly, Xiao Shui and Song Fai were both in Dondom Town. A smile tugged at Qian Feng's lips. Good, I'll take the chance to find Xiao Shui on this trip and bring her into Wang Mang's team. After teleporting to Dondom Town, Qian Feng remained hidden, slipping through the noisy crowd without being noticed. While moving, he encountered a group of players rushing back to the battlefield. Hurry, the Silver Star boss is nearly dead, under half HP. Don't let it get the upper hand, or it's a stupid death. One guy muttered, Damn it, that bastard Song Fai dragged along another horde of girls. Who wants to fight him? Just seeing them makes your IQ drop 3 levels. Just a minor star, yet surrounded like a swarm of wasps. Another gnashed his teeth. I won't accept it. I must kill that pale-faced bastard today to feel better. Qian Feng frowned slightly. Had they already traced Song Fai's whereabouts so quickly? Without hesitation, he tailed the group as they hurried forward. The route led into a dark, gloomy valley shrouded in mist with heat rising from the earth. This was Kotong Mountain Gorge, a notoriously dangerous level 5 area. Most monsters here were fire-type and flame emitters, all with fire attributes and devastating power. Ahead, a crowd was charging into the boss fight. The chaos felt like an ancient battlefield. You dare hit me? Want to die? Run, don't get hit. The boss is at half HP. Finish it now. Qian Feng silently hid in the shadows, his eyes scanning the whole battlefield. The group was assaulting a 2-headed fire emitter Silver Star boss, but the scene was utter chaos. Not only were monsters present, but players were slaughtering each other too. Pure bedlam. Qian Feng's gaze froze on a group of ugly, yet bravely fighting female mages. Song Fai stood with his arms folded, acting superior, as if he were the center of the universe. A player shouted in fury, Filthy Song Fai, last time you snuck off and stole my lifespan. Today I'll play you to death. You think those female mages are safe afterward? Huh, I have a godly anti-mage skill. You're dead for sure. Unfortunately, before he finished the sentence, a female mage clobbered him. No, precisely a screen-busting chubby female mage, staffed like a metal club, stepped out and smashed the enemy's head. Don't even think about hurting Brother Song Fai. Qian Feng couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He remembered now, Song Fai was the notorious prodigy mage from his past life. Instead of growing strong himself, he persuaded a herd of blind fangirls to quit their current jobs, all switch to mages, and donate their gear, skill books, and divine points to him. However, what can a single mage do alone? No problem. Madvan would figure it out. Thus the bizarre lineup was born. One poured everything into divine points to become a fragile glass cannon mage with enormous damage, but paper HP. One dumped all into agility to become an annoying harasser mage, zipping around and spamming skills like mosquitoes. One invested everything into vitality to become a meat shield mage. Imagine a mage tanking a boss. Some even put all into strength, using the staff as a melee weapon, calling it a battle mage. At first, that strange formation proved unexpectedly effective, sweeping everywhere and stealing the lifespan of countless players. This Mage Stew lineup became a nightmare for casual farmers. But as the game dragged on, the stupidity showed. Those aberrant female mages were wiped out one by one, while Song Fi could only watch his fangirls feed into the scoreboards like kites with cut strings. Qian Feng sighed. The drama would reach its end. Little did Song Fi know that the real nightmare was about to begin, and it was called darkness. Song Fi stood amid the circle of female mages like a living saint, his face a mix of compassion and sorrow. My sisters, you've worked so hard. I'm truly pained. I hope this boss dies soon so everyone can rest. The world should be full of love, not violence. A chubby female mage stepped forward, eyes full of adoration. It's nothing, Brother Fi. The one who suffers most is you. You shouldn't have to endure all this pain. Then she raised her staff high and shouted like a commander of a suicide charge. Sisters, charge. Kill this ugly monster. Don't let it injure our brother. The female mages all shouted in unison, fierce as a fan club cult. The monster must fall. Song Fi will be king. Henceforth there is only Song Fi. Brother, ascend slowly. We'll follow you forever. But at that moment the boss suddenly roared, spewing a pillar of blazing fire towards Song Fi. Before Song Fi could react, a young female mage leapt forward and took the hit for him. Her hair singed, clothes torn to shreds, she still smiled radiant. Song Fi immediately dropped to his knees beside her, clutching the girl's shoulder with feigned emotion. Oh my, the girl whispered, eyes sparkling. Brother Fi is always so crazy for us. The chubby mage shouted again. Keep it up, sisters. If we kill this boss, Brother Fi will hit first place on the rankings. We must surpass that darkness fellow. The crowd roared as if to split the heavens, vowing to stand with Brother Fi to the end. Then magic bolts rained from the girl's staves onto the boss, making it scream in agony. Beneath the dense spells was blind, fanatical obsession. Song Fi stood in that halo, smiling inwardly in satisfaction. It's almost done. This Silver Star boss is tough, but once it's dead, I'll hit level 8. He clenched his fist, eyes flashing with jealousy. That damn darkness must be hacking. I've got a whole fan squad, and I'm still stuck at 7. What does he have that lets him level up so fast? Once I surpass his level 9, I'll be the top player, the god of this world. At that moment, a hand cold as ice suddenly grabbed Song Fi's head. No one saw who had come. All they knew was that while everyone looked up, Qian Feng had already swept past Song Fi. With a shield shadow slash, a flash of light, Song Fi hadn't even had time to scream. His head was lifted clean off his neck, blood spraying everywhere, and his eyes stared blankly as if he couldn't believe he had just been logged out of the game. Qian Feng silently held the head, glanced at it, then twisted the face like squeezing a ripe tomato. The chubby mage turned, screaming in panic, "Brother!" But before she could reach him, Qian Feng had become a shadow, slicing through the ranks of mages, moving too fast for anyone to react. System announcement. You have killed the two-headed fire emitter. Gained 1,500 EXP. You have killed a player, Fallen Arcanist. You have killed player Song Fi Meow Meow. You have killed player, Fi Forever with you. You have killed player, Little Fi UA. Damage numbers continuously popped over the boss and players. 1985, 1985, 1990, 1990. The rest fell silent. What the hell? One sneak kill move, damage in the thousands per hit? My strongest skill only does a bit over 100. That's 10 times a normal player's output. And it's an area attack on top of that. Song Fi and all his fangirls were wiped out. Someone blurted, "Who is this assassin? Could it be Darkness?" No doubt it's him. Surely the Darkness Elder is the first person to kill a golden boss. If not him, who could terrorize like that? The crowd immediately self-scattered, rolling out the red carpet. Everyone stepped back, leaving the boss spoils for the Elder. Killing Song Fi's traitors was satisfying enough. Long live the Elder. Elder, keep going. Elder, I love you. Stop staring, move along. Qian Feng smiled faintly, thinking that they were flattering him out of fear of his wrath. If it were his past life, they'd have leapt to bite him the moment he showed his face. The town, Dondam, a low-level respawn village in the primeval forest. Song Fi opened his eyes, sitting up from the revival altar, a few lingering rays of spirit energy still flickering above his head. The system chimed coldly like a death sentence. System, you were killed by player Darkness. Lost 1,106 days of tradable lifespan. Lost an additional 18 years and 113 days of non-tradable lifespan. Song Fi stared dumbfounded as if struck by lightning, vision blurred, mouth agape. I'm dead and killed by Darkness. He bolted upright, horror on his face like a snake bite. Why did that Darkness show up in Dondam Town? Zhanghai City has hundreds of primitive towns. Why pick my spot to steal the boss? At that moment, the female mages respawned one by one, faces dazed as if reborn from disaster. I'm dead. Brother is dead too. It was Darkness. But why kill both brother and us? A stout girl cried out. He must have wanted to steal the boss. So despicable. Sneaking an attack while brother wasn't paying attention. Shameless shrimp head. As the air swelled with resentment, a timid blue-haired girl stepped forward. Brother, I'm a marksman with Hawkeye skill. I can even see hidden enemies. Brother, can you let me join the team? Before Song Fi could answer, a female mage sneered and cut in. Get lost. Brother already said we only need mages. Marksmen are too slow at killing mobs and will affect his ranking climb. Song Fi spread his arms, wearing a 1,000-person smile, magnanimous like a deity descending. Don't say that, family. I still believe love can bridge all differences. He took the marksman's hand, eyes glittering like a soap opera star. I feel your intense affection. Being a marksman is fine. Come grow with us. The girl was moved to tears, choking like someone reading a love letter by moonlight. Brother, I love you. Then the group-wide vying for favor began. Brother Song, I'm an assassin. I have stealth and can ambush him like he ambushed brother. Brother, I've learned an area control skill that can freeze him so you can personally finish him off. Song Fi gestured to everyone, eyes like he's reading the UN's peace declaration. Family, we are one big family. Love each other. Anyone who wants to join is welcome. Come, we'll be united forever. The atmosphere was so touching it could be canned and sold as emergency rations. The fangirls cried tears of joy, hugging as if rescued from an avalanche. So warm. Follow Brother Song, and you'll never regret it. Then a roar of righteous fury rose like a tsunami. That Darkness dared to ambush Brother. No way. Vo Duk caught him. We must let Brother kill him, so he learns the consequence of provoking Song Fi. Revenge. Revenge for Brother. Kill that dark dog. In a hidden corner of the town, some unfamiliar players stood whispering. Hey, what's going on? This little village looks like it's about to start a war. Hey, you don't know? That guy got killed by an outsider. What's notable is he was killed in the middle of dozens of girls' circles. What, he still died? Dead on the spot. The one who killed him was Darkness. Have you heard that name? Holy crap. Darkness? That level? Seriously. Darkness actually dared to mess with this bunch of brainless girls? I'm in awe. Song Fi stood amid the crowd of fangirls like sunflowers facing the sun. In this case, the sun was himself. He curled his lip, eyes full of smug certainty of victory. Very good. With so many witnesses, when I personally kill that Darkness, everyone will have to admit that no matter how strong he is, a lone random player is just a shrimp. Especially an assassin. A sneaky punk can't compare to a noble mage like me. On the other side, Qianfeng was quietly working the system interface, expression cool, as if killing a Silver Star boss were just breakfast. The Greedy Hand system activated. You received 16 evolution points and 217 days of tradable lifespan. Silver Star Loot X6, Golden Loot X1. Without hesitation, Qianfeng upgraded a system skill, spending 10 evolution points to unlock Liberation. The boon upgraded from Executioner tier to Legendary. The new effect flashed a cold light in his eyes. Passive, critical hit to weak point increased from plus 100% to plus 200%. Weak point hit chance doubled. Active, Next Slit deals 150% damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown reduced from 30s to 25s. Qianfeng frowned slightly. Doubling weak point targeting means half an enemy's body will soon become a weak point. Shield Shadow Slash could also exploit weak point damage later, and Next Slit boosts damage while reducing cooldown. Used on a golden boss then. He pondered for a moment before continuing. A skill that can already evolve to Legendary needs 200 evolution points to reach Mythic. By that rule, Greedy Hand requires 210 points to go from Executioner to Mythic, and another 340 points for the next tier. He looked at the 9 evolution points remaining and shrugged. Fine, buff the Backstab enhancement. The system consumed 8 evolution points. Backstab enhancement upgraded to Silver Star. Back attack damage effect increased from 30% to 40%. Qianfeng nodded softly, reassured. Amazing. One Silver Star boss, plus a bunch of naive players, helping got him 1,400 days of tradable lifespan. And he picked up a haul of tasty loot. All right, back to town. But as he turned to leave, murderous intent struck from behind. A female assassin suddenly lunged out. The blade flashed like the Grim Reaper's crescent. Die. Darkness. Qianfeng tilted aside to dodge as smoothly as a sword dance performance. The second and third strikes. He evaded them all effortlessly, like playing a flying shrimp dodge game. Why is this? The girl wanted to scream at the world, her eyes full of existential doubt. Damn it, stealth. Dust rose in thick clouds, but before she could counterattack, a rallying shout like a horn sounded from the mountaintop. Die, you bastard darkness. You've been surrounded by us. We came to avenge Brother Phi. We must avenge Brother Phi. The female mage's cry echoed off the cliffs like a war horn for a battle of blind love. At the foot of the mountain, Qianfeng said nothing. Silently, he used Shield Shadow Stealth, his figure dissolving into a misty smoke, blending into the darkness like a fish returning to water. But the archer above snorted coldly. Useless. My Hawkeye tracking can detect stealth. She raised her bow. She fired a special arrow into the sky. A bird suddenly flew out, flapping its wings and scattering glowing magical feathers densely over the area below. Then only one figure appeared, but it wasn't Qianfeng. It was a teammate female assassin. Some of the girls recognized her, but it was already too late. From above, the cluster of female mages and archers hooped like they'd hit the jackpot. Great! Found her attack, sisters. Use your strongest skills. Boom, boom, boom. An artillery of skill fireworks rained down on the target. Why wait? I'm not. Hold on. The assassin screamed in panic, but a second later, she was buried in a brilliant explosion of magical smoke and fire. The dust cleared, a silence stretched out. Then the plump female mage stepped forward, scratching her head in justification. This isn't that important. After all, she isn't a mage, which means she truly doesn't like Brother Song Fi. This is punishment for a traitor. Okay, release the bird and scout again. We must quickly find the real darkness. On this side, Qianfeng took out a special item, the Demon Flame Spirit Bell. Activate item. Demon Flame Terror effect. Disables all enemies within a 100 m radius for 3 seconds. Cooldown 600 seconds. Ding dong. The bell rang like a call from the netherworld. In an instant, all the female fans froze like stone statues, eyes wide, hands stuck mid-cast, as if frozen in time. The female archer panicked. I can't move. At that moment, a shadow streaked past like light. Countless cold slashes like the Grim Reaper's blades executed Qianfeng's Shield Shadow Slash. When the smoke cleared, He was standing in front of Song Fi, who had been hiding in a corner moments before, eyes round as if waking from a nightmare. What has happened? Why did they all collapse and die like that? No way was it darkness. If he actually struck, he'd at least reveal himself, right? But Qianfeng had already appeared coldly at his side, his voice slicing the air like a blade. Song Fi, you're definitely dead now. Song Fi reacted instantly, raising a magic shield, but a poison dart pierced the shield and plunged straight into his forehead. Song Fi rolled to the ground, face ashen, groaning, impossible. Qianfeng quietly bent down, looking at the loot that fell from Song Fi's body, murmuring, "This guy's tough, still has over 2,000 days of tradable lifespan." Then his gaze went to the cluster of female fans. Why don't those people have tradable lifespan? After a moment's thought, he sighed. Could they have intended to donate all their lifespan to Song Fi? After all this time, they still don't understand that gods are just a game. What a romantically deluded lot. He looked at the smoky battlefield. What a pity. If he gathered up the non-tradable lifespan, it would amount to hundreds of years, but never mind. He could use it to lure nearby scavengers. At the revival point in Dondom Town, a white light flashed. Song Fi reappeared, his face struck by the harsh truth. Damn it. Only 500 days left of his original 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. You bastard darkness, damn you. The plump female mage folded her arms, frowned at the female archer beside her, and snapped. Hey, didn't you use your scouting skill? Why didn't you detect him? The archer tore at her hair, helpless. I did use it, but it only detected 2 of our assassin sisters. No trace of darkness. The plump mage flipped through her stats and pointed at an entry. Oh right, you also have Hawkeye. My anti-stealth detection is only level 1. So I can only see level 1 hidden targets. If the opponent is level 2 or higher, I can't see them. Nearby, Song Fi ground his teeth in anger, hands clawing his hair like a struck chicken. That damn darkness came and went like a ghost. How am I supposed to guard against that? I didn't even offend him. He stole my boss and then killed me. How dare he? His expression suddenly turned serious, then twisted into paranoid speculation. Could he be jealous of my perfect beauty? Resenting me for standing out so much? He straightened, raised his hand like a leader, and declared, "For everyone's safety, I've decided we will leave this place." Moving to another area to level, the surrounding fangirls chorused in ecstatic unison. Where you go, we'll follow you. By then, Qianfeng had returned to Dondom Town. The place that should have been noisy with Song Fi's followers was now as quiet as a deserted temple. He thought to himself that was strange. He couldn't see anyone. They must have left or logged out. Qianfeng dispelled stealth and stepped up to ask a nearby player, "Hey, do you know where Song Fi's group went?" The man jumped, nearly falling over. "Oh my God, the great darkness. You're freaking me out. They went that way." He swallowed hard and mumbled, "But I have one request. If you kill Song Fi later, could you spare my girlfriend? Her name is Miao Fi Bao, a female hunter." Qianfeng frowned slightly, then tilted his head to look at him. "I suggest you change your girlfriend," he murmured inwardly. "Maybe she's the hunter with the anti-stealth skill." What a pity. The man practically collapsed. "Please, great elder, I finally found a girlfriend." Qianfeng said nothing more. His form blurred again as Shield Shadow Stealth activated. Although he now knew the direction Song Fi's group had taken, their purpose was unclear. Qianfeng felt chasing them would waste a lot of time. If only he could find Gu Yishui, that would be perfect. At that moment, a girl happened to walk by. Qianfeng's eyes widened. There was no mistaking it. It was Gu Yishui. He dispelled stealth, stepped in front of her, and offered a rare smile. "Beauty, help me with something." Gu Yishui started, eyes wide. "Your darkness." Qianfeng pulled a staff from his bag that emitted a blinding golden light. "I heard your class can search for targets over a wide area, right? Help me locate Song Fi. If you do, I'll sell you this. A golden staff. Very cheap. Consider it a reward." Gu Yishui's eyes lit up like headlights. "But how did you know I have that skill?" "I didn't tell anyone." Qianfeng shrugged. "Don't worry about that. What matters is, do you want this golden tier weapon?" "I want it, desperately, but I don't have enough money." "No, I don't have enough lifespan." "You don't even have 500 days?" The original price is at least 700 days. Perfect timing. I'll give you a discount. A notification popped up. Transaction successful. Gu Yixue hugged the staff like a treasure. So happy tears welled up. A real golden staff. Qianfeng tapped her on the head lightly. Now, get to work. Gu Yixue gave him a playful glare and then activated her skill. Meanwhile, she thought silently. This is my first time meeting darkness, but why does he feel strangely familiar? She glanced at him. Aren't you worried I'll take the item and run? Qianfeng raised an eyebrow. What? Aren't you the one who hates that Song Fi guy? Gu Yixue froze, surprise in her eyes as she stared at Qianfeng. Great Elder, how do you know I hate Song Fi too? Are you someone I know in real life? But your voice doesn't quite match. Qianfeng smirked, a cold, mysterious smile. Ah, guess. I'm too lazy to guess. She shrugged and took out a scouting bird. Release it. The bird shot up into the sky, its bright eyes sweeping across the horizon. Through its vision, Gu Yixue was like she was piloting a modern drone. Within minutes, she had results. She'd found Song Fi. Coordinates 386, 95, 27, but I can't guarantee they haven't moved. By the time you get there, they might be gone. Qianfeng turned and waved as he spoke. Add me as a friend and keep watching. If they relocate, alert me immediately. Huh. If it's a long watch, just a moment. He cut her off, voice firm. No sooner had he finished speaking than Qianfeng shot off like smoke. But he suddenly stopped in the middle of the forest path. On the other end, Gu Yixue tilted her head in puzzlement. Huh. Why did the great elder stop? Qianfeng stood before an ancient tree and asked in a low voice, Look around. Are there any trees nearby that look like this one? Wait a sec, she replied, eyes flicking quickly over the scouting bird's feet. There's an identical tree 100 meters ahead of you, and another one 100 meters to the left. Without a word, Qianfeng placed his hand on the first tree and drew a faint mark with his finger. He then quickly moved to the other two trees and did the same. Gu Yixue watched, eyes bright with curiosity. What kind of mark was this? Qianfeng glanced at her and smiled faintly. Guess. The moment the three trees were linked by the ancient sigils, the air trembled once. A soft chime sounded on the breeze, and before him a jade mirror appeared, casting a blue-green light like an autumn pond. Gu Yixue's eyes widened in astonishment. It's a jade tier mirror. Qianfeng curled his lip in a self-admiring smile. Who would have thought you'd find one of the ancient god's blessings in Newbie Village? My luck isn't bad at all. He straightened, eyes narrowing as if recalling something distant. The ancient god's blessings can appear anywhere on lands abandoned by the deities. Activating enough hidden symbols can open a treasure, summon a boss, or grant a unique skill. Gu Yixue gawked, her gaze glued to the yang. Great Elder, this yang must hold at least 1,000 days of lifespan. Oh my, converted to money that's 10 million plus yuan. Qianfeng thought silently that her estimate was fairly close. In the previous life, on day 1 the lifespan exchange rate was 1:10,000, but by day 2 it had risen to over 1:50,000. If he unlocked a rare skill today, it'd be hugely profitable. On the other side, Gu Yixue pulled out a notebook and eagerly recorded the sigils Qianfeng had drawn. If she could replicate those marks, she'd be able to hunt other divine blessings just by mastering scouting. Haha, time to get rich. System, you have opened the Jade Treasure Mirror. Received skill book, Cursed Bloom, Seize Jade. Gu Yixue read the Cursed Bloom aloud. Sounds like the title of a romance drama. What kind of skill is this? A tooltip popped up. Skill, Cursed Bloom, Jade Tier. Skill type, Affliction. Effect, within 15 seconds after death, a cursed flower grows on the nearest enemy's body, draining the target's tradable lifespan until it reaches 0. Cooldown time. Qianfeng paused for a second. Then his eyes lit up as if he'd found a real treasure. He'd heard of this perverse skill in his past life, but never seen it. Its name, Cursed Bloom, was romantic. Its effect was a nightmare. He smiled coldly. With this skill, every time he killed a player and protected a corpse, he could squeeze their lifespan dry like a lemon. Then he'd level up fast to extract it into reality. His gaze turned ice cold. Song Fi, your good times are over. This time I'll kill you until you log out. Then I'll kill you in the real world. Elsewhere on the map, Song Fi and his group were busy hunting packs of fierce wolf-shaped monsters that swarmed like an army. Song Fi swung his sword at one and muttered, "Surely that dark eye won't chase me anymore, right? I've run so far away." In his head appeared the grim image of a man he called Darkness, the one who stole the Silver Star boss and sent him to the respawn screen twice. "You took my Silver Star boss and killed me twice. Surely that's enough? No need to hunt me down all the way here. Wait, when I'm stronger, I'll come back for revenge." As he was consoling himself, the plump girl in the party pointed into the distance. "Hey, look, over there someone's fighting a boss." Song Fi squeaked, "Holy crap, those guys look familiar. Are they fans of Neo Jai Kai?" Before he could finish, the plump mage erupted in fury, eyebrows like spears. "What? Neo Jai Kishfan?" Immediately, the surrounding girls went wild. Just fans again. Those disgusting parasites only know how to worship Neo Jai Kai as number one. "No way. We can't let them ruin our climb." One shouted, "Go kill them all." On the other side, the group fighting the boss heard the commotion and happily thought reinforcements had arrived. "Oh, someone came to help. Hurry, the boss is almost dead. Let's finish it together." Before they could celebrate, the plump girl from Song Fi's side swung her club. Whack! A blow to the head. The joyful player in the middle collapsed like a banana tree cut at the trunk. Dong Ha gasped. "What the hell are you doing? Are you crazy?" The woman bared her teeth, face full of murderous intent. "This is the fate of Fan Neo Jai Kentucky." "You know what? I don't even know what you people are talking about. I basically don't understand." Before anyone in that group could explain, an arrow from the hunter behind them struck one man in the head. He died before he could cry out. A male teammate screamed miserably, "Misa," amid the gore and the still uncooked scent of the boss. Another girl spontaneously recited a poem. "Don golden robes to become queen and soar, clear the Neo assembly, sweep the wasteland, dominate the vast universe with me alone, my heart like an island loving you endlessly." All for which brother? I don't even know which brother. But the boss absorbed a barrage of magic and collapsed dead. Song Fi threw his arms wide, tears of gratitude streaming. "Oh my God, thank you girls. My loves, you nearly got me killed by those Neo Jai Kai fans. I didn't expect them to be so brutal." The girls were so moved they cried. "You don't need to thank us, whether southbound or northbound. Our hearts follow you." At that moment, Qian Feng stood silently atop a high cliff, watching everything with cold eyes. Without a word, he activated shadow form. His body blurred and vanished like bone dissolving into darkness. The instant he hid, the group of girls all went pale. "Brother Fi." Song Fi felt a chill down his spine, spun around to look up at the cliff, but it was already too late. A cold voice whispered at his ear, "You're dead." Swish, one slash, Song Fi's head flew from his neck, rolling among the horrified stares of the group. "Brother!" The girl screamed in despair, tears streaming like rivers. Qian Feng did not stop. He raised his hand and cast the skill he had just learned, Curse Bloom. Instantly, a crimson flower burst from Song Fi's throat, each petal stained like blood. A red spider lily, the symbol of curse, reincarnation, and life ceasing, bloomed. The girls gaped. What the hell is that? In Firefly Town, where the air had been peaceful, a scream echoed through the streets. "You darkness guy, are you sick? Why do you keep targeting me?" Song Fi's hair stood on end, veins bulging as he shouted like someone pleading with fate. He ground his teeth. "Is it because I have too many girls following me that you're jealous? What a lunatic." He glanced around, gnashing his teeth viciously. "Damn it. This guy must have tracked me all the way to Firefly Town because of me. Could that girl he flattered the other day be one of my fans? Impossible. Yet even if so, what does that have to do with me?" Right then, the system's cold voice rang in his head. "Tradable lifespan is decreasing by 400 days. 390, 380, 370. Song Fi's face went ashen. "What the hell? My lifespan is under 400 days, and it's being drained continuously. God damn it. Do you get punished like this for dying too much? Is this a game or a horror movie?" At that moment, his fanatical girls had just resurrected in the safe zone. A pale-faced girl said, "Brother, it's bad. When that darkness guy cast the skill, I saw a red, blood-like flower grow on your body. It looked like it's sucking something from you. What? Song Fi spun his head, eyes bulging as if they might pop, watching his lifespan plunge like stocks in the apocalypse. His corpse grew a flower, and that flower is draining your lifespan. You damn darkness. Do you want my life? The system's cold voice intoned. 350 days. 340. 330. In panic, Song Fi banged the table and shouted to go offline immediately. If he got killed again, his lifespan would hit rock bottom. He yelled with all his heart, "Everyone listen. Let's log off, go back to the real world to buy lifespan points, then return, re-equip, raise our combat power, and launch a coordinated attack on that guy." The girls, mindlessly loyal, raised their fists in unison. "Where's Brother Fi going? Our hearts follow him." Immediately after, Song Fi hurriedly logged out, eyes wild. "You darkness guy, just wait. You've got 2.5 years of my grind to answer for. I don't believe the gods can't smack you down." Elsewhere, Qian Feng stood silently atop a hill, surrounded by player corpses, each with a blood-red spider lily blooming from it. The system coldly announced the player had killed too many others and was currently at level 4 of the murderer status. Upon death, they'd lose 96.875% of their current lifespan. Qian Feng didn't bother caring and murmured indifferently that he'd gained another 1,000 days of lifespan. Song Fi's group had killed quite a few monsters too. They must have accumulated a lot. But they can't be drained anymore. They've probably gone offline. Gu Yishui, who had witnessed everything, couldn't help herself. This is the true power of the top-ranked player. Darkness, truly terrifying. Qian Feng glanced over and asked, "Xiao Shui, Song Fi logged off, right?" Gu Yishui nodded like a sewing machine. "Yes, he and his fans are all logged out." "Good. Keep an eye out for me. If he comes online again, tell me." "Understood, Great Elder." As she was about to leave, Qian Feng called back, "Wait, I've got a golden skill book for the priest. Holy Sword Judgment." "Want it?" Gu Yishui's eyes lit up like headlights. "Want. Come back to Little Town and wait for me." She replied immediately. A little while later, the two met. Qian Feng held the book and said, "This skill book is worth 500 days of lifespan, but if you promise me one thing, I can sell it to you for half price. But no funny business. I'm not selling my body." Qian Feng's face went stern. "What do you think I'm asking? I just need you to join a team and be their long-term healer." Gu Yishui immediately beamed. "Oh, fine, but if they're too incompetent, I'll tattle on you, okay?" Qian Feng smiled faintly, voice calm. "Don't worry. Their strength is solid. I'm already in contact with them." At the same time, on the other side of the map, Wang Mang's group was busy hunting monsters. Finally done, Wang Mang sighed in relief. Then suddenly his whole body trembled. Poisoned, his face drained as if he'd lost 3 months' worth of blood. "Quick, Xiao Du, detox me," he shouted as if his house were on fire. Tuan Xiao Du, the little priest with vacant eyes, startled and replied, "Huh? Detox? Right. What priest doesn't have a detox skill? Hurry, I can't take it anymore." Xiao Du suddenly brightened like a child who found candy. "Ah, yes, I think I saw that skill." She solemnly chanted and cast a purifying spell, but it hit a roadside tree instead of Wang Mang. Little Black beside them almost had a fit, while Wang Mang boiled with rage. "Ah, sorry, my bad. I pressed the wrong button." As a result, Wang Mang was poisoned and died on the spot, not even finishing his final curse. A blonde guy shouted in panic, "Captain!" After being resurrected, Wang Mang looked up and sighed, helpless as if betrayed by the entire game system. He swore he'd replace this babysitter. But where am I supposed to find a professional priest now? The good ones get snapped up by other teams early. Standing beside her, Tuan Xiao Du casually studied the skill interface as if nothing had happened. "Oh, this game isn't that hard, huh? I'm already level 4 just from this. If I keep going, I'll soon meet Brother Song Fi." Over with Qian Feng, he had just contacted Wang Mang. "Wang Mang, I have someone here, a white bird divine observer, stealth profession, not bad strength. Is your team interested?" If Wang Mang says she's legit, then she must be the real deal. Of course, that's fine. She's in Firefly Town. Fewer people there. Everyone should head over and form a team to level up. "No problem. We'll be there immediately." There are too many players in Shell Town, so we're thinking of moving elsewhere to level. He turned to the team and said sternly, Xiao Du, right now Shell Town is too crowded. We need to go somewhere with higher level monsters to train, but at your current level, it's a bit dangerous, so we can't bring you along anymore. Tan Xiao Du widened her eyes in surprise. Huh, but I thought I could still go. Before she could finish, Wang Meng's group bolted as if a god-tier boss were chasing them. Too late. Xiao Du, take care of yourself. Tan Xiao Du steamed with anger. You bastards, if you want to abandon me, just say it instead of making excuses. I put up with you lot long enough. I'm going to find that Dark Elder. A short while later, Wang Meng's group arrived at Firefly Town. Wang Meng respectfully transferred 800 days of lifespan. You have received 800 days of lifespan. He added, this is the remainder from last time. Later my captain will come give the other 500 days. Lifespan in this game really isn't easy to get. Qian Feng thought. Captainin, could it be Envu? He nodded slightly and pointed to one side. This is Ha Shui Tian. She'll join the team. Get to know each other. Just then, a voice called from afar. Wang Meng, I'm here. A girl named Executor of Righteousness appeared, sprinting over like an arrow. Qian Feng immediately recognized her. Indeed, Envu, using the name Executor of Righteousness in-game and the only hidden class Dragon Swordsman. In her past life, Envu was one of the world's top 20, a leading pillar of the Great Xia government, and a nightmare to countless foreign forces. This was the first time he'd met such a powerful player in the Divine Server. Her past life rank even exceeded his. Envu smiled brightly and stepped forward to shake his hand. Dark Elder, pleased to meet you. I'm Envu, a shy fan of yours. Qian Feng nodded and returned the handshake. Hello, Envu Luc Dartili. Your growth speed is insane. Any secrets? I joked with guild mates that you must be a time traveler or reborn or something. You have received 500 days of lifespan. Qian Feng narrowed his eyes, pondering. If he remembered correctly, this woman hadn't been on Wang Meng's team in the past life. A flash of insight crossed his mind. It seems Envu has purchased a substantial amount of lifespan on behalf of Jianghai City authorities. Not just ordinary transactions, but enough for strategic dealings. The Dragon Swordsman class itself is extremely special, with superlative survivability, almost undefeatable in the hands of mid-tier players. Placing national lifespan on her shows the government has bet its trust on her ability. Envu maintained her radiant smile, but her words put listeners on guard. Elder, if you have any equipment to sell it straight to us. We buy anything. Also, all of Jianghai government's lifespan assets are now under my control. She tilted her head, half joking. You aren't going to kill me, are you? Qian Feng glanced at her and replied in a calm but razor-sharp tone, No, I'm not that intimate. Cooperation is mutually beneficial. I'm a businessman, not a mass murderer. Envu burst into laughter, playful. Haha, knew it. You are clever, Elder. Qian Feng smiled inwardly, lips curling. Indeed, every line from her seemed like a probing knock. Beneath that sweet, innocent facade was a shrewd mind and a heart that trusted no one completely. As rumored from the past life, Envu outwardly gentle, but actually extremely crafty and decisive, acting like thunder with cold methods and no hesitation. Now she was the liaison between him and the Great Xia government, and clearly she had been quietly helping him a lot, though she never said so outright. Morning in the real world, inside a women's dormitory room, a lively group chat was buzzing on the phone among self-styled song Phi Cult fans. One girl with a beauty mark shouted like she'd uncovered a revelation. Oh my God, sisters, did you see the official announcement? Lifespan in the Divine Server is real. If lifespan reaches 0 there, you die for real in real life. One girl with slightly crossed eyes went pale. What girls? Isn't this just a game? I already donated all my tradable lifespan to give to Song Phi. Another female voice moaned. I only have a few days of lifespan left, and I'm in murderer status too. If I die now, it'll cost me double lifespan. Die once, lose twice. Boo-hoo. Someone else replied, trembling. No way. Dying 3 times and it still costs that much? Then I only have a few years left. Damn it. The chubby girl in the game's mage uniform was sweating like she'd been showering. No, this can't be. I'm a meat shield mage. I always charge first, killing and dying like crazy. Now I only have 1 day of lifespan left. If it hits 0 for real, will I actually die? No, it can't be true. Just then she looked at her phone and gasped as if struck by light. Ah Song Fi is buying lifespan. That's perfect. I have to go find him. He would never abandon a loyal fan like her. Eyes lit up like floodlights. She jumped up and ran to her wardrobe. I'll put on the full fan outfit. Head to toe the limited Song Fi Super Edition. Shirt, hat, even the new ultra-thin anti-detection piece. Everything. A few minutes later she emerged, plump in a glaring red dress with Song Fi's face printed across her chest. Then she dashed out like the wind, shouting, Song Fi, I'm coming to you. In a small, quiet house inside a bedroom, Tan Xiao opened her eyes, panting, sweat beading on her brow. I'm back in reality. She blinked several times. The line between real and unreal felt blurred. Something felt off. Half awake, she grabbed her phone. The latest news hit her and stunned her. Lifespan can now be traded at a rate of 15,000 per day. I have 200 days. A quick calculation and her face lit up. 150 million. I'm rich. But before joy could spread, another line of information appeared like a cold blade across her heart. Her eyes widened, lips trembled, and she gripped her phone. Darkness has killed Song Fi not once, but 3 times. Tears welled and poured down her face. That idiot once told her that if lifespan is reduced to 0, you'd actually die in real life. He originally had 100 years of non-tradable lifespan, but after dying 3 times, he now has just over 12 years left. Why? Why would Darkness want to kill him? Fear surged like a tide, tightening her chest. She grabbed the edge of the bed, eyes filled with panic and fury. He killed him surrounded by dozens and still survived. A message lit up the screen. The plump girl had posted again to the gathered beauty group. Song Fi needs help. He's at a Jiang Square. Anyone with tradable lifespan, come sell to him. 1 day for 10,000. This is a chance to make money and save the man the whole world admires. Tan Xiao hurriedly changed clothes, half speaking to herself as if reassuring herself. Song Fi is at a Jiang Square, not far away. I can't just stand by and watch his lifespan slip away. She clenched her fist, eyes resolute and edged with steel. Luckily, those idiots offered lifespan like a sacrifice, so I earned over 200 days of tradable lifespan. It's enough to help him. With that, she flung the door open and ran, her long hair streaming, the late afternoon light casting her shadow along the empty street. Back in the game, the eastern coastal outskirts of the starter town, Qin Feng, under the name Darkness, was still gleefully slashing through the sea creature mobs by the shore. The briny tang of seawater mixed with monster blood on the sea breeze, whipping his black cloak. Monster corpses littered the sand like ruthless trophies. Suddenly, a string of system notifications sounded. Congratulations! You have reached level 10 in the 4 virtues. Ritual, Righteousness, Integrity Knight, total +2. You receive 5 free attribute points. You have unlocked the advancement class. First to reach level 10 in Jianghai City, +7 reputation. First to reach level 10 in Great Xia, +14 reputation. First to reach level 10 globally, +21 reputation. When 7 players reach level 10 in Jianghai, the Drifted Gods Continental Teleport will be activated. The final announcement broadcast worldwide in a voice cold as ice. Global announcement. Player Darkness is the first to reach level 10 globally. Forums and chat channels around the world exploded. Of course it's Darkness again. He killed the first golden boss, too. Now he's the first to level up. This elder is a monster. I heard he even killed that famous dim bird 3 times, some guy named Song Fi. A player in Tianzhu raged like crazy. You bastard, Darkness is from Great Xia. I'm the only one with a hidden class, and I'm still only level 8. So what is that guy? In 1.5 billion people in Tianzhu, no one could surpass him? At the coastal area, Darkness stood motionless on the white sand, face expressionless. The system continued. You have consumed 13 evolution points. The Platinum Rear Strike Enhancement skill upgraded to Transcendent. Passive effect. Rear strikes increase from 40% to 50% damage. Qianfeng's personal info screen appeared. Name Darkness, Class Obsession. The only hidden class at level 10. Non-tradable lifespan 1,219 years 128 days. Tradable lifespan 7,455 days. Strength 39. Constitution 39. Agility 111. Spirit 41. Fame 47. Qianfeng muttered in a low, cold voice that just over 7,000 tradable days still weren't enough. He lifted his head slightly. His eyes flashed. To leave the starter town requires 7 players at level 10 to trigger the teleport, and the highest now is only level 7, so they'll have to wait. He turned and reached to tap the logout icon. There was conveniently one real-world issue that needed handling first. The game screen dimmed, and Darkness, the first to reach the pinnacle, vanished as if he never existed. Zhanghai City. In a small room, Qianfeng lay motionless on a single bed. After a moment, his lashes quivered and his eyes slowly opened. The system appeared before him with a message cold as steel. Do you want to use tradable lifespan to extract abilities into the real world? Qianfeng did not hesitate. His voice was low and resolute. Immediately, an interface opened, detailed like a military control panel. Class extraction rate, level extraction rate, skill extraction rate. Bloodline extraction temporarily locked. Divinity extraction temporarily locked. Qianfeng coldly chose to extract class essence. You have consumed 1,000 days of tradable lifespan. You have extracted the obsession hidden class. Innate effect activated. Strength +3, Constitution +3, Agility +8, Spirit +5. His body trembled as a black smoky aura spread through his limbs. The transformation began deep within his neural structure. This was no longer a feeling, but a reality, as if Darkness had signed a pact with his flesh. Level extraction. He said again, Essence, you have consumed 1,000 days of tradable lifespan multiplied by 2. You have extracted 2 level tiers, effectively increasing current level to 3, adding Strength +4, Constitution +4, Agility +14, Spirit +4. Qianfeng nodded slightly, then, in a low voice, proceeded to extract skills. He paused and began calculating. His reason worked like a cold machine. Logically, the higher the skill level, the greater the lifespan cost, possibly increasing exponentially. But unexpectedly, extraction cost was based on the original rarity, not the post-evolution rank. Incredible. The Shadow skill cost only 900 days, and it's already platinum rarity in the game. Notification. You have consumed 900 days of tradable lifespan. Skill extracted. Shadow skill, platinum essence. You have consumed 2,262 days of tradable lifespan. Skill extracted. Poison-tipped throwing dart, silver-plated rarity. 1,292 days remain, but no other skills can be extracted right now. Paying such a bargain price to extract skills and yet getting a platinum shadow. This is truly a steal. Qianfeng sat up, clenched his palm, black air coiling around his arm like a living thing. He murmured, voice soft but as cold as ice. Now strength and constitution are double that of a normal person. Agility at 32 surpasses human physiological limits, plus unlimited invisibility and poison darts with a 14m range. He narrowed his eyes. A cold curve formed at his mouth. Kill Songfei. Now it's completely possible. Qianfeng skimmed his phone. Songfei was frantically buying lifespan. Was he planning to use it to keep playing and come settle accounts with him? He checked at Jiang Square's location, only 7 to 8 kilometers away. At his current speed, it would take just over 10 minutes to get there. He stood up, gripping his phone. A message popped up. Hu Qiban, the bossy supervisor who rode on the company's coattails to lord it over others, texted, Qianfeng, how are your wings doing? Not answering? Being noticed by Miss Liu is a blessing, and you dare ignore me. Call back right now, or else. Without reading the rest of the message, Qianfeng sneered, voice icy. You idiot. That name is on the blacklist. He tossed his phone aside without bothering to look back and disappeared into the air as skills and shadow form activated. No one remained in the room, only darkness lingering faintly on the wall. Soon, his voice echoed from a void. Those people will learn what the divine discarded game really is. The Jiang Square was packed shoulder to shoulder, cheers crashing like waves through the air. Song Fi, long live Song Fi, the first to conquer the life-or-death idol challenge of our hearts. Tan Xiaodu was in the crowd too, face flushed, shouting with the fervor of a genuine fanatic. Go Song Fi. Song Fi forever. On the central platform, Song Fi sat with legs crossed, full of arrogance. Beside him was a blonde woman in a tight black dress, her bearing cold as ice. The cheers below rose like worshipful tides, but to the two of them, it was only excitement manipulated by gullible masses. Song Fi smiled faintly, a triumphant, calculating smile. The blonde leaned in and whispered in his ear, her voice razor-sharp. Darling, I heard in the game that darkness killed you 3 times. Don't worry, I sent people to investigate. We'll definitely dig out his true identity. Song Fi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, how's the investigation going? Her people even went to Firefly Town to contact him. The plan is simple. We'll offer a number he can't refuse. When he returns to reality to collect the money, she curled her lips, an angel-faced devil smile. We'll nab him, and make sure you witness him begging for his life. Song Fi asked slowly. I heard your Zhejiang company has tricks to coerce players and force them to work for shareholders, true? The woman shrugged, smiling without smiling. They're just idiots without lifespan left. Who cares? But someone like you is different. Dozens of women volunteer to donate lifespan, even die for you. Song Fi laughed, eyes flashing with arrogant pride. He knew he was more than a player. He was a symbol of power and allure. At that moment, a loud shout cut through the air from the crowd. Everyone, control yourselves. Selling your lifespan to others without thinking? A man rushed into the square, pointing up at the stage. Haven't you read the government's notices? If your in-game lifespan runs out, you'll actually die in real life. He whipped around towards Song Fi, voice trembling with anger. You too, Song Fi. You know lifespan is tied to life and death, yet you brainwash fans to sell it to you. You're not just scamming, you're killing people. We'll sue you. I mean it. Song Fi's indifferent gaze swept the crowd. No anger, no rebuttal. Only a pale smile of contempt. Naturally, someone had come to cause trouble. He narrowed his eyes at the man who had shouted. There was no fury in his look, only a chill like a calm lake before a storm. He rose, stepped to the stage edge, took the mic from his assistant, and smiled politely. His voice through the speakers was steady and compelling. Hello, everyone. I'm Song Fi. His tone brimmed with sincerity as if addressing close friends. I've noticed some recent debates. My purchasing of lifespan may have depleted shared resources and caused unease. For that, I offer my sincere apologies. The crowd beneath the stands erupted immediately. No, it's not your fault. Song Fi was right. He didn't owe anyone an apology. Song Fi raised a hand to calm everyone, then continued in a warm, deep voice as if reading a love letter. I deeply appreciate everyone's support and love, but I urge you to love rationally. At this critical time, when the divine discarded game affects the whole country, it's important for each person to learn to protect themselves. I always strive to cooperate with officials, participate actively in the system, and keep working hard. My using personal assets to buy lifespan is a small effort to become a top-tier player worthy of everyone's expectations. He paused there, raised his head, eyes reddened and voice choking. I do all this just to repay the love everyone has given me. I don't want anyone to suffer, either in the game or in real life. I only wish everyone can live happily and peacefully. But I never expected those actions would make some people feel so hurt. A single tear rolled down his cheek, one drop at the right moment in the right place. The crowd erupted with emotion. Some cried, some covered their faces, some knelt and reached toward him as if in prayer. No, please don't cry. You did nothing wrong. How can you be so warm? Song Fi is the light of my life. The atmosphere suddenly turned frenzied, like a cult witnessing its deity. Suddenly, Fandu's anger crashed down on the man who had dared criticize Song Fi earlier. You lunatic, get out of here. How dare you insult his sincerity? Do you even have a brain? We volunteered to sell our lifespan to him. So what? The man who had shouted his objection stood frozen. Song Fi now stood silent amid the crowd, pale, eyes hollow like prey surrounded by hunters. He couldn't utter a word. Reason had long since died in the eyes of the hundred around him. Don't believe those ridiculous rumors out there. A shrill female voice rang out, shattering the taut atmosphere. A plump woman suddenly strode onto the stage, arms wide, as if to shield Song Fi from all criticism. You doubting him? Those pig-brained people. Lifespan in the game affects reality? Ridiculous. Song Fi was startled. He hadn't noticed when she climbed up, but his expression softened and he feigned being moved. Perfect act. She slapped her chest hard. How many times have I died for him? Even when I logged off with less than a day of lifespan left, I'm still standing here. So even if you're right, so what? You don't even have the resolve to die for Song Fi. You're not worthy to say the words, love him. The brainless crowd below exploded with emotion. Yes, that's it. Song Fi, I love you. I give you my remaining 20 days of lifespan. I have 17 days left. I only have 3 days left, but they're all yours. Song Fi reached out and smiled, his voice warm and deep. My God, I can feel your love. I love you all. He turned to the plump woman, eyes glistening. Especially that someone like you loves me. I'm truly moved. The plump woman nearly went mad with joy, tears and snot streaming, her whole body trembling with ecstasy. Ah, Song Fi, just to see your affectionate gaze. Even if I die immediately, I'm willing. Tears fell from Song Fi, and a second later, a thin black dart like a thread tore through the air from nowhere and struck straight through Song Fi's head. The entire stand fell deathly silent. The air stiffened as if all life had been sucked out. Song Fi blinked, his expression blank, then his eyes bulged. The back half of his head exploded, brain and blood spraying everywhere. He slumped forward, falling onto the plump woman. She froze for a few seconds, then began to tremble, her eyes glazed. Song Fi, are you? What's wrong with you? Ah, Song Fi is dead. A scream of despair cut off abruptly. Her body began to dissolve into light, and then vanished completely. Her lifespan had ended today. Chaos erupted. Bodyguards immediately swarmed the terrified blonde. Danger! Get the heiress out of here now. The blonde trembled, tears streaming. Run! We have to run. We must leave now. She saw that when Song Fi died, a globe of lifespan light had appeared and quickly dissipated. Someone had snatched it. Only one person could have done this. The in-game skill that kills in reality. The stealthy life-stealing assassin was him, Darkness. Another jet-black dart sliced through the air and plunged straight through her head. The blonde collapsed, eyes wide open, unable to comprehend. Over there, Qian Feng remained cloaked, a guard scream ringing out, trembling. Miss! In the void, a pair of eyes appeared, cold and indifferent, as if from the realm of the dead. Qian Feng stood there, his eyes like a bottomless abyss, watching the people panic in despair. The next afternoon, the whole city seemed draped in a pale, red bone-like haze, thin and cold, like dried blood not yet washed away. Tan Xiao Du sat in a taxi, eyes glued to her phone. On the screen, the latest headlines scrolled chaotically. Star Song Fi assassinated at Dejiang Square. A fanatic fan had donated all their lifespan to him before dying tragically beside his body. Police confirmed Song Fi's death was due to supernatural ability. Tan Xiao Du gripped her phone, her throat feeling as if someone had squeezed it. Her eyes were rimmed red, but no tears fell. Her trembling finger swiped over Song Fi's last photo, his smile still radiant, his eyes still bright, as if yesterday's concert had just been, and she couldn't believe it. Her voice hitched. Just yesterday we heard him sing, and now he's. The friend beside her was trembling too, stammering about an invisible dart. That's the divine discarded game skill, Stealth Dart. Xiao Du, do you really think it's Darkness? She stopped, her eyes filling with fear. I heard in the game Darkness killed Song Fi 3 times. But how can an in-game ability manifest in real life? Tan Xiao Du clenched her hand so hard her nails cut into her palm until it bled, but she felt no pain. Only one name filled her mind. Darkness. Yes, He's the darkness who killed Song Fi. In the game, he killed him no fewer than 3 times, and now in reality, only he could act so decisively. The invisible dart, his assassin's signature skill. There's no mistaking. She took a deep breath. Her eyes fell into an unusual calm, but a blaze burned deep within, patient and frantic. Her world had lost its light. If darkness could bring game powers into reality, then she would get close to him. By any means necessary, she would become stronger. The car stopped at the curb, the traffic light blinking red like blood. Tan Xiaodu opened the door and stepped out. The evening wind whipped her tangled hair across her cheek, tears falling silently without a sob. Her friend behind her hurried after, trembling and calling. Xiaodu, what's wrong with you? Tan Xiaodu turned, eyes wet but no longer grieving. Only a cold composure, like a thin blade about to be sharpened. From today on, her sole goal was to kill darkness, to avenge Song Fi. Her friend trembled, taking a step back, eyes full of fear. You look terrifying. Tan Xiaodu said nothing. She turned away, lips pressing into a frigid line. At the same time, elsewhere, Qian Feng sat with one leg crossed, shadowed against the dim light, its reflection on his cold face. A steaming bowl of noodles sat before him. He slowly lifted each strand, expression nonchalant, as if killing a famous star in broad daylight were merely a trivial errand. Even invincible and divine discarded, the body still needed energy. Hunger meant eating. He thought quietly, his gaze indifferent as he watched a noodle drift in broth the color of blood. His phone vibrated. The screen lit up with a message from a familiar number. Qian Feng, damn it. Did you block my calls and web chat too? If you don't show up today, you're fired for sure, and forget your salary. Sent from the big-mouth manager at Huo Banzi, small-minded and always smelling of fried fat. Qian Feng curled his lip, letting out a cold chuckle. Huh, that dog of a guy is just a lackey. The real trouble is his boss. He glanced at the screen. Another name appeared in the message list. Yang Xiaona. Qian Feng tapped a few words and sent, don't bother go to work either. Log into the game and level your character. A moment later, Xiaona replied in a clear, surprised tone. Hey Qian Feng, you're playing this game too? I heard it's really hard. Many people have run out of lifespan. Qian Feng held his phone, a serious glint in his eyes. He still remembered that in his previous life Yang Xiaona had been a core member of the God-Slaying Guild, somewhat frail in personality, but very resilient. He texted back, forget careers for now. When you start, pour all your points into agility, don't overthink it. Okay, but I heard in-game lifespan is expensive now. How about you? How much have you got? He answered briefly, not much. Almost used up? Probably because you bought a house and a car, right? No wonder you blocked Homap. Haha. Qian Feng narrowed his eyes, but didn't reply immediately. The name on his mind now wasn't Huo Banzi, but that other one, Qin TT, the Grande Dame. A real nuisance. Qin TT was a colleague at the Qin Corporation that once employed him. Apart from the heiress title, she had nothing worthy of note. Excessive decadence. Made headlines for going to a hotel with 6 middle-aged foreign men. Once boasted about cruising in a supercar with 3 American guys who practically drooled at the thought of touching her. Qian TT would see a voting for them. Not long after Divine Discarded launched, she left AHA for North America and spearheaded the founding of the Alice Guild in Fairyland, one of the top 3 guilds in North America. In his previous life, she caused countless troubles for Daha and his God-Slaying Guild. They needed to find a way to deal with her before she went abroad. Once she reached North America, she would be much harder to handle. If Qian T died, the Alice Guild in Fairyland might never be formed. Rumor had it many of Alice's founders were romantically tied to Qian T. If that woman died, those founders would naturally lose their connections to one another. The phone rang, cutting through Qian Feng's thoughts. He frowned slightly, glanced at the screen, and answered coldly. Hello. On the other end, Tan Xiaodu's voice rang out furious. Qian Feng, you're still alive to take calls? I thought you'd been killed in the game. If you're alive, I'll tell you. I earn enough to buy a house, so never bother me again. Her tone sharpened like a blade, full of grievance. Qian Feng listened, his voice unreadable. Good. Anything else? Tan Xiaodu froze, apparently not expecting his coolness, but quickly hardened her tone. I won't look for you anymore, and don't you dare try to find out where I live. Qianfeng nodded, still even-toned. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Tan Xiaodu howled in fury. Qianfeng, we're done. I'm cutting ties with Qianfeng replied indifferently. Okowo. Then he decisively hung up, without a shred of regret. The overcast sky ahead seemed to mirror the icy mood in his eyes. A breeze passed, carrying his low voice. Just keep leveling up. It won't be long. When the first person hits level 10, the world will realize game skills can work in reality. Then this piece will officially end. Scene change. Inside the game. Her friend Su Oran turned to Tan Xiaodu, worry on her face. Xiaodu, cutting ties with your brother like this isn't good. Maybe apologize? He seems really angry this time. Tan Xiaodu snorted coldly, eyes resolute. Apologize? No way. I already sold my lifespan to the Qian Corporation. 2 million got me everything. Su Oran flinched, unable to hide her shock. Tan Xiaodu turned, smiled as if nothing had happened. I just bought an apartment. Su Oran, let's live together. I'll get used to darkness soon. Then what will I need him for? In her eyes, the gentle light had long gone, replaced by a cold ambition like ice, arrogant and sharp as a blade. Suddenly a young man waved from afar, eyes lecherous, and approached Tan Xiaodu with a grin like he expected a reward. Xiaodu, this is for you. He held out a skill book for the assassin class, his eyes gleaming with implication. Don't forget what you promised me. You have to do it with me. Tan Xiaodu smiled saccharine as she stepped back, but her eyes were completely cold. I know. After it's done, I'll make sure your little wish is fulfilled. Inside, she thought chillingly, Su Nin, you piece of trash, wait until I befriend darkness. Let's see who still pays attention to your dog face. Soon after, she opened the game interface and messaged Wong Man. Big bro Wong, I just got an assassin class skill book. It's a rare control skill. Could you ask if Dark Big Brother needs it? If he does, I'm willing to give it to him. A dim, covetous gleam appeared in Tan Xiaodu's eyes. Zhang Wei, this dog sometimes has some value. I didn't expect him to snag such a premium skill book. Good. This book will be the fated link that ties me to darkness. Darkness? I'll approach him, gentle as water, persistent as fire. I'll be at his side to slay enemies and help him level up. I'll make him trust me, lean on me, and come to think I'm his other half. But when I'm strong enough to not need him anymore, I'll kill him with my own hands. I'll gouge out his eyes the way he stole the light from me and killed Song Fi. Ping, message from Wong Man. The elder says her skill is mediocre. He doesn't need it. Keep it and sell it for money. The reply hit her like a slap. Tan Xiaodu froze as her dream evaporated like smoke. Cut to a moment earlier. Qianfeng had just logged back into the game and hadn't gone far when screams rose ahead. Careful, Dot. He didn't hurry, only walked slowly toward the source. From afar came frantic shouts and the clash of weapons. Damn, this isn't a normal boss. Survive first, think later. A player with a shield was trading blows with a many-armed monster, sweat soaking his face. He shouted, "Run! It's targeting her!" A cold, slicing sound rang out as the monster's gigantic blade descended like a lightning streak. The shield shattered into pieces. The player was instantly slaughtered, unable to cry out. Qianfeng stood at a distance, eyes narrowing. Golden-legged level 8 boss. Interesting. He pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. If I remember correctly, this boss can detect level 2 stealth, meaning my stealth skill is completely useless before it. A faint smile touched Qianfeng's lips, but his eyes remained ice-cold. Suddenly the boss snarled in fury, its eyes flashing with ferocity as it detected Tan Feng's presence. Before it could rush forward, Tan Feng took the initiative and struck, his figure a lightning flash through the air, swinging his sword to cleave straight into the monster's body. Continuous strikes ignited, damage numbers appearing rapidly. 3,042 weak point minus 1,013. 103 minus weak point 3,042. Tan Feng glanced at the damage board and calculated silently. The double damage effect for attacks from stealth was still active, but if the enemy could see through invisibility, that damage would plummet. Fortunately, he still had an ace up his sleeve. The legendary Liberation Gift, which amplified the weak points on the head and heart of the golden arthropod by 200%. With the continuous slash skill, every 9 strikes produced 3 that hit weak points, dealing triple damage. A legendary technique was indeed formidable. The corner of his mouth twitched. An image of a girl named Cam Lai, who had led him to the Temple of Faith to trade for this treasure, floated into his mind. In a distant corner, the girl who had purchased his skill watched the battle silently. Her face gradually turned pale. A single skill had wiped out a portion of the golden boss's HP. The damage from this shadow was absurd. Tan Fong then produced a jet-black, highly poisonous dart and hurled it fiercely toward the boss. The flying weapon sliced the air and lodged straight into the monster's brow, displaying the line, 1785 damage, weak point. He frowned. Only that? The silver weapon couldn't keep up anymore. He needed to advance his profession, upgrading stealth and offense to a higher level. The boss went berserk, roaring like a wounded beast as it wildly swung its sword toward him. A shout rang out, "Careful!" The girl couldn't help calling out in alarm, but Tan Fong's gaze remained cold as ever. He gently tilted his body, dodging each sword strike with the ease of a stroll through a rain of blades. The team gaped. My God, what is this speed? Not only is it fast, but the reactions are terrifying. Moreover, he knew every attack pattern of the boss, as if he'd faced it 100 times. Tan Fong whispered in his heart. In my past life with Tan Chu-Du, she couldn't even protect herself, let alone heal. That's why I forced myself to become this strong. A true warrior doesn't just throw away his life. He masters both offense and evasion. That's also why, even as an ordinary soldier class, I could make the world's top 100. Finishing the thought, Tan Fong unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, landing numerous critical blows on the creature's body. The boss stared at him with panic and resentment, but Tan Fong replied coldly. Compared to special bosses like the Golden Ghost Ship with unavoidable moves, dealing with one like you is much easier. From afar, the girl's hair stood on end when she saw it. No way. The golden boss was trying to flee, but it was too late. Tan Fong slowly drew a polearm blade, moved like a wraith, and carved a lethal line. Slash! The boss's head flew off, and the system announced, "You have slain a golden arthropod boss of golden rank, gained 6,400 experience, received 7 evolution points, received 497 tradable days of lifespan." Immediately after defeating the boss, Tan Fong activated Greedy Hand. A dark light swept over the massive corpse as if draining its soul. You received 7 evolution points. You received 7 evolution points. You received 7 evolution points. You received 496 tradable days of lifespan. Tan Fong looked at the system board and couldn't help smiling. His smile cold, but his eyes bright. It was worth the effort. One golden boss yielded 28 evolution points and nearly 2,000 tradable days of lifespan. Excellent. Without hesitation, he opened the system board. His gaze stopped when he saw an unexpected gift, a platinum skill book flashing a faint cold light. Platinum tier Blacklight Shield, assassin skill. When actively used, all dodge chance is converted into layers of damage immune shields. Duration 8 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Requirement level 8. Conversion rate. Every 20% dodge equals 1 layer of damage immunity. After a shield is broken or expires, dodge chance returns to normal. Tan Fong murmured, "This actually dropped?" His gaze grew deep, combined with 75% dodge from the Phantom Shadow Assassin skill at Reaper rank. He could trigger up to 3 layers of damage immune shields. That meant once this skill activated, countless bosses could no longer damage him. Without hesitation, he chose to evolve Blacklight Shield to Reaper rank. Cost 1 + 2 + 3 + 6 is equal to 12 evolution points. Blacklight Shield evolved to Reaper rank. Duration increased from 8 to 14 seconds. Conversion improved from 20% to 10% dodge per shield layer. Tan Fong smiled faintly, his voice low with 75% dodge. Now I can trigger up to 7 layers of damage immunity. No one can reach me anymore. With 22 evolution points remaining, he promptly evolved Extremely Poisonous Shuriken, his core assassin skill. Costing 16 evolution points, extremely poisonous Shuriken, silver tier upgraded to Verdant Empress. Increasing range from 14 to 17 attack bonus from plus 120 to plus 240, poison effect from 50% to 80% for 5 seconds. He thought to himself, damage doubled, cooldown only 5 seconds. This skill sustained DPS rivals Shield Phantom Head Slash. Luck didn't stop there. Tan Fong looted 2 assassin-class items from a boss. Platinum Turning Ring, Assassin Jewelry. Plus 20 agility, plus 20% movement speed, plus 20% attack speed, plus 20% cooldown speed. Equipment requirement, level 8. Thick red leather gloves of golden tier. Assassin defensive gear, plus 18 physical defense, plus 15 elemental resistance, plus 12 constitution, plus 588 health. Requires level 6 gear. After equipping, he checked his stats, eyes flashing cold approval. Cooldown reduction reached 55%. Shield Phantom Slash's base cooldown 12 seconds was now 7.7 seconds. Plus 51 constitution, 106 physical defense, and 1,517 health. Now, he could survive 3 hits from a golden arthropod and live. Combined with Black Light Shield, survivability skyrocket. At that moment, the girl who had been watching quietly stepped forward, voice slightly excited. Elder, you're so strong. Killing a golden boss like it's nothing. Do you have equipment I can use? I want to buy it back. Tan Fong glanced at her and said coldly, a mage, right? Here. He produced a skill book shimmering with golden light. Golden Ice Orb Convergence. An AoE skill that fires up to 10 ice orbs. One price only. 800 days of lifespan. The girl beside him widened her eyes. 800 days? That's expensive. I saw someone selling a golden skill book for only 400 days. Tan Fong looked at the masked girl, speaking calmly but firmly. This one fires Frostbones and is a level 7 skill book. Level 7 skill damage is 40% higher than level 5, so 800 days is a completely fair price. The masked girl didn't hesitate and nodded. I'll buy it. 800 days deal. You have sold Frostbones, golden skill. You received 800 tradable days of lifespan. Transaction complete. Tan Fong didn't linger and turned to leave. The young man with the shield waved respectfully. See you again, Elder. Tan Fong gave no reply. A faint smoke wrapped around him as Shield Phantom Stealth activated, his form gradually vanishing. He coldly and calmly calculated inwardly. No boss in the early stages can threaten me now. Next is to return to town, announce the news, and gather locations of silver and golden bosses. With a steady supply of bosses, his growth rate will be pushed to the limit. Just then a message from Vong Man popped up. Vong Man, Elder, former cleric in our group. Tan Chu Du asked me to contact you. She wants to give you a skill book. Tan Fong glanced at the message, a mocking light flashing in his eyes. He replied briefly, Tan Chu Du wants to give me a skill? That scrap bronze gold book, no thanks. He immediately thought, everyone outside now believes Shadow killed Tong Fai, yet she still dares to gift a skill book, trying to curry favor or to get close and take revenge, maybe both. With that in mind, he messaged Vong Man to tell her to keep it and sell it herself. I don't want it. Vong Man quickly answered, understood. He immediately messaged Tan Chu Du. The Elder says your skill is trash. He doesn't want it. Keep it and sell it for lifespan. As soon as the message was sent, Tan Chu Du fell silent. On this side, Tan Fong continued. Vong Man, go into town. I have something to sell you. Prepare lifespan days. Got it, Vong Man replied. Then, as if recalling something, he asked, Elder, I'm asking straight. You killed Tong Fai, right? Tan Fong was silent for a moment, his eyes coldly fixed on the horizon, his voice light yet icy. That's right, I killed him. Inwardly he calculated. Vong Man is my friend in-game. He's smart enough to deduce that when Tong Fai died, Shadow was offline. Timing and motive all line up. If he's asking that, it means the government has begun to suspect, and in 2 hours a player will reach level 10 and be able to extract skills into reality. This will surface sooner or later. Fine, consider a test. Let's see how the Daiha government reacts when they learn a high-level assassin like me exists. Thinking this, Tan Fong said casually, "What? You planning to arrest me?" The sky was clear, white clouds drifting slowly above, noon sunlight gently laying over the ground like a thin silk. Tan Fong had returned to town, where the virtual streets blended simulated scenery with human bustle. In the inn, he met Vong Mana's group again. Captain Envu stepped forward first and said, "Elder, we heard you admitted to killing Tong Fai." Tan Fong did not deny it, nodding calmly. "That's right." Envu smiled slightly. That's not a mocking smile, but the smile of someone who understands. "To be honest, we've conducted a thorough investigation. You were at the top of our suspect list, but then we discovered Tong Fai and Zhang Lu had long conspired to overthrow you, even colluding with Dai Zhang Company to detain and coerce many players. In essence, your killing them was no different from self-defense." Tan Fong listened without speaking, reconsidering inwardly. It seems that because they couldn't uncover his true identity, they opted to maintain a temporary cooperation. In his previous life, when cooperating with the government, he was still clean. But this time, he acted more ruthlessly. Tong Fai and Zhang Lu both died by his hand. Perhaps this reincarnation has begun to shift the gears of fate. Let's see how profoundly I can change this divine era. This time he could sell and used platinum items. Since they rely on the government, whether skill books or class gear, they'll want them. Most importantly, the government always has enough lifespan currency. He said nothing further, opened his inventory, and produced items one by one. A series of platinum equipment and skill books shimmered down like metal on ice. Vong Mana's group, Cam Lai, and Chu Tuet gaped. "Oh, my platinum gear and platinum skill books. Elder, you killed a platinum boss." But I didn't see any world announcement. Tần Phong Ziplit non Jalen, Zuts de Sen Lup. I found a few caches and even opened a Verdant Empress skill book. Chu Tuet added with admiration, "I saw you open that cache myself, but so much platinum stuff. Calling that decent luck is an understatement." He called her Chu Tuet, while Cam Lai was nicknamed Tu Hack. Tan Fong glanced at her and said coldly, "Don't like Tu Hack? Pen Gon Me Hak Du, Gum Li Bo Lucet, Still Preferring Tu Hack." Behind them, Vong Man murmured ruefully that people simply can't be compared. And Vu pursed his lips and added, "Exactly, we spent an entire afternoon to kill one silver boss, while the Elder casually opens a cache and gets all sorts of platinum Verdant Empress gear." Tan Fong offered no explanation, merely pointed calmly at each item. Platinum Sniper Skill Book, 2,500 days. Platinum Berserker Weapon, 1,500 days. Platinum Mage Skill Book, 3,000 days. Golden Gear with Golden Skill, 8,000 days. If you take the full set of all remaining platinum skill books and gear, 25 items total, he'd reduce the price to 16,000 days of lifespan. His tone was even and cold, as if reciting a market price list. But the price he quoted instantly froze the atmosphere. Envu nodded without hesitation. Beside him, Vong Man gaped, his mouth nearly hitting the floor. "Hey, wait, seriously? Captain, how much did he say? You gave that much? You didn't haggle at all?" Envu smiled lightly, his gaze serious but decisive. "Items of this caliber. They're going to haggle? I think that price is fair. By the way, I'll cover Chu Tuet and Vong Mana's debt from last time." After saying that, Envu transferred the tradable lifespan directly to Tan Fong. As soon as the transaction completed, Tan Fong spoke. "Captain and truly is a heroic woman, refreshingly admirable." Hearing this, Envu burst into a hearty laugh, openly showing his approval. "Ha, you're flattering me." Tan Fong did not smile, but silently calculated. Once tradable lifespan transactions exceed 10,000 days, the default unit converts to 60-year lifespans, about 23,000 days, worth nearly 400 million in cash at the current rate. Even the Zhonghai city government would consider that a huge expense. But in return, this batch of gear and skill books would enable the city to field multiple top-tier teams and even gain an early international edge. A price worth paying. As Tan Fong was about to leave, Envu spoke again. "Elder, Dai Zhang Company has arrested some players. We're planning a rescue. Would you like to join? Tan Fong raised an eyebrow, understanding the government wanted to use this righteous action to whitewash the killing of Tong Fai and drag him into being an official ally. He thought briefly, then replied calmly, I won't participate, but I can give you everyone an important piece of information. He paused, staring straight into Envu's and Vong Mana's eyes. Your speculation is correct. I used in-game power to kill Tong Fai and Zhonglu. Once a player reaches level 10, they can spend lifespan to extract in-game abilities into reality. Both Envu and Vong Man were stunned. Tan Fong continued calmly. Do you understand what that means? Act while you still can, before it's too late. Saying that, he turned and didn't look back. Envu nodded slightly, his voice low and his expression serious. I see. Right now Dai Zhang is frantically buying lifespan. Once their people reach level 10 and successfully extract abilities, our rescue operation will face tremendous resistance. Tan Fong left them with one sentence. Good that you understand. I'm off. With that, he activated Shield Phantom, his body blending into the shadows and vanishing without a trace. A while later, Envu turned to Vong Man. Next, we must split our leveling party. The 6 of us are already high level. When we group up, our damage is excessive and trash mobs die before they can react, wasting resources. If we split, each person leads their own squad and efficiency will increase significantly. Vong Man nodded in agreement, and Vu continued. First, everyone must reach level 10, and you, Vong Man, go offline immediately and report this information to your superiors. Understood. In another corner of town, someone whispered as they watched a shadow setting up a stall. But this time he wasn't selling. No, he seemed to be buying something. Above Tan Fong, 2 faint lines of text appeared. Silver boss coordinates. Reward 30 days of lifespan. Golden boss coordinates. Reward 100 days of lifespan. At that moment, a stranger approached, his voice syrupy. Shadow, still here? Our heiress sends her regards. If you help her level up, not only will you get 300 million cash, but also shares in Dai Zhang Industrial. He sneered, his greed obvious. How often does one get such an opportunity? I advise you to appreciate. Tan Fong looked up and eyed him like a fly in a boardroom. You're still online, aren't you? Don't you know Shadow is the one who killed Tong Fai and your company's heiress? The man froze as if struck by lightning. What? Tan Fong gave a cold, faint smile. His gaze remained icy. Zhang Lu is dead. A pity. She was very beautiful, almost a waste to kill. The man took a step back as a flood of memories crossed his mind. At first, Zhang Lu offered 10 million to hire Shadow to level her up, but was refused. He thought Shadow a fool for passing up the money, so he rushed over hoping for his share. Unexpectedly, upon arrival, he was knocked out. He woke up in a damp basement and realized he had become a tool for harvesting lifespan. Beaten, forced to play the game, forced to burn others' lives for loot. And then Zhang Lu died, killed by Shadow. He let out a dry laugh. Ahaha, that woman deserved to die. At first I called Shadow stupid, but turns out the real fool was me. Tan Fong's tone went cold. Seeing the man cower like a beaten dog, he asked, You helped her capture quite a few people, didn't you? The man shook his head rapidly, face ashen. No, I'm being forced. I'm sorry. Please spare me, get lost. Tan Fong spat one word like a hammer strike. Garbage. No need for me to act. The government's people will handle you. Suddenly someone else ran up, panting. I've got coordinates for a silver boss. Tan Fong note that. The silver boss, reward 30 days of lifespan, was assigned. Scene shifted to a remote town, where a group of players had gathered, chatting loudly. They looked her over but still didn't recognize her as the heiress of the money conglomerate. Everyone kept their distance because she had killed many people to steal lifespan. She walked with 2 foreigners, one black, one white, smirking sharply. This game is nothing special. Spend money to buy gear and skills, dominate in combat, then kill high lifespan players. Too easy, she frowned, voice full of disdain. This damn game made me miss my flight. I should be in North America with Bitch Dick and Falk right now, indulging in pleasures. Instead, I'm stuck in my dodaiha. The men here are weak as maggots. Tony, the white guy, curled his lip and interjected half-joking. Miss, you have an eye for quality. We're far stronger than those from Daiha, especially in that department. Go offline and you'll see. TNTT burst out laughing. I look forward to it. I just heard Tong Fai died. What a disappointment. She dueled him once. Less than 3 minutes, and he was wrecked. Waste of youthful time. She suddenly licked her lips, voice softening with lust. Rumor says the killer was Shadow, a Daiha man who's #1 in the world. Fine, I'll grudgingly accept befriending him. A cruel plan formed in her head. If he could kill Tong Fai, killing an ordinary person would be trivial. Issue the order and exchange it for lifespan. Equip skill for 300 days of lifespan. I'm sure he won't refuse. She stopped and said, I'll go offline for a bit. She sent someone to contact Shadow, smiling brightly but with eyes cold as stone. Shadow may not care about cash, but he certainly won't refuse lifespan. For him, it's just a finger movement to kill an ordinary person. Tan Fong, I will never forget your expression when you rejected me. It will be quick, and then you will die. Scene shift. A young man gritted his teeth, holding a small dagger. The trembling blade plunged into the neck of a thrashing monster. Blood spattered, staining his hands red. Not far behind, Tan Chiu Du spread her hands and cast a healing skill. A faint green light washed over him, pulling him back from the brink of death. After being transfused, he exhaled sharply, his back soaked in sweat. To do, next time when you donate blood, please don't go that far. I nearly ended up on the sacrificial table. Tan Chiu Du lifted her chin, lazy and proud. What are you shouting about? You're still very much alive, aren't you? The young man forced a smile, holding back his anger. I didn't mean anything bad, just reminding you. At that moment, the system warned in her head that hunger had exceeded 90%, recommending the player exit the game. She shrugged. I'm hungry. Naturally, let's log out. Nothing left but a faint glow. The young man stood there, his lips trembling with rage, eyes icy. Damn it. He used to call me Elder, and now, just because he saw Shadow once he starts looking down on me. Just wait. Sooner or later I'll strip her naked. Reality. The sky is clear, sunlight streams through the curtains. In her new apartment, Tan Chiu Du wearily opened her eyes, her stomach growling with hunger. She sluggishly got up and opened her phone to order food, but her face froze. No shops are open. Aren't they all logged into the game? She stood stunned, feeling a sudden slump inside. Back home, every meal was cooked by Tan Fong. She never had to lift a finger or even think about what to eat. A silence fell, but then she shook her head hard, her gaze hardening. To do, snap out of it. It's just a meal. Compared to freedom, this is nothing. You're better than this. Without Tan Fong, your life will definitely be better. In the game, a seaside cave, metal clashed, wind whistled through rock crevices. A giant crab rose from the sand, its eyes glowing red and fierce. But immediately a shadowy figure dropped down from above. A flash of steel cleaved the monster in two. Black blood gushed out, bubbling across the wet sand. On the crab's corpse, Tan Fong stood up straight, his gaze ice cold. Over an hour he downed 4 silver bosses. This pace was acceptable. Each silver boss defeated yielded 16 evolution points. On average, each one granted 3,500 days of lifespan, fully convertible or tradable. Now all his equipment was golden rank or above. Cooldown reduction had risen from 55% to 75%. The Shield Phantom Slash now took only 6.8 seconds to recover. Burst damage far exceeded before, and Platinum bosses no longer spawn near safe towns. Given the situation, Golden Gear was already the limit. To get stronger, there was only one path left: Advanced Professional rank. To face Platinum bosses, each had at least level 2 stealth. I need to raise stealth to level 3, otherwise the chance of being killed is very high. I'm still short over 20,000 experience points. Only level 3 stealth or higher can guarantee survival against Platinum bosses. In a previous life, defeating such a boss required a perfectly coordinated team of 20. His eyes grew colder, his hand tightening on the sword hilt. He must move before everyone else. Be the first to solo a Platinum boss. First return to town and contact the government to sell all the spoils. Then he set off, his back gradually swallowed by the cave's darkness. Beat them to it. Seize it before them. Become the one above all. Scene shifts to the town in the afternoon. Sunlight stretched long over marble. The chatter of players echoed through the humid air. In the main square, where crowds bustled with trading, Tan Fong stood silently, calm-eyed amid the chaotic crowd. The info panel on his right displayed, tradable lifespan 105 years. From behind, an excited voice called, "Elder, next time if you get good gear, remember to sell it to us." Tan Fong only nodded slightly. He mentally calculated, nearing 40,000 tradable days. With that amount, he could already extract quite a few things. A stranger approached, his gaze somewhat dark. "Hello, you're Shadow, right?" His voice dropped. "I have an assassination job. Interested? Kill someone in real life, and the reward for you will be substantial." Tan Fong ignored him and kept walking. The man leapt up to block his path, his tone coaxing. "Wait, this person is just an ordinary man named Tan Fong. You even killed Tong Fai. This is nothing for you like crushing an ant. Do it, and I'll pay you 3,000 tradable days of lifespan. It's money falling from the sky, don't you want it?" Tan Fong stopped, his eyes narrowing slightly. Gu Dun Fong. Seeing his reaction, the other man's eyes lit up. "That's right. Don't worry. The reward is guaranteed. Once you finish, 3,000 days of lifespan will be transferred immediately." Dun Fong smai kon li in wa li. 3,000 days equals about 50 million in real life. Who want to kill me so soon? This man clearly isn't an old acquaintance from my past life, nor a veteran player. He's likely a messenger. The real mastermind is the key. In my last life, I had a deep enmity with someone. In the endgame, if I'm not mistaken, he curled his lips slightly. The man asked, so tempted. Tan Fong nodded slowly, his gaze icy. Being targeted this early clearly indicated pre-existing anger even before the game began. And the only person with both the motive and the means to do that was Dien TT. Only she had the ambition and the money. But if she truly wanted me dead, with the TN conglomerate's power, they could have done it before the game started. No need for such a clumsy assassination. So what's the real purpose? Perhaps she wants to get acquainted with Shadow, and removing Tan Fong might just be a convenience. After all, I already refused her invitation to revel. Haha, how interesting. I'm not even come looking for her, yet she crawled to me herself. Tan Fong looked at the man and said coldly, "Fine, I'll take it, but pay half up front and I decide the timing." The man was briefly stunned. "Wait, I need to ask my superior." He quickly sent a message. A minute later, he returned and nodded. "Okay, we can pay half up front. I'll make the transfer now." Transaction successful. You received 1,500 tradable days of lifespan. Tan Fong thought to himself the deposit was merely interest. TNTT. Just wait. Soon I'll come to you in person. The man handed him a virtual slip displaying the target's info. Here is the address and target info. With your ability, finding him won't be an issue. Tan Fong glanced down, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Sun Tui, indeed where he was located. He turned and said coolly, "Fine. Wait and see." The man stood there with a hint of disdain in his eyes. What arrogance! After all, just a dog working for Miss TN. Then another voice called out, "Boss, please stop." A girl stepped forward in tight red pants with a sword on her back, her gaze resolute. "I heard you're collecting boss coordinates. I have the location of a golden boss." Interested, Tan Fong glanced over and replied tersely, 100 days on boss sighting, pay on delivery. The girl didn't hesitate and nodded immediately. "All right, follow me. It's north of town, a bit far." Tan Fong asked, "What boss?" The girl answered, "The pestilence bearer." His eyes brightened. "Right, that's the one. You actually encountered it?" she asked. She added, "Are you okay going alone? That boss has pretty strong range damage." Tan Fong sneered, "No problem, just lead the way." The pestilence bearer is indeed a golden boss. It emits a poisonous circle. Being within its range drains health points every second. Therefore, it must be killed as quickly as possible. For me now, a few skills are all that's needed. The girl pointed off into the distance, enthusiastic. "This way." Tan Fong said nothing more. His silhouette sank into the dying light over the town. In the dimming light of afternoon, before the mouth of a moss-covered cave where faint poisonous fumes drifted like mist, The girl turned and pointed ahead. The boss is in this cave. My team cleared all the minor mobs, but were powerless against the boss. I'll lead you in. She spun on her heel and led the way through intertwined roots. Tan Fong followed silently, his footsteps without a sound. At the end of the cave, she stopped, her voice dropping. It's right there. Before them, a grotesque tree trunk had risen from the gray earth, its body covered in parasitic fungi, emitting a poisonous blue mist. Tan Fong's breath shifted slightly, a cold flash in his eyes. Lifespan has been sent. Transaction successful. You transferred 100 tradable days of lifespan. The girl froze for a moment, then quickly regained her composure. Tan Fong silently assessed the boss tree, his gaze ice cold. If his memory was right, this boss's poison could actually be dodged. Phantom Shade, 75% dodge rate. Just right. At that moment, the girl spoke, her voice anxious. Actually, I have to be honest. This is a trap. As soon as you start fighting, people will show up to kill you. I heard they've prepared anti-stealth devices at level 2. Doesn't matter. Tan Fong replied coldly, his voice devoid of warmth. The girl bit her lip, as if having decided, and continued. They also told me to pretend to stop you as part of the plan to learn more about you, then ultimately try to track down your real-life identity. Tan Fong nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on the toxin-emitting trunk. He muttered as if to himself. What kind of rotten plan is that? The girl hesitated. I'm being forced. In real life, they have leverage over me. I want to tell you everything. Behin Meyes Dong Fung Hien. In-game his name is Mainan. He said you killed him once. An image flashed through Tan Fong's mind. An arrogant man trying to snatch the Golden Ghost ship boss, then turning traitorous and offering skill books in plea for forgiveness. He smiled coldly inside. The girl panicked. You even killed Tong Fai. You can surely kill him. I trust you. I've told you everything. You can't betray me, or they'll torture me to death. Tan Fong shook his head slightly, his gaze as deep as an abyss. A childish scheme. In my previous life, I never heard that name. Maybe he was wiped the moment he entered the game. Fine, consider it convenient to kill a dog. He said coldly, I'm going in to fight the boss. Carry out your scheme. Lure their people here, leave the rest to me. With that, he leapt up, vanishing midair as his stealth skill activated. The girl panicked. Wait, it's over, it's really over. In her memory, Dong Fong Hien once led 3 squads of 18 to attack this boss, but they were annihilated within half a minute. The poison was too strong. They hadn't even grazed 5% of the boss's HP. Shadow alone was tantamount to suicide. I must figure out an escape. But in midair, Tan Fong summoned the Grace of Release skill, activating the effect that amplifies weaknesses, cutting throats. Tan Fong's eyes flashed, killing intent as cold as ice surged out. He struck down with a shield phantom slash. The boss howled as its HP plunged like a waterfall. 700, 2,189, 6,366. The golden health bar dropped to half. The girl cried in horror. What? One strike took 2/3 of the golden boss's HP, over 80,000 damage. Is this even human? Tan Fong said nothing, standing on a dry branch, coldly watching each drop of toxin fall like blood. He immediately vanished with shield phantom, then reappeared beside the girl. Quickly calculating in his mind, he decided not to finish the boss yet. Let Dong Fong Hien's people come and feed their lives, wait for his skill cooldown, then send them all to hell. Grace of Release has a 25-second active cooldown. With 75% cooldown reduction, 14.3 seconds remain. Outside the cave, the sound of people surged. Prepare to enter the cave and kill the boss. Anyone who obstructs will be killed without question. Tan Fong looked out silently, a faint smirk at his lips. Is it them? Did he intend to tussle with Dong Fong Hien? Was the real plan to have Bong Tuet pretend to stop a dozen or so people? He glanced at Bong Tuet, who was grinding her teeth, and hastily summoned a giant golden shield to block the cave entrance. Tan Fong looked at the large golden shield blazing across the entrance, raised an eyebrow, and said in a low voice, Golden shield. So they came to her to put on a show. With this defense, few can break it in the early stage. Maybe she received the ancient god's blessing outside. So, she was able to open a golden tier treasure chest. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes narrowed like a thin blade. In an instant, Tan Fong's figure blurred and shot out like a black lightning bolt. Shield Phantom Slash. The strike fell like a death sentence on the rushing crowd. No warning, no time to react. In a moment, blood soaked the ground. Everyone was slaughtered. At that moment, Tan Fong's eyes emitted an eerie golden light. He coldly raised his hand and cast Bloom of the Cursed. From the bodies not yet cold, blood-red spider lilies sprouted, exuding a strange fragrance and slowly siphoning the remaining lifespan from the people. The girl beside him went pale, trembling with fear. Oh my God, that's terrifying. One move wiped out the whole group. Were those blood-red flowers? Good thing I didn't listen to Dong Fuang Hien. Otherwise, I'd be sharing a grave with Tong Fai and the others now. She took a deep breath and forced a bright smile. Big brother, let's be friends. If I get the chance, I'll tell you Dong Fuang Hien's real-life location. Dun Fong Notet Gon Li, Fai. The girl brightened and continued in a softer, flirtatious tone. If you need special services, I can provide them free for life. Dun Fong Smai Gon Li In Wa Li. So that's what it was. No wonder she was so eager. Without answering, he vaulted once more, Shield Phantom streaking straight toward the boss. Amid the roaring and poisonous gas, the giant monster was killed instantly. You have slain the Pestilence Bearer encircled, golden rank, level 10. Reward: 7 evolution points, 55 tradable days of lifespan, and experience points. Tan Fong looked down at the pile of loot with contempt. The lifespan of more than a dozen people still wasn't worth a single boss. To come all this way instead of farming mobs, truly courting death. His gaze swept and paused on the girl still standing there. What? You're not leaving yet? The girl, startled, hurriedly bowed her head. Nothing, I'm going now. Bye-bye, big brother. As soon as she finished, she fled as if chased by a ghost. Left alone in the cave, Tan Fong raised his hand and activated Greedy Hand. The pile of items glowed brilliantly in the light. His eyes lit up with excitement. Oh, it's been a while since I've seen an assassin skill book, and one dropped. It's Dark Moment, Platinum Tier. Assassin system releases a dark radiance from the blade, blinding all enemies within 20 m. Duration 10 seconds, scales with the target's spirit attribute. Cooldown 60 seconds reduced to 34.3 seconds. Requires level 10. Excellent. Tan Fong immediately learned the skill, a cold satisfaction flashing in his eyes. If he could blind enemies, even when not stealth, he could trigger double damage. With this skill, bosses with high anti-stealth won't affect his output. Besides, that was a weapon that made him even more pleased. Platinum Tier Pestilence Blade, Assassin Weapon. Plus 216 attack, plus 42 agility, plus 0.3 weak spot attack multiplier. Special effect. Attacks apply poison that detonates after 3 seconds, dealing an additional 50% damage. Not bad. What a bountiful day. Tan Fong skimmed his status panel. Evolution points, 98. Just a bit more to evolve Greedy Hand from epic to legendary. Only 10,000 XP needed to advance the profession. Without hesitation, he quietly left the cave and began sweeping up the lesser mobs. At Tan Fong's appearance, the swarm of shrimp and crab creatures let out a terrified cry and fled in panic. But it was already too late. Tan Fong coldly switched to massacre mode. His blade slashed like a gale. The shrimp and crab swarm chopped into pieces, flesh and blood spraying everywhere. The remaining ones squealed in terror, but still could not escape the fate of being slaughtered. After a while, Tan Fong stopped and exhaled. A brilliant golden light began to envelop his whole body. You have advanced the obsession profession. From now on, each tier grant stat increases. Strength from 3 to 9, Constitution from 3 to 9, Agility from 8 to 24, Spirit from 5 to 15. Tan Fong now radiated a divine golden light, though his eyes still held a cold aloofness. Passive profession skills activated. Stealth I. Stealth duration doubled. Stealth 2. Can use skills while stealthed. Stealth 3. If striking from outside the enemy's sight range, damage is tripled. Reading the announcement, Tan Fong slowly said, unable to hide his satisfaction. Advancing to first tier triples attributes directly, plus the ability to remain stealthed. If I manage cooldowns well, I can almost maintain permanent stealth. Attacks from outside vision, no longer just double, but triple. It's only first tier and already so powerful. No wonder it's called the strongest stealth profession. Right after, a system sound announced that 7 players in the Zhonghai area had reached level 10. The teleportation to the continent abandoned by the gods will open in 10 minutes. Players who don't meet the requirements should prepare to leave. The rankings popped up immediately. First, Shadow. Second, Grey Rose. Po, Ha Duitian. Fourth, Blackcloth Forest. 5, Dai Li Du. Sixth, Vongman. Save in, Huai Hu Duitam. Tan Fong glanced at the system time. 8:30 p.m. Does Zhonghai really have this many level 10 players? He faintly smirked, eyes scanning the familiar names. In his past life, the leaderboard was full of foreigners at this point. But now, thanks to him offloading a large amount of gear and skills, the balance has begun to shift. Maybe the world's outcome will change because of it. The thought made him a little eager. The real world, late at night, under the dim streetlights, police cars escorted a group of handcuffed criminals. A young officer stepped forward to report. All key personnel of the Daizhong Industrial Crime Syndicate have been arrested. Only 3 remain online in the game. Their bodies are in a disintegrated state and cannot act. Awaiting orders, an older leader said in a low voice. You've worked hard. Send a notice to Envu. Find a way to force the suspects offline. The man beside him nodded. That's a good idea. Even if they hide in small towns and can't be attacked, their bodies will still get hungry. When they need to eat, they'll have to go offline. Cut the connection and we can catch them. The leader's gaze darkened slightly. We must thank the one called Shadow. He provided intel on Daizhong and warned that in-game abilities can be extracted into reality. If we had delayed and Zhang Lu and his gang reached level 10 and obtained powers, the casualties would be catastrophic. There have already been riots in one country, thousands dead. The squads we seeded into the game also reached level 10 thanks to Shadow's gear and skills. He's a talent Great Xia cannot afford to lose. We must secure him. Return to the game world. Tan Fong received a message. Big bro, I didn't expect you to be a hero who slays evil. I worship you so much. He frowned and replied, puzzled. What nonsense are you talking about? If you have something, say it straight. The girl answered eagerly. Don't be modest. The government has announced it. Daizhong Industry colluded with Tong Fai to kidnap and murder players. Your elimination of them was government authorized. Tan Fong read the message without replying, thinking to himself, whitewashing, probably to make future cooperation easy. He added one more message. Have you found Dong Fuang Hien's location yet? The girl replied immediately, not yet. I'll tell you as soon as I hear anything. He answered back, all right. At that moment, Tan Fong looked up at the sky. Time was running out. The most important thing now was to reach the continent abandoned by the gods. Many had used the town's teleportation system, but no one had yet opened the teleportation array to the continent. Stepping into the teleportation circle, an announcement rang out. Teleporting to the continent abandoned by the gods. Tan Fong thought to himself that this town was just a newbie village. Only upon reaching that continent would one truly be considered to have entered the game. Outside the array, several players who witnessed Tan Fong vanish were left bewildered. I don't see anyone anymore. Who just activated it? Need I ask? Of course, it's the old Shadow. Impossible. I have anti-stealth skill level 2 and still couldn't see him. Are you dumb? That means the old man's stealth level has surpassed level 2. Meanwhile, Tan Fong had already been teleported to the destination. What met his eyes was a scene of ruin, devastation, so familiar. He muttered under his breath, his voice low as if soliloquizing. As expected, nothing's changed from my past life. Zhonghai City is desolate, still rotting and dead like this. His gaze swept over piles of collapsed concrete and buildings reduced to rusted steel frames. Other players from different cities will be teleported to ruins corresponding to where they had lived in real life. A chilling coincidence between the virtual world and reality. The reason for this strange phenomenon remained an unsolved mystery. Suddenly, from behind, A pair of blazing red eyes locked onto his back, and the air grew briefly cold. A creature with a worm-like body, for eyes, and serrated razor-sharp teeth, suddenly lunged at incredible speed. But as it struck, Tan Fong had vanished. He used Phantom Shade to make the monster's attack hit empty air. He then counterattacked with Shield Phantom Slash, the cold black light tearing through the space. You have defeated a territory greedy, level 11, normal quality. Before he could catch his breath, 3 more crawled out from the rubble and lunged at once. Dun Fong Valket Hai, Navue Vading, then activated Grace of Release, along with Shield Phantom Slash again. The screams ended. Loot clattered onto the ground. He glanced over and coldly murmured, "There's no safe zone here like in the town. Monsters are everywhere. Enemies hide on all sides." Amid a battlefield reeking of metal and dust, his expression remained calm, as if accustomed to living in hell. If he could find cover within the ruins, he could establish a stronghold and dominate the area. Tan Fong quickly moved to the northwest. When he stopped, he looked at the dilapidated building before him and said in a low voice, "This was the headquarters of the Slaughter God Guild in my past life, in another area of the ruins, and Vu's team had just been teleported as well." Chu Hak looked around, frowning. "Is this where the gods used to operate?" Vong Man grimaced. "It looks more like the ruins of a modern city." Chu Hak was suddenly stunned and turned toward a ruined building. "Wait, isn't this Zhongnam City?" Chu Tuet nodded in confirmation. "It is. Zhongnam City Hall is still there." Chu Hak looked around again, puzzled. "Some say Big Brother Shadow was teleported here too, so why can't we see him?" Chu Tuet smiled faintly. "Don't look for him, Chu Hak. He has a stealth skill." At that moment, the ground shook as 2 earthworm-like monsters, each as large as a drum, rose from the ground and charged at everyone. "Vung Mang Sao That Monster! Watch out!" Chu Tuet reacted quickly and summoned Guardian Spirit. Her little bird flew up, perched on Vong Man's head, and emitted a protective halo. The 2 monsters hesitated for a beat, then surged forward again. Thwack! The shield blocked the blow, but Vong Man was still knocked back, groaning in pain. Chu Tuet immediately healed him and warned, "Their attack power is stronger than the silver-white boss around the town. Don't underestimate them." A young man with a bow gritted his teeth and released a binding volley. The 2 monsters were instantly pinned to the ground by rings of energy. He laughed. "Gotcha. This time they're done for. I used everything to take them down." Nearby, Chu Hak chanted a spell, unleashing the skill prophetic Great Fireball. A fireball erupted from his staff, slamming down. The 2 monsters were burned to ash instantly. "You have defeated territory greeters. 2 defeated." Items dropped. The archer clapped and cheered. "Well fought, impressive." Vong Man turned and said, "Chu Tuet, send the owl up high to scout the surrounding area." Chu Tuet nodded, closed her eyes, and guided the bird upward. A moment later, she opened her eyes, her expression darkening. "Monsters everywhere. The recent fight attracted their attention. They're heading toward us." Her voice dropped. "Also, there's no safe zone in sight. What do we do, Captain?" The team fell silent. Vong Man widened his eyes. "No safe zone?" The archer blurted out, "What kind of rotten place is this?" In a blink, it turned into a survival game. Chu Hak spoke up, a bit urgent. "Chu Tuet, can you locate the old man Shadow? He arrived before us. He can't be far. If we find him, we'll be safe." Chu Tuet closed her eyes and sent her mental sensing across the area. But after a few seconds, she shook her head. "Can't find anyone." Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, there's a lot of light to the northwest. Reflections from items dropped when monsters were killed." Chu Hak's eyes brightened. "Right, it's definitely from the old man. His inventory must be full, so he couldn't pick up all the loot." Chu Tuet nodded in agreement, but her face quickly grew serious. "Be careful. Many more monsters are appearing around that area." Sure enough, from all sides came a rustling like hundreds of claws scraping the ground. Twisted, malformed bodies burst from the cracks, eyes glowing like long-starved beasts. And Vu immediately ordered, "Fall back." The monsters over there were cleared by the old man Shadow. That area is safer. Everyone moved toward the glow of the dropped items. Vong Man responded decisively. Hold the formation, do not split up. Fight while retreating. The team all nodded. Blades flashed. Magic fire roared. The battle was close, but the formation held as they cleared a path through a rain of monster blood. Elsewhere, deep in the ruined city of Zhonghai, Tan Fong was operating alone. A pack of low-level monsters was gathering. He merely lifted his hand and executed a shield phantom slash. Shadows of the blade filled the area, and everything was crushed in an instant. Monster corpses lay scattered like trash, the light from dropped items glittering across the ground. He murmured in a cold voice. Even without activating the active effect of Grace of Release, the total damage of Shield Phantom slash now reaches 20 to 30,000. These small monsters are just punching bags for me to train my hand. Dun Feng Wan Ge Lei Su. After a while he stopped. Here, this is the hideout. Before him was a heavily collapsed area that looked like nothing but rubble. Yet beneath the debris lay a hidden, enormous palace, something that in his past life took a long time for anyone to discover. This was the largest stronghold in Zhonghai, the secret base of the Slaughter God Guild. The underground palace contained thousands of chambers and dozens of vast halls. It had once been a true underground city, with systems, order, and death lurking within. Tan Fong began descending the spiral staircase, his voice cold as frost. In my past life, to take this place, I had to gather the 3 strongest teams, 18 elite warriors, all level 15, armed to the teeth, and still we paid the price. Ding. System, you have entered the hideout, spirit-purifying land. The scene before him opened like another world, ancient in style, dimly lit like ghostly flames. Ghostly spirits floated in the air, their hissing sounds sending shivers down the spine. Tan Fong's gaze was steady as a mountain, without the slightest tremor. But now I alone am enough. The monsters detected the intruder, let out eerie, manic laughs, and charged. Tan Fong drew the plague blade and noted quickly. An elemental soul of golden rank, level 12. Immediately, he cast Moment of Darkness. An absolute nightfall blanketed the entire area. The monsters lost sight like headless snakes and stood frozen. In that darkness, Shield Phantom Slash was executed continuously, like an invisible Death Reaper wielding a sword in the night. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sword chi tore the air, and monster corpses fell like rain. In less than a minute, all were slain, and items scattered at his feet. Tan Fong stopped and glanced at the battlefield behind him. While blind, all attacks deal bonus damage. These level 12 small fry are just target dummies. He picked up no items, instead walking silently to an ancient, dust-covered altar. 15 in the first Great Hall were eliminated. Yet this place has dozens of great halls and thousands of rooms. A cold smile crossed his lips. Truly a magnificent structure. If I clear out all the monsters here, there might be enough resources to evolve the greedy hand once more. Standing atop a pile of glittering loot, he looked straight into the distant darkness and said in a hoarse voice, "When the small fry are all dead, the guardian will appear." A vague image formed in his mind. A monster entirely blue like electric charge, plated in black like an ancient cuirass, its eyes flashing like blade edges. Scene shift to a solemn space. Towering shelves of books surrounded the room, old dusty tomes shedding particles in the breeze. In the center, a teleportation array glowed. 2 figures materialized in its faint blue light. A dark-skinned man with curly hair and wary eyes, and a girl whose gaze brimmed with curiosity. The array flashed one last time and quietly extinguished. The 2 had been sent to the continent abandoned by the gods. The man frowned, looking around at the desolation. Is this the continent abandoned by the gods? The girl next to him knit her brow, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. Strange, this place looks oddly familiar. Her gaze swept the ruins and suddenly froze. A shattered statue reached out from the blackened rubble, the Statue of Liberty. The girl murmured, "Impossible, isn't this New York?" Cut to another group, just arriving on the abandoned Divine Land. They stood among the wreckage, their eyes roaming in bewilderment. One cried out in astonishment, "This is the ruins of Xiang City, And over there is London, the dark-skinned man gasped. Could it be that people from different regions are teleported to the ruins of the cities they come from? Strange. Each person is sent to the corresponding ruins of their own city. Before the question could be answered, two tall dark shapes suddenly appear behind them. They were local monsters, giant earthworm-like creatures, exuding a fetid, slimy stench. The dark-skinned man screamed in panic, "Danger, run!" But before they could retreat, the monster's gaping maws lunged forward. A pitiful scream rang out and ended in an instant. Cut to the ruins of Zhonghai. The ground is littered with abandoned items, a faint golden light spreading like stardust. Vong Man hid behind a rock crevice, peered out to check. No monsters in sight. We can rest for a bit. And Vu sat panting, cheeks flushed, eyes full of reverence. No wonder he's the old man shadow. I thought we were strong, but in the end we still tremble under his shadow. Vong Man frowned. Captain, watch your wording. And Vu laughed awkwardly. What's wrong with that? I'm being honest. Chu Hak intervened, his voice low. Luckily, he cleared the area. Otherwise, with a number of monsters just now, we'd all have become their prey. She frowned. By the way, I wonder, if we die here, where will we respawn? Vong Man turned. Captain, and the six of us still aren't ready to explore this wasteland. Wait until everyone reaches level 10. Then we can coordinate effectively. And Vu nodded without objection. Meanwhile, Tutuet was scouting the area. She bent over a monster corpse, frowning. This monster is fragmented unusually, as if Old Man Shadow vanished right here. She pointed to the loot-strewn ground, voice full of desire. There are even yellow-grayed items. I really want to pick them up. Vong Man frowned. I've sent word to Shadow. I'm not sure if he still needs this pile of stuff. At the same time, inside the spirit-purifying land, Tanfong had just finished another battle. A final sword stroke cut down a half-man, half-smoke monster, its body turning to ash. He looked around. Golden light from the dropped items fell like a heavy rain, lighting up the space. He murmured in a cold tone, finally cleared all the small fry. Over 40 great halls, 1,000 small rooms, totaling more than 400. His gaze landed on the status board. For bronze bosses, 2 silver-white bosses. Over 100,000 experience points. Evolution points are now 205. Only 5 points short of evolving the greedy hand. At that moment, a message from Vong Man popped up. Big bro, where are you? We see the loot dropped by the monsters you killed. You didn't pick it up. We'll collect it and return lifespan to you at market price. Tanfong curled a lip. The government squad's here already? He replied, Fine, I'll contact you later. There are some pieces of gear to negotiate. Roger. We'll wait at Ruin Fort coordinates 89.554 to 66.666. He closed the chat window, and Tanfong's eyes suddenly turned colder. Lightning suddenly flashed ahead, bolts crisscrossing like a web in the sky. A powerful aura approached, making the air heavy. He stepped up onto a stone, drew his sword from its sheath, and whispered, The Guardian has appeared. A gigantic figure materialized amid the thunderstorm. Ding! The Spirit-Purifying Arbiter, level 15, rank Platinum. The symbol of Spirit Purifying was carved on its brow. Dark black armor covered its body like an ancient knight, lightning coiling around like a dragon. System. You have encountered the Guardian of the Spirit-Purifying Land. Defeat him, and you will become the master of this land. Tanfong moved slightly. His figure vanished into the warped air as Shield Phantom activated. With cold eyes, he silently watched the Arbiter amid the raging storm. Lightning danced around its massive form like silver dragons in the dark. Level 15. The highest level monster in the ruined city, he thought. Arbiter is the top boss here. 750,000 HP, divided into 3 phases. Memories of his past life sliced across his mind like a blade. Arbiter's single-target lightning strikes once shredded warriors in golden armor. But this time, Tanfong's eyes darkened. I don't need to block anymore, just avoid getting hit. Immediately after, Shield Phantom Slash was triggered, his silhouette striking like thunder. Tanfong charged at the boss, the blade tracing a razor line. But the hit dealt no damage at all. Unfazed, he continued to seize the opportunity with a direct attack to the weak point. The boss's HP plummeted, dropping like a waterfall. Fan Sen roared in fury. A lightning spear formed in its hand. Then, like a storm, a barrage of lightning bolts was launched. Tan Fong didn't confront them head-on. He kept moving, dodging each space-rending bolt. If he got hit even once, he'd definitely die. A platinum boss, its skills all have damage-boosting effects. My dodge rate is 75%, but against Fan Sen it drops to just over 50% chance to hit. Still, 182 agility isn't to be underestimated. With a speed exceeding 40 meters per second, he could nimbly evade each lightning strike. In the previous life, the whole guild had to use 4 priest shields and pray for luck to get through. Tan Fong tightened his grip on the sword, a murderous gleam flashing in his eyes. But this time, I won't give you a chance. He burst forward at high speed and landed a critical slash on the boss, its health dropping to only 2/3. Neck cut, grace of release, shield phantom slash, plus toxic damage from the Plague Blade. Together they shredded 250,000 points of HP. The boss roared and entered phase 2. Its body blazed and became invincible. 3 giant lightning orbs appeared around it. Tan Fong coldly looked up at the pitch-black sky. In this phase, if the 3 orbs aren't destroyed, the boss will go berserk. In the previous life, the team was wiped out because of a 1-second lapse. He remembered clearly. After that battle, Tan Chu Du sobbed on voice chat, "I don't want to fight anymore." On the second run, she wasn't brought along, and the team cleared it in one go. Tan Fong narrowed his eyes, swung his arm, and launched an extremely toxic throwing knife that pierced the first orb, detonating it in an instant. The orb exploded, the boss howled, and its HP fell further. The rule was clear. Each orb destroyed inflicted massive damage to the boss. Without hesitation, he hurled throwing knives at the second and then the third orb in succession. Boom! All 3 lightning orbs detonated. Boss Fan Sen screamed in agony and shifted to phase 3. Its HP was now below 1/4. Its whole body blazed, lightning surging outward like a violent thunderstorm. The air thickened as arcs of electricity streamed from it, tearing space apart. Tan Fong knew well that in phase 3, it would spam skills nonstop. In the previous life, to survive, they had to wear full lightning-resist sets, raise priest shields, and burn through all healing to barely make it. But now, he leaped into the air like a swift cut of a bird through the storm. A ring of golden protection appeared around him. You cast lightning from below, so I'll strike from above. Immediately after, Grace of Release combined with Blacklight Shield was activated, each move timed to the breath. Tan Fong stood firm inside the protective ring, the aura around him still lingering. The blade in his hand gleamed with a gloomy black, cold as impending death. Grace of Release and Blacklight Shield activated. A black light flared as if swallowing the lightning, enveloping his body. At that moment, Tan Fong's eyes showed no emotion, only the calm of someone certain of his enemy's death. Shield Phantom Slash. His silhouette tore through the air, striking the crown of Fan Sen like a fatal lightning bolt. The blade struck, the boss's helmet was knocked off and rolled across the ground. Boom! The boss froze for a long, endless moment before collapsing. Ding! You have slain the Spirit-Purifying Arbiter Platinum Tier boss. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 11. Your forethinking attributes have increased. You gained 10 free attribute points, 20 evolution points, and 1,520 days of tradable lifespan. Tan Fong curled his lip and murmured coldly, "Good." The system announced again, "You're the first player in the world to defeat a Platinum Tier boss. Fame plus 10. You have become the master of the Spirit-Purifying Land." Across the battlefield, items glittered and scattered, but Tan Fong didn't bother to glance at them once. He simply stood still and murmured, "The hideout isn't just a shelter in the game. It's a real base that can store and be transported to the real world." In his memory, when the Divine Spirit collapse began, the modern weapons that once dominated humanity became useless. Nuclear bombs were neutralized on day 1. Planes, tanks, all became scrap within a month or two. From that moment, Humanity had to rely on extraction abilities from the divine spirit collapse. New power, new rules. After a hideout is brought into reality, a magical barrier can activate an absolutely secure fortress if exploited correctly. He stopped, silent. His gaze grew deep. In his previous life, his guild, the Godslayer, had turned this place into their headquarters. Many memories, both joyful and bloody. But he had seen too many people come and go. Enough. Tan Fong clenched his fist. This time, there will be no more Godslayers. I will walk alone to the very peak. In some forest, amid a torrential downpour, Tan Chu Du's team fell into chaos. A giant axe-wielding monster roared, swinging down like thunder. A young man barely dodged and shouted, "Move!" Tan Chu Du froze within the axe's arc. She screamed, "Ah, save me! Slice!" Her body was cleaved in two, blood spraying everywhere. You have died, losing 14 years of non-tradable lifespan. You have died, losing 2 days of tradable lifespan. Tan Chu Du was resurrected in town, face panicked. I died again? A message popped up. Told you to dodge. An axe that big and you didn't dodge. Tan Chu Du gritted her teeth and replied, "Who are you scolding? If you're the tanker and can't hold the boss properly, don't blame me for lacking dodge skills." Godi. The young man couldn't hold back his anger. With such a wide area attack, how could I tank it? You idiot. Ding. Player Great Frenzy, level 8, left the party. At that moment, another girl in the team messaged, "To do, the tanker ran. The boss is hitting me. Help, boom." The boss swung its axe. The other girl died on the spot and was also teleported back to town. She trembled as she looked at Tan Chu Du. "Let's farm monsters first. There's not much lifespan left. I'm scared." Tan Chu Du nodded, said nothing, her heart full of worry. At that moment, a world announcement rang out. Player Shadow, Region Zhonghai City, is the first to defeat a Platinum tier boss. Fame plus 10. The forums exploded. Holy crap, solo to Platinum boss. Not many on the continent have reached that level. Who is Shadow? Does anyone know his true identity? A Platinum boss? I've never even seen a golden boss. How could someone be that strong? She clenched her teeth, eyes fixed on the still visible announcement. Why? Why am I struggling so much while that damn name can do it? Back at the place where the boss was killed, Tan Fong stood among the rubble, covered in the light of scattered loot, and sighed softly. Level 11, he murmured. After level 10, each level grants 4 points to all attributes plus 10 free attribute points. Without hesitation, he poured everything into agility. With sufficient speed, combined with unlimited invisibility, even the boss couldn't touch the hem of his cloak. A faint smile crossed his lips. He hadn't expected killing a Platinum boss to yield a full 20 evolution points. He opened the skill panel and paused at the Greedy Hand skill, then evolved it right away. You have consumed 210 evolution points. Greedy Hand evolved from Epic to Legendary. Additional loot reward rate increased from 300% to 500%. Rarity upgrade chance for loot increased by 100%. Gained passive effect. 100 greedy space slots for item storage. Tan Fong's eyes brightened. He murmured coldly, "Very good. From 3 shares of loot to 5, plus an extra 100 inventory slots. Now, that's proper compensation." He activated the upgraded skill and began collecting loot. You received an additional 5 shares of loot. You gained 100 evolution points, leaving 115 points remain. In his bag, he found 2 assassin set pieces and an assassin skill book. Levels not high enough, store them in the hideout for now. Wasting no time, he summoned the devout follower. A ragged zombie materialized from the void. "Gather all the loot in the palace and pile it up for me." The follower growled once and moved quickly to obey. Tan Fong returned to the evolution panel. 115 points remained, enough to upgrade a slew of skills. Spent 42 evolution points. Shadow Step evolved 3 times to Epic. Invisibility duration increased from 30 SXS to 60s. Attacks from stealth rose from 300% to 500%. Cooldown reduced from 22s to 8.5s. Spent 34 evolution points. Reinforced Backstab evolved twice to Epic, rear attack damage increased from 50% to 75%. You consumed 1 plus 2 plus 3 evolution points. Moment of Darkness evolved from Platinum to Teal to Diamond, then to Epic. It now blinds all enemies within 60 m, up from 20 m. Duration is 16 seconds, up from 10. Duration may be shorter depending on the target's spirit. Spent 33 evolution points. Blooming Curse evolved 3 times to Legendary. It can be used on a player's corpse within 60 seconds after death. The corpse is absorbed and ceases to exist. Absorbs 50% of the target's remaining non-tradable lifespan and can absorb non-tradable lifespan orbs dropped when Enlightenment is resolved. Tan Fong froze, eyes cold. Absorb non-tradable lifespan? Memories from his previous life surged back. In high-tier areas like the Rampage Zone, inside special bosses, life depletion rates are hundreds or tens of thousands of times faster. Their non-tradable lifespan is burned first. If so, this type of lifespan will become common later. This truly is a god-tier skill. Just then a message popped up. The sender was the shield maid who had teamed with him on the quest. Congrats, Elder, on killing the first Platinum boss. Tan Fong glanced and replied coldly. What's up? I have good news. Dongfeng Hin finally went offline. I heard their clan is holding a banquet at the Jiangnam restaurant. Their family acquired a lot of lifespan and are preparing to convert it into combat power to deploy into the game. He closed his eyes for a second and answered, Well done. Elder, it's my duty. You must kill Dongfeng Hin, or I'll be in trouble. Don't worry. Tan Fong replied coldly to the message and ended the chat. His gaze fell on the scattered loot across the palace floor. He touched it lightly, and items were drawn into the 100-slot backpack granted by Greedy Hand. If piling all this on still left room, a secondary piece of gear could serve as a strategic warehouse. Time to find Vong Man and sell everything to them. As he appeared, cheers erupted, and Vu waved excitedly like a child seeing a superhero. Look, Shadow is here. Miss Zhang threw her arms forward as if to embrace him, calling loudly, Elder. Tan Fong raised a hand to stop her, expression unchanged. Same rules as always. I set the price. You can take it or leave it. He tossed out 30 common items and a bronze sword, nonchalantly. Discount for you. All one price, 950 days. The hand that had blocked her left a faint imprint on Vu's face, but she paid it no mind and smiled brightly. Ooh, fine Elder. We estimated the first lot at over 1,000 days, so I'll round and give you 2,000 days. Tan Fong nodded slightly. Done. This lot includes silver, golden, and platinum gear, total value 18,000 tradable days. And Vu checked and widened her eyes. Platinum gear? I don't even have a complete golden set yet. Elder, you really are the Elder, selling platinum gear too. Amazing. With this stash, Zhanghai City's growth rate will skyrocket. Thanks, Big Bro Shadow. Tan Fong replied indifferently. No problem. Just helping each other. At that moment, Chu Hack asked curiously, Hey, why does your backpack have so many slots? Are you Doraemon? Tan Fong glanced at her. Maybe your bags are already full, right? He switched to a serious tone, a friendly reminder. Under the statue in the ruined city is a staircase. Beneath is a teleportation formation that returns you to the original city. But returning costs 500 days of lifespan the first time. Subsequent returns do not. Consider carefully. I'm leaving first. With that, he turned and left, his silhouette gradually disappearing into the gray mist. And Vu shouted excitedly, See? I told you. The Elder must be reincarnated. Otherwise, how would he know such hidden information? Vong Man hurriedly grabbed her hand. Captain, and please don't be like that. I'm a little scared. And Vu set a can of drink on her hip and sat casually. What do you all think? What if I seduce Shadow? The people around her stared blankly. No one answered. Inwardly, they all cursed. No chest, no butt, and she wants to seduce someone. At the same time, Tan Fong had left the area and continued moving. He stopped. The system opened and a line of text appeared. Do you want to spend tradable lifespan to extract abilities into reality? Tan Fong ziblit kutli, sin lever, sin klat e volitang. spending 27,000 tradable days of lifespan. Level sync and class evolution complete. Tianfeng's gaze turned icy. Next was skill extraction. Last time, he only extracted Shadow Step level 1. This time he decided to burn all resources. Spent 1,960 days, upgraded Shadow Step to level 10. Spent 900 days, reinforced Backstab. Spent 1,000 days, extracted Greedy Hand. Spent 3,200 days, extracted Shield Phantom Slash. Spent 536 days, extracted Illusory Demon Shade. Spent 16,099 days, extracted Blooming Curse. Spent 11,313 days, extracted Dark Light Shield. Extraction sync complete. You have 7,480 days remaining. He said in a low voice, continue. Spent 3,600 days, extracted Golden Hidden Rope. Spent 3,394 days, extracted Devout Follower Necklace Golden. Tianfeng muttered. The Devout Follower Necklace not only reduces cooldowns, more importantly, it allows summoning Platinum tier followers. Now, in reality, I'm almost invincible. Looking at the stats, the last line showed 486 tradable days remaining. He exhaled lightly, his eyes darkened. His entire estate had been drained, but his power in reality was now nearly equal to in the game, only lacking lifespan for the next offline extraction. He must get more. Saying nothing further, he logged out of the game. Back in reality, Tianfeng's body was now covered in layers of thick dark qi, his cold eyes emitting a dim golden light. He curled a lip. TNTT knew this address. To be safe, he had to leave first. Extracting the spirit-purifying land would cost 1,300 years of lifespan. So for now, he could only look for a temporary place to stay. His gaze swept the room one last time. Tianfeng raised his hand and activated the Greedy Hand skill. Instantly, space warped, and all the furniture in the room seemed swallowed, disappearing into the void. The storage space of this skill is indeed overpowered. All my stuff fits neatly in my hand now. He stepped to the window, pulled out his phone, and scrolled through information. Dongfuang Hien is at the Zhongnam restaurant, 15 kilometers away. At his current speed, less than 10 minutes. With that, he leapt down, his figure turning into a black streak slicing the air, melting into the night like a nightmare streaking across the city. At the Zhongnam restaurant, laughter and chatter rang throughout the luxurious hall. The Dongfuang family members that sat around the banquet table, faces full of excitement. Everyone now understands, skills and lifespan from the game can affect the real world. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity, a senior shouted. This time our Hien did very well, initially building power inside the game. Dongfuang Hien smiled modestly. Grandfather, it was my duty. The silver-haired old man nodded approvingly, leaning on his cane. Very good. The lifespan gained this time will be used entirely to equip skills and upgrade. The goal is to get the core members to level 10 as soon as possible. Seize this opportunity and the Dongfuang family will surely become the hegemon of the region. Establish a 10,000-year lineage, an unending dynasty. Dongfuang Hien sat there, his eyes flashing with a dark gleam. This old man is half in the coffin, yet still dreams of immortality. Humph. Wait until I catch Shadow, extract his secrets, and force him to dedicate his lifespan to me for life. Then the first to die will be you. The old man asked again, what about tracking down Shadow's identity? Don't worry, grandfather. I've arranged a very reliable woman to approach him. News will come quickly. Once we capture him alive, he'll be a tool of our family. Good. Now, raise your glasses to the glorious future of the Dongfuang family. Long live the Dongfuang family. Long live the Dongfuang family. But amid the cheers, darkness descended. Tianfeng had just wiped out the guards, and thought coldly, I didn't expect these aristocrats to be armed with guns. Dark Light Shield and Illusory Demon Shade can't fully evade bullets. If shot in the head or heart, you still die. Better to be cautious. Immediately, he summoned the Devout Follower, an aberrant creature with claws and blue flame. As a silver tier boss, the Devout Follower has great damage resistance. Even when attacked with guns, it can hold out for a long time. Advance, leave none alive. he ordered coldly. The follower charged, eyes blazing. "Who are you?" "Stop." The follower didn't answer, only hissed horribly and leapt forward. Blue flame exploded. "No, it's a monster from Divine Relics. Open fire." The guard screamed, "Fire!" But every shot only seemed to enrage the beast. It attacked the crowd with blue flame. One man was torn open by claws, blood spraying everywhere. Dongfeng Hin was shocked. Inside the chaos, the old man was seized by the devout follower, shouting, "Hien, save me!" Dongfeng Hien turned and fled, panic in his heart. "Damn it, if I log back into the game, reach level 10, and extract power, I'll return. Then no one will dare touch me." But after only a few steps, a figure as cold as ice blocked his path. "Shadow, has Ikogin Tenfeng?" Tenfeng said nothing, just a slight movement. His hand swung, and Dongfeng Hien's head flew into the air. His eyes widened. Before he could comprehend what was happening, he fell onto the cold floor. Red spider lilies sprouted from his corpse, blooming scarlet across the area. Tenfeng stood motionless like a stone statue. The system displayed: absorbed 27,000 tradable days of lifespan. Absorb an additional 485 years of non-tradable lifespan. He smiled, voice low and cold as winter frost. Indeed, a bountiful harvest. Under the gloomy, death-thickened air, the cursed flowers slowly unfurled. They drained every remnant, from lifespan to flesh, of the unlucky, then dissolved in a black mist that drifted into the air, as if no one had ever existed here. Not a drop of blood, not a scrap of bone remained. Tenfeng stood silently like a ghost. His eyes coldly surveyed the scene as he murmured, recording the result. Every time, Blooming Curse performs a great deed. It erases the corpse, cleans the traces, and sucks lifespan dry like wringing out a wet towel. Not a drop left. His non-tradable lifespan had now accumulated to 2,327 years, a figure far beyond ordinary limits. With this base, even entering the rampage zone, he no longer feared being oppressed or crushed. Suddenly someone outside shouted, "Call the police!" Gunshots and desperate screams came from the private room. A police squad rushed over immediately. The incident took place at the Dong Fong family's private banquet, a power no one dares to touch. Reports said there had been a shootout with serious casualties. They smashed the door and stormed in, but the scene left everyone stunned. In the chaotic room, there was not a single corpse, no survivors, not even a trace of blood. Only the smell of gunpowder and a deadly silence remained. Did anyone see anyone leave the restaurant? A cop called out. No one. Another answered hesitantly. How strange. Where did the Dong Fong people go? All missing. A commander ground his teeth. Report of first. This is big. No one knew that Tenfeng had left the scene earlier, hiding with the Shield Phantom skill. No one knew that Tenfeng had slipped away earlier, cloaked by Shield Phantom. He slid out of the restaurant like a shadow, leaving no trace. In his eyes now there was only the next target, the TN Corporation. However, TN Corporation's headquarters had moved to North America since the game's arrival. In the city of Madu, only heiress TNT remained detained. He had to act before she left the country. He thought to himself, from Zhangha to Madu is nearly 300 kilometers. Walking would take at least 2 to 3 hours, too slow, while every second now was worth more than gold. Checking into a hotel, Tenfeng sat on the bed, his gaze cold to the bone. I need to get him out. Back in the game world, the system chimed mechanically. Welcome back to the game. Tenfeng began moving, calculating his route. There were still several silver and gold tier bosses in the western ruins. He could farm them. Just as he was considering this, a message popped up from Envu. Big brother, good news. He frowned, his expression wary. Seconds later, Envu explained. Chuhak just found an entrance to a tomb, but a gold tier resentful spirit was guarding it. We couldn't beat it and had to retreat. Tenfeng immediately asked, how did she find it? Envu replied at her usual rapid pace. We were on our way back to the starting town and took a detour to avoid small monsters. Halfway through, we found someone missing. After searching for a long time, we found Chuhak had fallen into a pit, probably missed a step. It turned out to be a special ancient tomb below. A barrier blocked the party chat channels, No communication possible. We followed the pit's rim in and immediately encountered a level 12 gold tier boss wielding a blade, slashing wildly. Luckily, we escaped in time. We're safe in Shelltown now. If you want to go, I'll send the coordinates. Dun Fong Sly. Cam Lai was exactly Cam Lai, able to fall into a tomb amid the ruins. But he had to admit, tombs, shrines, and cursed ruins are strange opportunities, appearing randomly beyond the outskirts. Finding one is fate. He replied, "Okay, send me the coordinates." And Vu sent a mischievous emoji with her message, "Hom. If there's anything big you don't use, remember to sell it to us." Dun Fong Chuka Silent B. This and Vu was naturally sly. He replied curtly, "Fine." After a few minutes' travel, Tan Fong arrived at the given coordinates. In front of him was a dark, old well. He tilted his head and narrowed his eyes. "This well is the entrance." He glanced down to the bottom, a strange smile playing on his lips. Such a huge well, and she still managed to miss it. That woman Chu Hack is truly a talent. Without hesitation, he jumped down. "You have entered the Tomb of Grudges. Remote connection blocked." Tan Fong landed safely and immediately grew alert. The air here was thick with Yin energy, the damp smell of the past mixed with resentment, as if walking inside a dead creature. From the darkness ahead, a pair of eyes flared red. That gaze froze the spine of anyone who saw it. A growling voice echoed, bringing waves of bone-chilling, killing intent. A tall man stepped out, his body wreathed in dense black chi. He held a blade, muscles bulging, each heavy step seeming to compress the space. A level 12 gold tier, resentful spirit. Tan Fong narrowed his eyes. He hadn't encountered this boss in his past life, but its form clearly signaled a physical type. High damage, wide area attacks. No wonder in Vu's group scattered. He recalled that despite selling them many gear pieces and skill books, their strength hadn't improved much. Vong Man was a divine shield warrior with about 5,000 HP, yet a single slash took off half his bar. Truly aberrant. The boss suddenly leapt forward, swinging its blade straight down at Tan Fong's head. He did not panic. He merely tilted his body to dodge. If he'd taken a full blow, he'd surely have died. Immediately, he counterattacked with Grace of Release. Shield Phantom Slash. Dozens of slashes flashed like lightning, accompanied by razor-sharp, killing intent. As the boss staggered back half a step, he unleashed Throat Cut. The blade gleamed coldly, piercing through defenses as thick as steel. The boss's body was torn open, blood spurting. Tan Fong assessed silently. Defense is high. Shield Phantom Slash dealt only 80% damage, but it was useless. After being hit by Grace of Release, the boss couldn't withstand Throat Cut. Just as he thought it was over, boom. The boss's severed arm suddenly swelled. Tan Fong flinched, a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. Not good. Bang! The arm exploded like a meat bomb. Shards of black chi scattered, embedding in the stone floor and the air. Tan Fong was standing right at the epicenter. Without thinking, he sprang backward, twisting midair like a wraith to slip clear of death's edge. He lowered his gaze to the lingering smoke and dust after the blast, breathed sharply, and thought, I was complacent. If I hadn't activated illusory demon shade in time, my body would likely be splattered on that cliff. He remembered a faint event from his past life memories. Once they killed a strange boss, not in the database. A teammate eagerly rushed to loot it, but the boss self-destructed upon death and blew him up on the spot. Several other teams were wiped out by the boss's suicide explosion. Tan Fong narrowed his eyes. This usually happened only with platinum tier bosses. Yet in this tomb, a gold tier boss played the self-destruct game. His eyes scanned the ground. A few items glittered as if intentionally alluring. Without hesitation, he reached out and activated Greedy Hand. Ting, you defeated a gold tier resentful spirit, received 10 Kacha, 10 tradable days of lifespan, gained 20 evolution points, looted the platinum skill book Nightfall Endurance. Using Greedy Hand, receive an additional 630 tradable days of lifespan, and looted the platinum hateful armor. The corner of Tan Fong's mouth twitched. A rare spark of excitement crossed his cold eyes. Good. both a usable skill and gear. He opened the new skills details. Nightfall Endurance, Platinum. Assassin class. Imbues weapons with dark power, dealing dark element damage to all enemies within 5 m. Adds 500 elemental damage. Cooldown 10 seconds. Cast time 5.7 seconds. Requires level 11. Tan Fong nodded slightly, eyes showing surprise. An elemental skill for assassins, and dark element at that. His spirit is higher than his strength, so magical attacks will hit harder than physical. He checked his stats: Strength 9, Constitution 9, Agility 24, Spirit 15. After a moment's thought, he decided to upgrade the skill to the Shroud rank. He spent evolution points 1 plus 2 plus 3, leaving 36 points. Nightfall Endurance evolved to Shroud rank. Range increased from 5 m to 12 m. Damage from 500 to 1,300 dark elemental points. Cooldown 10 seconds. Level requirement 11. Tan Fong studied the stats, his expression slightly subdued. After evolution, the range jumped from 5 m to 12 m, and damage rose from 500 to 1,300. He analyzed further. It's still an area skill, so that bonus damage isn't huge. Total damage per cast is still lower than Shield Phantom Slash, but for clearing small mobs, it's truly godlike. Shield Phantom Slash is a straight-line skill. Though its range is 5 m, it only cleaves in one direction. Nightfall Endurance, by contrast, is a deadly circle. The more enemies inside, the more devastating it is. He didn't stop. He opened the equipment interface and immediately donned the hateful armor. Item info appeared. Platinum rank, plus 55 attack, plus 45 physical defense, plus 42 all-element resistance, plus 777 damage block. Requires level 11. Special effect. Hate. When attacked, gain plus 30 base attack power for 5 seconds. Tan Fong assessed coldly. The secondary effect was insignificant, but the defense and damage block far exceeded his level 5 gold Demon Fire set, so it was a clear upgrade. He flipped through a few more items, looting over 20 silver and gold tier pieces in total. He estimated mentally that selling them all would net over 10,000 tradable days of lifespan, usable to buy skills or level up. Tan Fong clenched his fist, his gaze cold as he stared down the dark corridor ahead. He could now press deeper into the tomb, hoping to find something valuable, ideally a mount. Elsewhere in the game world, a goblin swung its battle axe with a grotesque roar. The next instant, Tan Chu-Du's and her close friend Yin Yin's bodies were cleaved at the waist, blood spraying everywhere. The horrific scene chilled the heart. Both were torn in two, vanishing in a deadly flash of light. A moment later, they revived at the starting town, the air thick with tension. A young man from Zhang Wei's team rushed forward, his face flushed with anger, grabbed Tan Chu-Du by the collar and snarled, "Do you have a brain, Tan Chu-Du? Don't think being high-level gives you the right to act recklessly. It's always like this. Because of you, the whole team gets wiped. I only have 2 years of non-tradable lifespan left. Can you compensate me?" With that, he shoved her hard, sending Tan Chu-Du sprawling face first onto the town's stone floor. Yin Yin hurried over and anxiously helped her up. "Chu-Du, are you okay?" But Zhang Wei no longer cared. He quickly logged off, his anger lingering in a final growl. "See you at school. I'll deal with you then." Yin Yin bent to support her, voice urgent. "Chu-Du, come back to my parents' small town with me. There's a community support group there for older people and those of us who aren't good at games. It's more peaceful." Tan Chu-Du still lay there, eyes glazed with resentment and bitterness. Her face was as cold as ice, teeth clenched, anger boiling within. "Zhang Wei, just wait. You dare raise your voice at me? A pack of leeches who used to fawn over me now bark like stray dogs. I refuse to believe none of them is strong enough to help me reclaim my peace." Tan Chu-Du stood up coldly, dusted off her skirt, then looked at Yin Yin with a frosty voice. "Go on yourself. I have other things to do." Without waiting for her friend to react, she logged out of the game. "Ah," Yin Yin cried softly, watching the log-out glow fade silently into the air. Back in the real world, in the quiet little room, Tan Chu-Du's expression hardened. Humiliated in the game, belittled by someone who once pursued her, trampled by those who had been weak before, all of it ignited her fury. She pulled out her phone, opened her contacts, and quickly texted, "Ham Ham, can you help me level up?" The message was replied to in under 5 seconds. "Sure. 1 level for 1 night. Let's see how enjoyable the goddess is in bed." Tan Qiu-du glared, hands clenched, lips trembling with anger. "You ugly bastard, good for you on my body? Get lost." She deleted the conversation and quickly moved to another name in her contacts. "Truong Nguai Hu. Actually, I've always liked you, but my brother Tan Fong used to stand in the way, so I couldn't accept. Now, I've cut ties with Tan Fong. I can finally be with you openly." This reply came slower, but was sharp enough to chill her cold heart. "Idiot. Do you want me to laugh myself to death? If you could cut off your own brother, who knows what you do to me later?" The message ended with a derisive laughing emoji. Tan Qiu-du looked at the words, eyes empty. She was silent for a long time, then opened her friends list and messaged more. "Do phew. Nobody's at my house. Will you come over and play? Also, can you help me level up? Oh, Tan Qiu-du, I'm a platinum prodigy now. I've flown high. Later I'll have any girl I want. Stay away from me. Little Ma, I'm so bored. Can you take me along? I'm in Shelltown waiting for you. Tan Qiu-du, everyone knows you sabotage Zhang Wei. Don't make me use the new skill I learned. I'll punch your stomach twice now." In the empty room, the phone's light cast over Tan Qiu-du's ashen face. She sat there, eyes fixed on the blank screen after a string of rejections, her hand trembling as she set the phone down. Damn these men. When it matters, there's no one to rely on. She burst into tears. "My non-tradable lifespan is only 2.5 years left. What am I going to do?" Amid the panic and anger, a name suddenly popped into her head. "Tan Fong," she whispered, as if calling into the void. Right. Although she'd cut ties and they'd once hurt each other with harsh words, he's still her brother. From childhood to now, the one who always protected, forgave, and loved her most was Tan Fong. He wouldn't abandon her. I had to go back to find him. He will surely have a way to solve all of this. Thinking that, Tan Qiu-du immediately left the house and went to the home where she used to live with her brother. She froze in front of the familiar door. Her hand was raised, but hesitated in midair. A strange feeling crept into her chest. Not regret, but a peculiar unease rising up. "Go in, be a little gentle, apologize once. That should work. He'll definitely forgive you." Then she frowned, her gaze turning cold. "But I clearly did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize?" "No, you can't think like that. Qiu-du, be sensible. Bowing is only temporary. Once he helps you level up and regain lifespan, cut him off completely afterward. Then you won't have to answer to anyone. You're a genius." With that thought, Tan Qiu-du took a deep breath, put on the most innocent expression she'd ever used to soften others, and knocked. Tan Fong, open the door." "Knock, knock, knock. Tan Fong, don't sleep, I'm back. Please open the door." "Brother, I was wrong. Please open the door." But inside it was completely silent. No footsteps, no breathing. She kept knocking, each time harder. Her arm trembled from the cold or from urgency. She couldn't tell. "Tan Fong, can you hear me? I'm your sister. Open the door." No one answered. Patience was quickly swallowed by anger. Bang! She kicked hard and the door flew open. "Open the door when I tell you to." "Damn it, I even showed respect, and you still act like this." But as soon as she stepped inside, Tan Qiu-du halted. No TV noise, no scent of the mint tea he used to brew, no midnight keyboard clacking. The room was empty. Bed, desk, clothes, books, all gone, as if no one named Tan Fong had ever lived here. A chill ran down her spine. Dan Fong." She hurriedly took out her phone and called the familiar number. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off." Once then again. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off." Tan Qiu-du stood frozen in the empty room. Wind from the window tossed her hair, carrying an eerie silence. She blurted out, voice hoarse, "Tan Fong, where did you go?" Deep within the tomb of resentment, the hazy scene was dyed by a quiet black mist. Only solitary footsteps and the sound of metal slicing flesh rang like a deathly melody. Tan Fong was sweeping down the ancient corridor, cutting monsters as if slicing bananas. Each strike was cold, precise, not an inch wasted. Beneath his feet, the deformed corpses hadn't fully vanished before blood had already congealed on the ancient stone. His eyes suddenly flashed as he saw a stone coffin at the end of the corridor. Black energy was quietly rising from it. It's come to an end. His voice was low, like wind sliding along the edge of a blade. On the way here, he'd cut down over 200 lesser monsters, plus several bronze and silver rank bosses. He was close to reaching level 12. Just opening this coffin would summon the final boss of the ancient tomb. A faint smile curved his lips, not from excitement, but from the feeling of about to touch the pinnacle of danger. Hope it's a platinum boss. He summoned one of his familiar pawns, the devout follower. Open the coffin, he ordered. The follower bowed, hands trembling as they placed themselves on the cold lid. But the moment the coffin lid sprang open, Tan Fong's expression changed instantly. A sharp alertness flashed in his pupils. From inside the coffin, dense black energy surged out like a tide of death. The devout follower screamed madly, his whole body shaking, then began to be swallowed by the black energy. Tan Fong immediately stepped back, his face turning extremely gray. The follower's body began to crack from mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. Black energy oozed like poison. The body warped and was torn apart piece by piece. Ting, your summoned silver-ranked devout follower has been destroyed, Tan Fong murmured coldly. Toxic Deathbone. A gold-rank boss? Troublesome. This disgusting thing imprisoned in an ancient tomb. Memories from his past life surged up at once. This boss had no definite form and was immune to physical damage. Someone once released it, and it eventually spread to nearby bases, causing wide-scale slaughter. Players who became possessed, without teammates to rescue them or a specific unbeatable skill, would surely die. The black energy began to spread across the stone floor, coiling like a gigantic, demonic snake hunting for prey. Tan Fong closed his eyes for a brief second, then opened them with a sword-cold glare. Found it. Hidden deep within the poisonous mist, he had recognized the boss's true form. Without hesitation, he surged forward and activated Dark Knight Resolve. A blast of dark murderous intent erupted into a swirling vortex, tearing through the poisonous bone layer to reveal a faint shape within. At that moment, a sword streaked in like lightning. Swoosh! The faint form was cleaved in two, and before it could utter a cry, dissolved into black mist. Ting, you have defeated the gold-rank boss Toxic Deathbone. Tan Fong stood motionless in the smoke, his eyes deep as an abyss. Its strength clearly exceeded many platinum bosses, yet it was ranked gold. What a disgusting joke. He bowed his head to the ground. A few glimmers of light quietly appeared, dropping like fragments of lost souls. After such effort, the spoils were only gold rank. Fortunately, he had just learned Dark Knight Resolve, a magic damage skill. Otherwise, he'd have had to rack his brains for another solution. He reached out and used greedy hand to collect all the items on the ground. The system rang with a familiar notification. Ting, you have obtained a rare item, Summoning Bell for Mounts. His eyes flickered. Then he raised an eyebrow and let out a cold, slight smile. A mount, really? After the battle with Toxic Deathbone ended, he bent to pick up an ancient bell. A mount, really? Lamline Goose Carp truly lives up to its reputation. Tan Fong's voice was low, tinged with a bit of emotion. System notice. Bell summons Shadow Spirit Night Walker. Upon use, summons the Shadow Spirit Night Walker, a level 11 mount that can fight and accompany its owner. Required level to use, 11. Tan Fong's eyes narrowed slightly as he read further. The Shadow Spirit Night Walker's speed ranks among the top in the early game. Unable to hide his surprise, he immediately summoned the creature from the bell. Black smoke poured from the bell, gradually forming a tall, slender silhouette whose body seemed draped in a veil of spectral silk. A beast that looked like a ghost stepped out of hell. System notice. Shadow Spirit Night Walker, level 11, chaotic grade. Attributes. Strength 148, Constitution 155, Agility 135. When accompanying, The mount shares experience with its owner. When traded, its level will reset to default. Special skills. Rush Run, when mounted, increases movement speed by an additional 245%. Night Walk, while in darkness or at night, maintains stealth level 1. Attacking breaks stealth and deals an extra 120 reveal damage. Cooldown to re-enter stealth, 60 seconds. Pounce, attacks a single target 3 times consecutively, each hit dealing an additional 267 physical damage. Cooldown, 12 seconds. Roar, increases physical defense and elemental resistances for 1800 seconds. Cooldown, 600 seconds. Tanfong's eyes lit up slightly. Not bad. A combat mount, and it even has stealth. I really found one this time. In the ruins of the Shattered City, he leapt onto the back of the Shadow Spirit Night Walker. In an instant, both he and the mount slipped into stealth, vanishing from ordinary sight. A whistling gust of wind screamed behind them as the beast dashed with demonic speed, whipping up a dense cloud of dust. Reach level 15. Accumulate more lifespan, then go to Ma-Du to deal with TNT before she travels abroad. His voice sounded quietly, each word clear and cold enough to freeze a blade's tongue. The Shadow Spirit Night Walker kept leaping from one rooftop to another, gliding like the wind and crossing dozens of rows of houses in an instant. Finally, Tan Fong pointed toward a colossal structure. The building was severely damaged, but still bore the brutal grandeur of a former heyday. The Jianghai Arena. 3 tiers of complex architecture, monsters swarming like ants. This was the ideal place to sweep through and level up quickly. The Shadow Spirit Night Walker shot upward, avoiding a patrolling boss below. Though it may have sensed something, the boss did not detect them. Stealth level 1 worked perfectly in the dark. Tan Fong dismounted from the mount and dropped into the center of the arena, where hundreds of monsters had gathered. His gaze flashed, his hand tightening on the sword hilt. Immediately after, he streaked like a shadow, activated Mirror Shield Slash, slicing through the formation and slaughtering all the small monsters in the first arc. The Shadow Spirit Night Walker also lunged into battle, its spectral form cutting through the mobs and leaving long, bloody gashes under the shattered moonlight. At the same time, outside the ruins, in another area, a sword swung up and cut down a level 8 gold boss. And Vu exhaled softly and smiled, done. Beside her, Ma Nai Liang, a chubby fellow who looked like a low-level NPC, hurried over to flatter her. As expected, Captainin, no one matches your strength. He was the son of a department chief in Jianghai City and always fancied himself important. In his head, he thought the hidden dragon swordsman profession was truly powerful. And Vu was exactly the kind of woman he fancied. And Vu replied calmly, a level 8 gold boss that took over 10 minutes to kill. I don't understand how our leader managed to take down a platinum boss. Hearing that, Ma Nai Liang snorted. Probably just some assassin who ambushes from stealth. He couldn't survive a straight-on fight, right? He said it, but secretly considered the girl weak. Given his second-generation status, beating her would be as easy as flipping a hand. But Vu smiled coldly, her eyes seeming to see through him. So a useless archer like you only knows how to stand there and polish bosses for others, right? The remark hit like a slap. Ma Nai Liang bristled, clenching his fists, each word forced out with boiling resentment. I am an upright person. I wouldn't stoop to such dirty tricks. His expression then grew furtive, a crooked, venomous smile forming. He continued, I've heard that the person known as Darkness in real life is extremely fierce, ruthless, kills without mercy. I know a hunter in Ma-Du City's police force who handles cases involving abnormal gamers. He has reached level 3 in detection and anti-stealth abilities. In my view, instead of constantly praising him, it's better to plan to expose his real identity in the real world and neutralize him before it's too late. People like him are only safe when controlled and used by our authorities. Otherwise, tragedies like Vu Tong, Fai, and Zhang Lu will keep happening. Do we always have to clean up his messes for him? At that, and Vu and Vong Man exchanged glances. Then both snorted with laughter as if they'd just heard a ridiculous joke. And Vu raised an eyebrow and, gentle yet sharp, said, Little Ma, maybe you still don't get it? It's not that he's begging us to clean up his mess. It's that we should proactively take on his burdens. Only then can we maintain an allied stance and pave the way for long-term cooperation. Vong Man chimed in with a knowing smile and deep eyes. Someone who soloed both a gold and a platinum boss. If you don't befriend him, you're digging your own grave. You plan to use your influence to force him? Are you out of your mind? Another person spoke up. Don't be ridiculous. He's from a powerful family. And Vu laughed, half teasing, half disdainful. Yes, but does being from a powerful family mean you don't have to use your brain? Be careful not to cry later. Being called out by the two of them, Ma Nigliang blushed with fury, his chubby face trembling. He snapped, nearly shouting, "Damn it! Isn't that Darkness just an assassin? He just has higher anti-stealth level. Does he think he's so great? Can't he be controlled? You two have no backing and yet dare to lecture me?" He ground his teeth. Fine, and Vu. Just wait. I will expose Darkness's true face and make society despise him. And when I catch him, I'll force you to kneel and beg me for mercy. But Vong Man didn't bother answering. He turned to Envu. Captain, and what did the boss drop just now? Envu pulled a shard of light from her bag and said calmly, a gold piece of equipment for a priest, a silver piece of equipment, and a silver-level skill book. Come to think of it, just from a single casual move, he gifted us a gold item. He's even dropped platinum before. I really don't understand. How many bosses has he actually defeated? Or is his talent just treasure finding, and those items came from chests? Behind them, Ma Nigliang continued to babble on without stopping. Vong Man fell silent for a moment, then spoke. It may sound paranoid, but I'm still uneasy. And Vu turned, what do you mean? Vong Man lowered his voice. You've heard about the incident at Zhongnam Hotel, right? The entire Dong Phuong clan vanished during their gathering there. If I said, well, suppose that was caused by Darkness, will we have to step up and clean up his mess? The atmosphere sank for a moment. He continued, we still don't know his true nature in real life. What if he really is a cold-blooded killer? Aren't we binding ourselves to a sharp blade then? And Vu was silent briefly, then nodded slightly. I know that case is getting special attention from the superiors. Everyone suspects a link to Darkness. But right now, there's no evidence proving he's the culprit. She smiled faintly as she spoke, a flare of fire in her eyes. Even if it turns out he caused that, I'd still choose to continue cooperating with him. Vong Man looked at her in surprise as she said slowly but with absolute certainty, if the superiors refuse to clean up the aftermath, I'll handle everything for him myself. Her voice was steady, without a trace of hesitation. Vong Man asked softly, why do you trust him so much? And Vu smiled, speaking casually, who wouldn't want to butter up Darkness? Vong Man blurted in shock, huh? He thought he'd misheard, but before he could ask, someone from the team came running over, panting, Captain, and up ahead we found an area that looks like an arena, but it's full of monster corpses. They're all dead, lying everywhere. I don't know which team was strong enough to clear the whole place like this. Envu motioned with her hand. Lead the way. Let's go take a look. Vong Man could only shake his head. This girl was truly unpredictable. When the team entered the area, everyone was stunned by the sight. A battlefield strewn with monster corpses, the glow of countless dropped items sparkling everywhere. Vong Man couldn't help exclaiming, holy, are they really that strong? Judging by the number of drops, it must have been hundreds of small monsters killed. He fell silent, eyes scanning around. Which team could possibly do this? Envu didn't hesitate and stated immediately, definitely Darkness passed through here. She turned and warned seriously. Everyone, carefully observe your surroundings. Best not to confront him unless necessary. Ma Nigliang squinted from the side. What's your basis for being so sure? What if it's some other team? And Vu didn't bother arguing. She glanced at him. Based on the leaderboard, Darkness is ranked first in the entire zone, and our official team is right behind. For something like this, if our team couldn't do it, it can only be him. Ma Nigliang curled his lip. So what? If I had stealth skill too, I could clear it. This would take me a bit longer. And Vu said nothing and simply bowed her head to message. Big bro, are you still nearby? Clearing this many monsters must have dropped lots of gear and skill books we don't need. If possible, sell them to us, please. At that moment, Ma Nigliang suddenly stiffened, his face going pale. The air around him seemed to chill by several degrees. Behind him, a figure and a creature shrouded in black energy slowly took shape. Tan Fong, riding the Shadow Spirit Nightwalker. Ma Nigliang screamed in terror, a high-pitched wail like a slaughtered pig. Envu immediately recognized him. Her eyes lit up like headlights, unable to hide her excitement. "Oh, big bro, is that a mount? It's gorgeous. Where did you get it?" "From the tomb, whose coordinates you provided. Thanks a lot to Xiao Hek," Tan Fong said as he looked at Xiao Hek. Xiao Hek blushed bright red, chuckling sheepishly, his ears flushing. Tan Fong turned to the others and said coolly, "Trade. Gather up the items on the ground. Same rules as before." Envu nodded, eyes full of respect. "I understand. If I'm not satisfied, I won't buy, but I know Big Bro's prices are always fair." Just as the exchange proceeded normally, someone glanced down and said to Ma Nigliang with a teasing, mocking tone, "Hey, you peed your pants." Ma Nigliang ground his teeth, his heart snarling like a wounded beast. "That damn darkness, you filthy bastard. How dare you make me lose face in front of so many people? Just wait. I'll make you pay 100-fold. Meanwhile, Tan Fong rode the Shadow Spirit Night Walker and silently departed. The system immediately updated the leaderboard. First, Darkness, level 13 second. Executor of Justice, level 10 third. Vong Man, level 10 fourth. Black Robe Lin Dali Z, level 10 status. Tradable lifespan remaining 245 years. Evolution points 255. Tampon Quer la Fantasmite. Having cleared the ruined arena this time, besides the pile of miscellaneous gear, the best find was this gold-tier skill book. He opened the skill interface and read, Silent Veil Stealth, Gold Tier. Activate to hide in place. As long as you don't attack or move, the stealth state becomes permanent. Initiating an attack from this state deals an additional 300 anti-stealth damage. Cooldown 120 seconds. Requires level 13. Tan Fong pondered, a cold glint in his eyes. This skill not only greatly boosts anti-detection, but used in the real world combined with invincible login status, I would vanish completely from tracking systems, like being invisible in the real world. He didn't hesitate and began evolving the skill. Ting, you have consumed 11 evolution points. Silent Veil Stealth has evolved to Gravewalker tier. Anti-stealth damage increased from 300 to 800. Cooldown reduced from 120 to 60 seconds. Tan Fong muttered, "Not done yet. There are several other skills that need upgrading." Ting, you have consumed 34 evolution points. Toxic Darts have evolved to Gravewalker tier. Throw range increased from 17 m to 20 m. Hit damage from 240 to 400. The lethal poison effect per second increased from 80% to 100% of base damage. Duration 5 seconds, non-stacking, not dependent on target weakness. Ting, you have consumed 200 evolution points. Grace of Liberation has evolved to Mythic tier. Critical hits on weaknesses increased from 200% to 300%, doubling total damage. Active skill. The next strike will trigger a throat cut effect, dealing damage per second equal to 150% to 200% of that strike's base damage, lasting 3 seconds. Cooldown shortened from 25 seconds to 22.2 seconds, minimum 9.7 seconds. Tan Fong inhaled deeply, voice low. The Mythic tier skill was indeed overpowering. Now, except for some special demonic creatures, any monster encountered would be a weakness under his blade. He opened his equipment storage, his gaze stopping on a brand new item. Platinum Deceiver Pendant, Assassin Jewelry. Physical attack, plus 45. Strength, plus 20. Constitution, plus 20. Requires level 13. Unique effect. Adds 1 rank to the stealth skill. Tan Fong nodded at the stats. Counting skill ranks and gear, he now had 4 ranks of stealth. No one at the current stage could detect him. He checked another item. Dark Veil Gold Thief. Assassin Equipment. Constitution plus 5. Spirit plus 5. Evasion plus 32%. Requires level 12. Tan Fong pressed his lips, his gaze sharpening like a dagger hidden in the night. His evasion rate had already reached 83%. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out ahead, dust billowing everywhere. Tan Fong frowned and murmured, "What's going on?" From the thick black smoke, a gigantic head slowly emerged. Immediately after, a colossal monster bearing a pair of cold steel shackles rose up from beneath the earth. Tan Fong's expression turned grave at once. He looked at the creature and said in a low voice, "Steel Maiden. Who's bold enough to summon something like this?" Memories of his previous life surged back. He still clearly remembered this monster once appearing in the ruins of Jianghai City. Over 1,000 players fought to bring it down, and the total deaths exceeded 4,000. A brutal boss, guardian of the sacred path, where the second greatest treasure of the ruins was buried. I had planned to deal with the pre-dead first, and then lure it out, but now that it's been summoned, I'll just take over. Without hesitation, Tan Fong ordered the Shadow Spirit Knight Walker to accelerate, charging forward like a black gale. At the scene, hundreds of players surrounded the Steel Maiden, but it was like facing a living nightmare. An unlucky player was pinned to the ground by the boss's giant axe, blood gushing everywhere. His teammate trembled and cried out in panic. Too strong, too terrifying. Each time the boss swung its axe, more bodies fell like harvested stalks. Tan Fong coldly watched the scene and sneered. Daring to attack the Steel Maiden now? That arrogance won't last. But then his expression snapped tight. He seemed to recall something and grew serious. Wait, is it him? Below, a man riding a white tiger, wielding a shield and a long spear, charged bravely at the boss. Without needing a close look, Tan Fong recognized him as Tran Vo Dan, owner of the rare hidden class, Cathedral Knight. He was the one who had clashed with Tan Fong for 9 years in their previous life, with no decisive victor. A true old rival, cunning, vicious, always slipping away with despicable tricks whenever cornered. It was his Cathedral Knight guild that had defeated the Steel Maiden in their past life. That's why players later passed around the saying, in the West there's Godslayer, in the East, there's the Cathedral. Two powerful guilds split control of the ruins of Jianghai City. But beneath that glorious veneer, the Cathedral Knights were rotten. When recruiting members, they demanded life contracts, promising to protect members in exchange for a 50% life tax. Most members were effectively black slaves to a few bosses. Tan Fong snorted coldly. Perfect timing, Tran Vo Dan. This time you won't escape. Underground, the Steel Maiden swung her axe frantically, blood staining the earth red. Tan Fong dismounted his steed and landed in the middle of the melee. The moment he touched down, his pupils flashed a blood-red gleam in the cold wind. Amdahuanyan, a sea of crimson suddenly erupted, engulfing the entire area. All nearby players who hadn't reacted in time were cut to pieces in an instant. System notifications flooded in. You have killed player 2 Fuang Fuang. You have killed player 2 Duna. You have killed player the Corrupt Friend. You have killed player Lumagoya. From afar, Tran Vo Dan went pale witnessing the scene. His eyes widened, lips trembling. Who did this? Could it be darkness? We have no grudge with you. Why kill our people? Tan Fong silently appeared behind Tran Vo Dan and said coldly, because I don't eat beef. He then executed Shield Shadow Slash, sliding through him like a phantom. Tran Vo Dan's body was instantly torn to pieces. From Tan Fong's hands, deep red flowers fell like blood. The Blossom of Life skill began to take effect. Flowers sprouted on the corpses of the fallen players, each petal draining the remaining lifespan from them. Those players were expelled from the battlefield and resurrected somewhere else. Tran Vo Dan flushed with rage. You damn darkness. What does your not eating beef have to do with us? A pale player cried out in despair. Big bro, my tradable lifespan is back to 0. Tran Vo Dan clenched his fists and roared. It must be some damn skill of darkness. A trembling member asked. Guild leader, should we counterattack? But Tran Vo Dan spat at him. Counterattack my ass. Are you suicidal? Fall back. Go somewhere else to rebuild. Regain the lost lifespan. Unless you want to be wiped out again. In a hidden corner, Tan Chiu Du's body trembled and tears welled up. Darkness, why target me? I hardly have any lifespan left. At the same time, the system coldly announced, Thorn Blossom absorbed 4 days of tradable lifespan and 1 year of non-tradable lifespan from player Tan Chu Du. Tan Fong frowned slightly, thinking, Tan Chu Du was among those people. Why only absorb so little lifespan? It seemed she truly had no way out. No wonder she joined the Cathedral Knights, resigning herself to being a black slave. She brought it on herself. Just then, the boss's giant scythe suddenly shot forward with crushing force. The strike shattered the ground, sending dust billowing everywhere. But Tan Fong had time to use Mirage Illusion to dash out of the damage zone, avoiding the lethal blow. The boss's first phase was still nothing to worry about. When it couldn't find its target, the boss looked confused and froze for a second. It began to spin, its 2 sides sweeping into a spiraling shape, expanding the attack range. The rotation accelerating, its body gradually lifting into the air. Tan Fong watched coldly, calculation flashing in his eyes. It kept repeating the same chain swings of chains and blades. Whether it attacked a fixed point or swept an area, there was a pattern. Immediately, he cast Grace of Liberation. The next strike detonated with a throat cut effect, dealing massive burst damage. Then he unleashed Pestilence Blade, the toxin spreading across the boss's body. The boss took continuous damage. Its health plummeted uncontrollably. After only a few moves, its health bar had dropped below 50%. The boss roared in fury, its eyes blazing red as it stared straight at Tan Fong. He silently deduced that it had become a guardian because its second phase was extremely dangerous. When its health reached half, the demon sealed inside it would awaken. All damage dealt to the boss would be reflected back to the attacker. He squinted, thinking further. There were rumors the demon's belly contained a teleportation gate. Victims swallowed by it would be sent to an unknown place, said to be the bottom of a volcano, but in the previous life, no one survived to confirm. Above the ruined buildings, a group of players chatted excitedly. One murmured in horror, "This darkness guy is brutal." Using just one skill forced the boss into phase 2. Another still doubted. "Are you sure he did it?" The first immediately confirmed, pointing at the arena. "Definitely him. I've been tracking this platinum boss the whole time." It was summoned by the Cathedral Knights. But less than a minute later, darkness suddenly appeared and slaughtered them all. He used a single move that drained half its health. Below, the boss screamed and wildly lashed its blade, the ground shattering under its brutal swings. On the upper levels, whispers continued to blow like cold winds across the cracked concrete. Now Tan Fong watched the boss in silence, his gaze as cold as frost. He quietly calculated. The Steel Maiden's Phase 2 was powerful but had a fatal weakness. When it initiated an attack, the reflection effect would be disabled briefly. In other words, if he struck exactly as it was attacking, he could avoid the reflected damage. He squinted, analyzing further. But skills like Shield Shadow Slash, Throat Cut, Pestilence Blade, or Toxic Darts all dealt consecutive hits. Using them would cause the reflection to kill him. At his current level, a single moment's lapse would mean dying from his own skills. His eyes swept to the players secretly watching above. A cold light flashed at the depths of his gaze. Perhaps he could use those people to his advantage. At that moment, a player stepped forward with a grave expression and shouted, Clear the way so I can see what's happening." The crowd immediately parted. When they recognized the newcomer, someone exclaimed, "It's Big Brother Safety First." The atmosphere shifted. A few began to report, "This boss has some special skills. We've recorded them." But right after it lost half its health, its body began to mutate and then froze. It might be about to use a new skill. Big Brother Safety First asked in a deep voice, "Was Darkness the one who soloed it earlier?" A blue-haired girl confirmed, "Yes." After the boss entered Phase 2, Darkness disappeared. Big Brother immediately ordered, "Little Bunny, use Red Eye and see if he's still around." The girl nodded and began the chant. A small rabbit hopped out, ran around the boss to track Tan Fong. After a moment, she shook her head. "Can't find him. He probably left." Big Brother Safety First said, "If a level 3 anti-stealth can't find him, then he must have left. I don't believe he has a level 4 stealth skill." Having said that, He didn't hesitate and leaped straight down into the arena. Seeing this, the blue-haired girl gasped. Ah, big brother. Little bunny, watch closely. If darkness comes back, warn him immediately. Yes, I'll keep an eye out. If darkness returns, I'll report at once. Onlookers couldn't help exclaiming, No way. You want to solo the Platinum Boss? Someone else suddenly shouted. I remember now. He once defeated a golden boss back in the starting town without taking a scratch. It's Big Brother's safety first. Another added. I heard his class is Soul Marshaller. Each role grants 100% evasion. He used to run a top-tier Soul build server globally. His reaction speed is insane. At that moment, the boss's gaze suddenly shifted and locked onto Big Brother's safety first. It roared and unleashed a gigantic blade strike that crashed down like thunder. But Big Brother remained unafraid. He moved with graceful skill, narrowly dodging. The blade struck the ground, sending rock fragments flying. Suddenly, the boss condensed a pitch-black arm from dark energy and reached toward Big Brother's safety first. He immediately rolled to evade, his movements decisive and precise to the point of instinct. The boss kept launching a barrage of attacks, as if trying to crush anyone daring to challenge it. Big Brother continued to roll across the ground, evading each strike by a hair. Amid the chaos, he shouted with exhilaration, as if enjoying a life-or-death dance. Ahoo! 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 From above, his junior brothers cheered nonstop. Our boss is the best. Those rolls are peak mastery. One strike, no regrets, so cool. Some other players began to notice something odd. This guy's amazing. Every dodge is flawless. But did you guys see? The boss's health seems to drop each time he rolls past. One squinted and said, Strange, there are many slashing marks flashing on the boss. Could the Soul Marshaller be that perverse? The blue-haired girl, who always watched Big Brother, smiled proudly. Perfect evasion is just basic technique. Big Brother's greatest strength is his counterattack, as long as each roll successfully triggers the evasion effect. The following strike will ignore 50% of the enemy's defense. Big Brother's safety first concentrated all his power into the sword. Energy instantly gathered around him, pouring into his body like a waterfall. The air seemed to vibrate with each of his breaths. One of his juniors whispered hesitantly, Is the skill effect that strong? I think this hit's damage could reach 4 digits. Big Brother smiled confidently, then leaped up, dancing under the moon like a war god in the night. The blade in his hand pierced through life and death gaps, a threefold strike like a meteor streaking across the sky. Sword energy hurled like a storm, leaving countless brilliant slashes on the boss's body. The boss's extended arms began to fall off. Its blood flickered violently, but Big Brother didn't stop. He unleashed his ultimate, a strike charging all his power. The spear's tip licked blood, an act of power accumulation, a finishing blow. The blue-haired girl exclaimed, Look, I don't know when, but the boss is down to only 1/3 health. Big Brother's safety first slowly said in a calm voice, Moonslit Cleaver. That is my sword path. But as he smiled, a sudden blade of sword energy struck him straight, tearing through his armor. Then countless blades of sword energy tore his body to pieces. Those were the number of sword energies he had struck the boss with, now reflected back. The reflected damage began to appear in rapid succession. 1,001, minus 1,299, minus 1,299. The whole arena fell silent. Everyone stood agape, unable to believe their eyes. What? Big Brother's safety first. How could he be dead? He evaded every attack. Someone else shouted, Exactly, and his skills clearly hit the boss. Why didn't they deal damage? But obviously the boss's health also dropped a lot. Why is that? At that moment, Big Brother's safety first body was dissolving like ash scattered by the wind. In another corner, Tan Fong curled his lips slightly, offering a cold smile. He walked slowly toward the items dropped from Big Brother's corpse. Lucky to have that guy. Pretending to be cool, rolling around nonstop, forced the boss to trigger all kinds of skills. His voice was light as a breeze, but carried a cruel, indifferent edge. Throughout that time, Tan Fong had unleashed attack after attack, each strike ruthlessly precise. Under the pressure of continuous damage, the boss's health was finally pushed down to 1/3. However, the death of that soul marshaller was the clearest proof. His profession was ill-suited to face the Steel Maiden. While rolling, he couldn't attack, and if he struck, he would take the reflected blows. Basically, whether he attacked or not, he would die. Truly a self-inflicted fate. Suddenly, the boss turned. The move made Tan Fong pause slightly, a bad premonition rising in him. He silently clenched his fist, his gaze growing cold. Not good. The boss isn't preparing to attack. It's trying to retreat. Tan Fong Zilit, because its health was so low, it was attempting to return to the cathedral sanctuary, a place that could fully restore its life. If it got back, wouldn't all their efforts so far be for nothing? Big Brother Safety First death made the players above hesitate. From now on, few would dare to challenge the boss. But if the boss didn't attack, the reflection effect would disappear, and only forceful measures would work. Tan Fong gritted his teeth, a resolute glint in his eyes. I can't let it return. With that, he rushed forward to block the boss's escape. Above, the watching players were aghast. Look, it's darkness. Could all those hits on the boss have been his? If so, that's terrifying. Someone sneered. I thought Big Brother Safety First was the real boss. Turns out he was a joke. Darkness is the true master. The blue-haired girl beside them was pale, disbelief showing in her eyes. Darkness? Impossible. My level 3 anti-stealth didn't detect him. Could he have reached stealth level 4 or higher? At that moment, another player glanced greedily and whispered, Hey, those items dropped from the Soul Marshaller when he died. I really want to loot them. Meanwhile, on the ground, Tan Fong proactively activated a defensive skill, Dark Light Shield. Each shield layer could block a single targeted attack, allowing him to hold out long enough to create an opening for a counterattack. The boss roared and hurled its blade forward. Tan Fong seized a moment, his eyes flashing like a blade. Now, he used Shadow Shield Slash, dashing through the boss and unleashing a flurry of cuts within the murky black aura. After each slash, a layer of the Dark Light Shield shattered. When the attack ended, 7 layers remained. Tan Fong calculated inwardly. Shadow Shield Slash lands 9 hits. The last 3 would be reflected. Without the Dark Light Shield absorbing them, he'd have long been shattered by the counter damage. But the boss did not collapse. It began to change, as if stepping into a new state. A strange energy burst from its body. The arms that had been smashed began to regenerate, fully restored in an instant. The boss's body slowly rose, hovering in midair. A deathly purple aura radiated from its flesh like a hellish, ghostly flame. In an instant, Tan Fong's 7 remaining Dark Light Shield layers were burned away. Tan Fong Thawen Gan Gulain Inwa Li. The damage ratio of this fire spout was too high. Even though his evasion rate exceeded 80%, the 7 shield layers were incinerated in a flash. If he'd been delayed by just 0.5 seconds, he probably would have fallen right there. In the distance, a player was sneaking toward the pile of items that had dropped from Big Brother Safety First. He bent down, his hand nearly touching them, when a throwing dart pierced the center of his forehead. Tan Fong stood there, eyes cold as ice, withdrawing his hand. Trying to steal my loot? Not a chance. With that, he swung his hand and cast Blooming Curse. Notifications appeared. You have received 612 tradable days of lifespan from Big Brother Safety First, and 67 years of non-tradable lifespan. You have absorbed an additional 355 days from his minions, and 20 years of non-tradable lifespan. Tan Fong glanced at them, speaking as casually as if commenting on the weather. That safety guy was interesting. I even left him a way out earlier instead of cursing him. But he had a lot of lifespan. Dying once probably won't finish him off. At that moment, the boss exuded a heavy black aura and began to attack. Tan Fong surveyed and thought. The only option is to chip away at its health with Dark Light Shield and Shadow Shield Slash. The odds are low, but it's the safest method. The boss roared, each strike landing like a thunderclap. Its giant arm slammed the ground, cracking boulders and sending dust billowing. Other arms rose, preparing a new wave of attacks. Up above, Big Brothers Juniors whispered tremblingly, "This darkness is really strong. What trick did he use?" At first I didn't understand how he beat the boss, but now it's clear. This wasn't a fight, it was slaughter. On the ground, Tan Fong's gaze was icy. He took a breath and said in a low voice, "One final move." Shadow Shield Slash was activated. He plunged into the boss like a dark arrow. Dozens of sharp sword wounds connected like a tide, slicing deep into the boss's body. Each layer of his dark light shield cracked and shattered completely. Ting, you have slain the Platinum Steel Maiden. You received 48,000 experience points. You received 120 evolution points. Congratulations, you have obtained the Cathedral Sanctuary key. Up above, the watching players were speechless. Did he really solo it successfully? This is Darkness, the top-ranked player. Wasting no time, Tan Fong used the mythic skill Greedy Hand. A beam of light shot from his palm, sucking the boss's drops into his bag. Ting obtained Black Gemmed Boneskin Armor Phi Tui. Assassin Set Equipment. Physical Defense plus 95. All Element Resistance plus 120. Damage Resistance plus 77. Vitality plus 77. Requires level 13. Black Gem Effect. When attacking or being attacked, the target gains 1 layer of Black Gem Fire, up to 5 layers. Each layer reduces the target's defense and elemental resistance by 7%. Tan Fong skimmed the item details. A Phi Tui grade piece with defensive stats surpassing many dedicated armors, plus the Black Gem effect that directly weakens target defenses and resistances. It's far superior to the drop that Tin Han dropped earlier. Ting obtained Assassin's Instinct Phi Tui. You can see the outline of units that are in a stealth state to a certain extent. Received plus 2 stealth resistance levels. Requires level 13. Tan Fong couldn't help but laugh, the corner of his mouth lifting. Stealth resistance? Nice. Let's upgrade it to legendary. Ting, you have consumed 1 plus 2 plus 30 evolution points, remaining 97 evolution points. Assassin's Instinct upgraded from Phi Tui to legendary. You can sense enemy weaknesses more clearly. Received plus 5 stealth resistance levels. Weak point attack adjustment plus 50%. Tan Fong nodded, a calculating gleam in his eyes. Combined with the passive effect of Grace of Liberation, the total weak point damage adjustment had reached 350%. Now, even blindfolded, I can stab the enemy's weak spot. Tan Fong continued to think. 97 evolution points remaining. Then first upgrade Illusory Phantom to legendary. Ting, you have spent 80 evolution points, 17 evolution points remaining. Phantom Demon from epic to legendary. Passive. Received 85% evasion rate. When you successfully evade, you become immune to all level 5 damage. At that moment, Envu ran over from a distance, panting and shouting, big brother, I'm here. Did anything good drop?" Tan Fong glanced at the girl. "Envu, are you a dog? Smell a drop and come sniffing right away." Envu laughed loudly, paying no mind to his jibe. "Big brother, I didn't check the rankings earlier, but I didn't expect you to reach level 13 in one night. Is this too powerful?" Vong Man added, "We grinded all night and only reached half of level 11. Your speed is ridiculous." She turned to Vong Man and scolded him rapidly. "Keep talking nonsense, and I'll pluck your hair. Men's speed is not for idle discussion." "Big brother, you agree with me, right?" Vong Man could only force a smile, while Tan Fong didn't bother to reply. He replied coldly and directly, "Some nice drops. I've posted the prices, pick what you want to trade." Envu immediately nodded, grinning like she'd hit the jackpot. "We'll take the 50K trade package." Ting, transaction successful. Tan Fong looked at her deeply, then slowly said, "Besides that pile of gear, I have something else to sell. Do you know about safe houses?" As soon as he finished, Envu hesitated, then answered, her tone doubtful. "Safe houses? We've heard that within the ruins of Jianghai City, there's no truly safe zone. However, players can still occupy safe houses as bases. A safe house can store items and erect magical defensive barriers, especially useful in emergencies to prevent outside intrusion." Tan Fong watched her quietly, his gaze deep. "What you know must come from a small, safe house the Golden Boss dropped, right?" And Vu replied, unable to hide her frustration, yes. The Jianghai city authorities still haven't found any safe houses. Only the Ma Du side reportedly destroyed a mid-tier safe house. That's how we learned a little information. Tan Fong said nothing further, simply produced a glowing key. If so, you should understand the real value of a safe house, right? He raised the cathedral sanctuary safe house key, his voice calm, but like thunder in their ears. This dropped from the boss. The safe house covers up to 800 mu. Go back and discuss the price you can offer, and I'll consider whether to sell it to you. And Vu and Vong Man instantly gaped, completely stunned. Hey, Oshim Setmu. And in Vu's mind, there was only one thought. The larger the safe house, the stronger the barrier, the sturdier the infrastructure, the higher the survival chances. If it's really 800 mu, it could provide private rooms for all key members of Jianghai's authorities. And Vu hesitated a moment, then mustered the courage to ask, may I ask, how much do you intend to sell this safe house for? Tan Fong didn't answer immediately. He quietly pocketed the key, his voice decisive. First go back and negotiate. Give me the price you can accept, and I'll consider your offer first. In Tan Fong's mind, vague memories of a past life surfaced. In that life, this key was once sold for 2,000 years of lifespan. If he could sell it to the authorities now, combined with his current lifespan, he could extract every skill and even legendary gear into reality. And Vu nodded. All right, I'll arrange people to return and report immediately. But there's one more matter. I need to ask for your help. Dan Fong Zipli. And Vu didn't beat around the bush. We just received word that 7 golden tier bosses have gathered in the Twilight Moon Town. Many people have already died. We're willing to offer 10 years of lifespan in exchange for you killing them. Tan Fong tilted his head slightly, his tone skeptical. 7 golden tier bosses? Even if they cooperate, with the authorities' strength, they should be handled in little time. If you came to me, you must have run into some special trouble. And Vu nodded repeatedly, her face irritated. Big brother, you really are prophetic. We were going to take them out one by one when, suddenly, a boss that had been killed revived right before our eyes. Not only that, the attributes of all 7 surged, and they wiped our team out in less than 3 minutes. Tan Fong pondered, a flash in his eyes. The roaming bosses can resurrect. Could it be remnants from that cursed stone steel? Could it be the ancient god stone steel? If it truly involves the ancient stone steel, whether in a previous life or now, this is absolutely not to be missed. Ting, transaction successful. You have received 10 years of lifespan. Tan Fong said coldly, send the coordinates. I'll be there immediately. And Vu clenched her fist, determined. Do your best, big brother. Tan Fong thought inwardly, a slight curl at his lips. This girl really knows how to do business. 7 golden tier bosses. Drops alone would be worth at least 45 years of lifespan, plus an extra 15 years as a special bonus. She sure knows how to maintain relations. Tan Fong mounted the Nether Spirit Nightwalker and sped along the road. Ahead, a gigantic statue came into view. Hearing shouts, he looked down and saw a scene. Tan Chu Du was being rushed and beaten mercilessly by a group of female players. One girl, using the right hand rule, slapped Tan Chu Du squarely across the face, then shouted, a demon who just joined the guild and already trying to seduce the guild leader? Tan Chu Du's face was swollen like a pig's head. She clutched her cheek and cried. Sob, sob. I didn't. The girl grew angrier. You think I'm blind? I'll warn you. Stay away from the guild leader, or I'll tear you apart. Then she and her friends took turns slapping, hitting, and punching Tan Chu Du, loudly insulting her, bitch, whore. Tan Fong just stood silently watching, thinking. It seems after joining the Cathedral Knights, Tan Chu Du quickly got involved in some palace intrigue nonsense. In the previous life, I always stepped in to clean up these trivial matters for her. He gave a faint smile. Ha. Now take your time experiencing the real world. With that, he quietly entered the secret doorway at the statue's base. Outside, Tan Chu Du begged. Sob, sob, stop hitting me. It hurts, I'm gonna die. But the players continued assaulting and berating her. Beat this little sprite to death. How many men have you seduced? Tan Fong stepped inside, his gaze settling on the cold stone floor. He thought, Beneath the giant statue at the center of the Zhanghai city ruins, there really is a secret room that alone can return players to the original town. In the previous life, almost no one knew this. But what concerned Tan Fong more was teleportation is not free. The first time is fine, but the second costs 1,000 days of lifespan, the third doubles. Thus, each teleport brings you one step closer to death. He looked up, a cold smile playing on his lips. Over time, the original town would gradually develop into a higher-tier area. Small monsters would evolve into bosses, hidden treasures would appear one by one, like the ancient Godstone altar, an item not to be missed. Immediately after, a notification appeared. Ting, do you want to teleport to the godforsaken land, Twilight Moon Town? Tan Fong frowned slightly. Twilight Moon Town? Isn't this an area that only appears in later stages? Why didn't I ever hear this name in my previous life? He confirmed the teleport without much hesitation. Cost 500 days of lifespan, teleporting now. A dim light flashed. When Tan Fong opened his eyes again, before him was a strange but bustling street. Surprisingly, most people present were elderly, old men and women with trembling hands and slow steps, eyes weary as if they had lived through several game lives. Tan Fong walked slowly through the crowd, his gaze sweeping lightly, a hint of puzzlement. He didn't expect this place to be so lively, but why were most of them old? At that moment, a young man was escorting an old woman over. He panted, finally back to a safe zone. My heart nearly stopped. Grandma, per our agreement, we helped you reach level 3. During the process, we also gave you 72 days of lifespan. Now you just need to trade it back. The old woman snapped, waving her hand and shouting, What? You still want money? Aren't you a charity organization? You helped me level up, and now you demand more. The young man patiently explained, Ma'am, we aren't asking for money. When we form a party, all lifespan drops from killing monsters are divided for you. You get that share. Now, just return the portion you were given. That's all. We made it clear from the start. But the old woman immediately turned hostile, her tone slippery as if she knew nothing. I don't know any of those damned agreements. You kids are fighting over days of life with an old woman like me? How shameless. The two young men tried to stay calm. Ma'am, how can we form a party if you don't share? If lifespan isn't shared, you won't get the experience points either. Then why would we form a party? She instantly began to shout, pointing at their faces. Hey, don't touch me. I'll call people right now. Impudent brats. Are you from the Dream Serpent Guild? You're outrageous. Tan Fong said nothing, stepped quietly behind the old woman. He coldly grabbed her collar and, without hesitation, pulled her sharply backward. The frail body staggered and fell out of the safe zone boundary under the stunned gazes of the two young men. Before anyone could react, Tan Fong swung the sharp broken blade high. His other hand tightened around her neck. A breath later, blood sprayed, creating a red arc several meters high. The two young men recoiled in horror, not understanding what had happened, exclaiming, Wow, what is this? Tan Fong said coldly. Her lifespan dropped to the ground. Go pick it up yourselves. The two young men, stunned at first, then snapped back to reality and ran over, gratefully bowing and thanking him repeatedly. May I ask which noble hand assisted us? Tan Fong answered indifferently. Just happened to help. One of them checked the amount of lifespan obtained. Exactly 72 days, not much, but not insignificant. He hugged the loot like a treasure and bowed deeply. Big brother, we are greatly grateful. Tan Fong said nothing more, turned and left, quietly stepping into the thin mist surrounding the town. A cold thought flickered through his mind. You can't act in the safe zone. That's annoying. He looked around and slightly curled his lips. Dream Serpent Guild, so their origin is actually from Twilight Moon Town. According to public records, since its founding, Dream Serpent has upheld a principle of community welfare, providing free survival support for the elderly in the godforsaken lands. The government once praised and strongly supported the organization. By member count alone, they deserve to be the largest guild in China. Tan Fong smiled faintly. A voice sounded in his head. In this chaotic, post-apocalyptic era, There should be more people like them. Deep within a damp forest, a monster was bound tightly by long, winding vines. Suonin spoke softly, her eyes focused. "Mother, now's the time. Use your skill." Behind her, a stern, middle-aged woman nodded. From a staff in her hand, arcs of electricity flickered, then suddenly struck down, hitting the monster, writhing in pain. At the same time, 3 Suonins with swords leapt forward. He shouted, swinging his blade hard at the beast's body, cleaving it in two so it fell without a final roar. Success! Suonin jumped up, eyes sparkling. "Mom, Dad, you two are amazing." Her mother smiled kindly but remained stern. With persistent learning and coordination, defeating small monsters isn't that far-fetched. After a rest, the group continued forward. While walking, the father asked, "By the way, Suonin, your friend is Xiaodu, right? I heard she joined the Cathedral Knights Guild." He paused, voice lowering. "I heard that guild taxes members heavily. Sometimes the lifespan you earn isn't even enough to pay the fees." Suonin replied softly, "That's right. I once advised Xiaodu to join our Dream Sand River Guild. I told her clearly that it's a public service guild. There are many people like us here, not very skilled but willing to help each other, and there are patient mentors, but she refused." The mother clicked her tongue, a note of regret in her voice. "That's true. She's reached a high level now, so agents from the Cathedral Knights took her." The father interjected, his tone heavier. "Even if they help her level up, they ultimately treat her like a tool. I've heard their membership contracts last 3 years. Once signed, it's practically slavery." He paused a moment, then continued. "If you don't have the guts, just calmly kill small monsters, gradually accumulate lifespan and experience. Like our family. When we meet a boss, we retreat and call for help. Isn't that safe and effective?" Suonin bowed her head and murmured, "But Xiaodu, she's not ordinary. She has a hidden vocation. In terms of strength, she truly far surpasses us." At that moment, a sudden rain of arrows came from nowhere. The shafts pierced the air, aimed straight at them. One arrow struck the 3 of them in the head, hitting the critical weak point. Damage numbers popped up in succession. 429, 429, 429. Suonin jolted, her heart pounding. Before she could understand, she saw her father collapse, his body pinned like a porcupine. She burst into tears, trembling as she screamed, "Father!" Her mother cried out anxiously, "Honey!" A group emerged from behind the trees. The leader laughed loudly, gloating, "See? One move, and the 3 are cleared out. Dream Sand River? A trash organization, full of weak, useless people who still want to play hero." He stepped closer, eyes flashing contempt, and threatened, "You too. Hand over all the lifespan you have now." Suonin panicked, clutching her staff. "The government has outlawed killing people outside the wildlands. Aren't you afraid of being hunted?" The man burst into arrogant laughter. "The government, my ass. You think they dare touch me? Do you know who my father is?" He sneered. "Shut up. I give you 3 seconds." Suonin gritted her teeth, eyes determined. "Mother, I'll hold them off. Quickly call for reinforcements through the guild channel." Her mother nodded immediately, hands trembling as she opened the comm interface. The man frowned, then laughed in contempt. "You dare resist? Kill the old, capture the young. Go!" The 2 behind him leapt up instantly, charging at Suonin like 2 demonic shadows. But before their strikes could reach her, both were suddenly slammed, flying backward. Suonin shouted, "Wow, what is this?" The man behind stammered in shock, "No, this can't be." But before he finished, his head was gone. Immediately after, Tan Fong appeared silently, holding the severed head. He stood there cold and sharp as the blade that had just been swung. Behind him, the Nether Spirit Nightwalker let out a snarl. The remaining man, with the last of his awareness, managed to gasp, "Shad Shadow!" The whole group had been wiped out and were instantly returned to town by the system. The leader screamed in anger and panic. "Damn it! Why did I lose so much lifespan? All the lifespan we traded just vanished." Same here. Could it be because we were in a killing state? Even in rampage mode, your lifespan shouldn't be drained completely like that. He panted, eyes full of horror. "If this continues, I'll really die. We have to hurry. Kill a few small monsters to get some lifespan back." With it, they rushed out of the respawn area, their steps chaotic and minds in disarray. But they hadn't gone far when the leader abruptly froze. A flash of golden light appeared, and a massive, great sword of light descended, piercing straight through all three of them. A voice rang out, "Black dragon, still a dragon. Roast chicken tastes like burnt rice. Wild oxen can fly." One of the men blurted in alarm, "No, I can't move." Another looked up and asked, "Who are you?" No one answered. The one who had struck merely stepped forward, opened the book in his hands, and spoke clearly. "These three have been killing players everywhere. We finally caught you. We are government hunters. You are required to provide true information and submit to lawful arrest." The man beside him added, "If you dare resist, we will immediately drain all remaining lifespan." Back where Tan Fong stood, the cursed bloom flowers were in full bloom on the bodies of the men. The scent of blood mixed with the floral fragrance, creating an eerie atmosphere. Suanin bowed her head and said sincerely, "Thank you, great darkness. If not for you, my mother and I would have been slaughtered." Tan Fong stood there silently watching her. A feeling stirred in him, a thought flashing by. Surprisingly, this scene isn't bad. Kind-hearted and braver than most. She's worlds apart from Xiao. How did the two of them become close friends? Still, it's fine. Now they each go their own way. He gave no reply and vanished like a ghost, leaving no sound except the breeze. Suanin glanced around and only saw a glowing item pouch lying quietly on the ground. Her mother asked in surprise, "Where did that person go?" Suanin bent down to pick up the pouch. "Is this the lifespan the three dropped?" Her mother frowned, voice low. "Why did he disappear so suddenly?" Suyin stood motionless, eyes dazed. A strange feeling lingered in her heart. Who would have thought the world-ranked leader, nicknamed the Darkness, could be such a good person? Not far away, deep in the forest, a group was following the trail, looking alert and hurried. One complained, "Didn't Captain say Darkness would arrive here in a few minutes? It's been almost half an hour." Another snapped back, "What the hell is he doing? Tell me, do you think he can kill those bosses?" One sneered, "I bet he can't. Those bosses revive, you know. Had infinite respawn bosses. Does he really dare gamble with that?" Just then, Tan Fong slid past them, his gaze cold as if they didn't exist. He didn't bother to look at them and silently continued forward. He thought, that rare ancient godstone slab could completely alter a player's equipment. A new effect would be added while an old one removed. With luck, the added effect might even change a vocation's nature, turning the weak into the unpredictable. Tan Fong recalled having seen a world rank 7 master in a life-or-death battle, who sacrificed 7 ancient godstone slabs in succession to summon phantasmal ancients to defeat a legendary boss. Those phantasms created a peculiar colony boss system. Each boss had unique traits and powers far beyond common understanding. There were invisible bosses and cloaked bosses so powerful that passing players were killed for no apparent reason. There were also those that were only a facade. The true body was a summoner hiding somewhere in the chaotic space. What was the result? An infinite respawn cycle, where defeated bosses returned stronger, faster, and crazier. The government confirmed that as long as one remained alive, they all would respawn with a berserk state. So what if you kill them all at once? Could that break their respawn mechanism? It's worth trying. That thought sparked, and Tan Fong wasted no time. He summoned a loyal follower who had accompanied him across many battlefields to scout, then ordered it to advance. The loyal follower charged at a boss at once. Attack, and damage numbers erupted continuously. But then one boss's eyes suddenly flashed blood red, and it unleashed a wave of black chi that enveloped the follower. The follower screamed in pain. Its body convulsed, then disintegrated amid a dreadful shriek. Tan Fong watched from a distance, thinking, they're all high tier, no counterattacks, but their attributes far exceed typical golden tier bosses. So, they must be struck quickly and wiped out. Without hesitation, he immediately cast the skill Shadow Knight, complete requital. The space instantly shifted into a deep blood-red hue. Tan Fong continued to unleash a wide-area skill, striking all targets at once. As a result, the bosses were felled immediately, without time to roar. However, Tan Fong frowned. No loot had dropped. He stared at the area and noticed that from the ashes the corpses of the bosses were melting. From that, an aberrant creature gradually took shape. The new monster was grotesque. Mouth stacked with sharp teeth, eyes and nose misplaced, its body convulsing as if torn from within. Tan Fong muttered coldly. So that's it. Simultaneously killing them truly was the prerequisite. Now the real stage begins. His eyes lit up as he noticed 7 ancient runes engraved on the giant boss's body. Tai Tien Ko Thak Othan. He translated silently. Ancient God Calamity Udos. The creature roared and rushed forward. Tan Fong quickly stepped back, instinctively dodging the attack. Next, I should focus on striking each point corresponding to the runes. I didn't break through the ancient relics and spend all those resources studying those glyphs for nothing. Saying that, Tan Fong threw shuriken, aiming straight at the character Tai. Then he targeted each subsequent rune in the exact order in his head. Each shuriken fired carried a small explosive effect. The boss roared as blood sprayed everywhere. Each glyph on its body flared bright and then went dark. Finally, that colossal body collapsed to the ground with a thud, the impact sending dust billowing into the air. Tan Fong stood still, eyes icy as he examined the corpse, but still no items had dropped. He frowned. Something wasn't over yet. At that moment, a gruesome sound rang out behind him. The severed head of the boss rose again. Its melting body, with countless mouths, lunged toward him screaming. Tan Fong surmised. The runes on those coffins corresponded to each monster. This stage wasn't finished. Each creature must be slain near the exact position of its corresponding coffin. He nodded slightly, his expression calm. I've seen ancient god slabs before. This is the final stage. Tan Fong's eyes blazed like a war god emerging from hell. All right, come on. At that instant, the sky suddenly trembled. A deep booming sound reverberated like thunder, accompanied by the furious roar of a boss. Those from Envu's team, guarding the valley entrance, immediately snapped to alert. An earthquake? Or is the boss going berserk? Go check it out, a team member cried in alarm. The female mage frowned, worry in her voice amid the chaos. Ugh, where the hell is that damned darkness guy? Why hasn't he shown up? Fai Qiu sighed in displeasure. I'm telling you, even darkness might be helpless this time. Maybe he knew and ran. Hong Mao's face soured. He said nothing, only shivered as he looked toward the valley. Hey, come see. The group ran over. Before them was chaos, shattered earth and rock, everything ruined as if from a massive explosion. Coffins were tossed about across the ground, while huge fissures stretched like scars across the terrain. My God, where's the boss? Was it really killed? The ground split like that. Could the boss have died from the quake? Some half believed, half doubted. At that moment, a message from Envu popped up in the team channel. Everyone retreat. The boss has been handled by darkness. Fai Qiu and Hong Mao froze and exclaimed in unison, What? They immediately replied, Only a bit over 10 minutes, and the boss is already defeated? We were just debating whether darkness could take down all 7 bosses. He hadn't even shown himself. The group exchanged skeptical looks, but realization was dawning. The cursed slab of the ancient god Calamity, that's probably the cause. Fai Qiu murmured. Now I somewhat understand why the higher-ups place absolute trust in him. Elsewhere in the valley, Tan Fong quietly moved off. In his hand was a dark object, cold as if forged from ancient shadow. Not a bad haul this time. He glanced at his status panel. His level had risen to 14. Killing the 7 bosses plus the effect of the greedy hand granted Tan Fong a total of 294 evolution points. But the most valuable thing wasn't the points, it was the ancient Godstone slab, a piece the government, even if they ground at it for months, might not fully understand. And if one dared to try, the price would be astronomical. Ting! A notification chimed. The ancient Godstone slab contains a cursed power from the ancient god Calamity Udos. Its active skill allows you to bind a curse to any equipment. The curse will randomly grant an enhancing attribute based on the equipment's properties and vocation. while also attaching a negative attribute. Tan Fong scanned the loot and without hesitation bound the curse to the Black Onyx Ceremony, a set of leather armor. It was a rare jade armor already possessing the Black Onyx Ceremony effect, capable of weakening a target's defense and elemental resistances by up to 35%. As the curse was inscribed, the slab trembled violently, emitting a black-purple light like hellfire. A stream of sinister power flowed straight into the armor. Another notification appeared. You have bound the Yudo's curse to the Black Onyx Ceremony Prime leather armor. Enhancement result. Maximum stack count of the Black Onyx status increased to 15 stacks. Negative attribute. Reduces base stats of the equipment by 31%. Tan Fong was astonished to find the maximum stacks of the Black Onyx status raised to 15. With this effect, he could push a boss's defense and elemental resistances into negative values. No wonder the enhancement from an ancient god slab was extraordinary. Compared to that, the attached negative attribute was hardly worth worrying about. Next came skill evolution. Tan Fong chose to evolve the skill shadow image cleave to legendary rank. Ting. System notification. You consumed 210 evolution points. 115 points remain. Legendary shadow image cleave. Dash quickly in one direction within a range of 30 to 40 m. Enter stealth for 15 seconds, up from 12, and deliver 9 slashes to all enemies along the path. Cooldown reduced from 12 seconds to 8.8 seconds. At level 4, slash width increases from 5 m to 6 m. Each slash deals an additional 500 to 700 physical damage. New effect. Each successful slash grants one layer of a shield equal to 100% of her maximum health. Up to 9 layers can stack, lasting 60 seconds. Tan Fong was secretly pleased. If all 9 hits connected, his effective HP would increase tenfold, significantly raising his tolerance for mistakes. Tan Fong clenched his fist and told himself, "Good. At the current grind rate, 5 more hours and I'll hit level 15. Then I can set out for Madu." In a rubble area, the group of girls were still mercilessly attacking Tan. Xiao, "Du bitch, little fox spirit, beat her to death." Tan Fong passed by, eyes cold, thinking, they're still hitting her. These women are truly cruel. One girl complained, "Oh my god, I'm so tired I could faint, my back aches so bad." The girl beside her raised a swollen hand and snapped, "We've beaten until our hands are smoky." Then she disdainfully spat on Tan Xiao Du and added, "That's enough for today. Teach you a lesson you'll never forget, you bitch." Tan Xiao Du lay sprawled on the ground, her body covered in wounds, nowhere unbruised. She trembled as she forced herself to stand, one eye swollen shut, tears streaming mingled with hatred. "Oh, because of Tan Fong. I said we were done. Does that mean he really doesn't care about me anymore? Doesn't he understand what a girl says?" Luckily, I signed a contract with the Cathedral Knights. For the next 3 years at least, I don't have to worry about survival. Even if I pay 50% of my lifespan, I'll still have enough to invest. Compared to those Suanin types, I'll definitely develop faster. When the time comes, those who look down on me, you will pay. Tan Fong, just wait. With that, she used holy healing, expending all her mana to restore her vitality. She then shouted, choking on her voice, "You crazy women, just you wait." Tan Fong was in stealth, ready to leave when he suddenly felt the healing skill just cast by Tan Xiao Du affect him. How strange. I'm clearly invisible. So how did I get hit by a heal? Elsewhere, Tan Xiao Du's body withered from drained mana. She collapsed to her knees, panting heavily. I missed again? Weird. I was sure I set the coordinates correct. Scene shift to the ruined district of Madu City. A team was besieging and attacking a giant boss. A roar shook the sky as a young man with a shield rushed up to block the boss's thunderous strike. His gaze resolute, his arm bloodied, but he didn't take a step back. The group around Tan TT quietly hid behind the ruined debris, eyes fixed on the battle not far away. She curled her lip in a cold smile, contempt in her voice. Daiham men are such weaklings. 1 golden boss, and they need 8 people to gank it. So scared of death. The dark-skinned man beside her sneered, stroking his tail. "Dear Tan, don't be so harsh. They're trying for us at least. Show a little gratitude. TNTT giggled, affectingly delicate. Hee, you are far too polite. But inwardly, she despised them. Daiha pigs, their damage was unbelievably weak. They couldn't finish a boss even after a long fight. On the other side, shouts erupted chaotically. Hurry! Pile on the damage. It's nearly dead. From the rear, a mage shouted. Come on, the finishing blow. As he began to cast, a spear suddenly pierced his back from behind, blood spraying everywhere. The spear wielder laughed coldly, voice dripping with sarcasm. Well done. Thank you, weaklings, for offering me this gift. The team turned, anger exploding as they shouted. Bastards! It's the Black Blade Regiment. They collude with foreigners, forming robber gangs that slaughter their own people. Don't panic. There are only a few of them. Charge together. Fueled by rage, the team went berserk and surged toward TNTT's group. TNTT licked her lips, eyes flashing bloodlust. Trash daring to rise up? Fine, I'll let you taste helplessness before you die. The dark-skinned man drew a great hammer and advanced like an armored assault. He roared and slammed down, thunderclap mighty strike, his twin hammers pounding the ground, releasing blinding bolts of electricity. Earth and stone shattered, thunder rolled, leaving the opponents stunned for a moment. TNTT swept through the bewildered players like an icy wind. Her twin blades sliced the air, each vicious slash flaying. Blood sprayed in long streaks across the desolate ruins. Her face revealed pure relish. Indeed, Daiha men were nothing but mush. She laughed coldly, her voice ringing amid the bleak scene. The Daiha government has started sniffing around us. So what if they find us? That whole country is just a dump. The dark-skinned man snorted. How can these players compare to us? Behind us are powers Daiha would never dare touch. TNTT nodded in agreement, her tone turning serious. My true identity hasn't been exposed, but we can't be careless. Leaving Daiha soon is wise. North America is the land for the strong. Then we'll form a guild that specializes in hunting Daiha pigs. The dark-skinned man agreed, nodding repeatedly. Great idea. What should we name the guild? TNTT pondered for a few seconds, then raised her head, a faint curl at her lips. Call it AI Loot Tuesday. Then she waved her hand. That's it for today. Time to log off and party. She hit log out outside the virtual world. The dark-skinned men laughed boisterously in unison. For the AI Lu2 Guild, let's put on a real show. Scene shift. And Vu sent a message to Tan Fong. Boss, the value of the hideout has been reported. Can we discuss it for a moment? Tan Fong replied calmly. How much? Environ 1,5 cents. Tan Fong coldly responded. Too low. And Vu, as if prepared, messaged back. I thought so too, so I argued with the higher-ups. They finally allocated you 2,000. Tan Fong replied tersely. Fine, meet at the central statue in the ruins. He sneered inwardly. Umph. That Sly and Vu still dreaming of squeezing me for more? Cut to the central statue in the ruins, and Vu stood waiting, flanked by a squad of fully equipped soldiers in gleaming iron armor. Seeing Tan Fong emerge from the shadows, she smiled brightly and greeted him. Big Brother Darkness, please don't take it to heart. I still have a lot of lifespan left, so the higher-ups were uneasy and assigned an escort. Tan Fong replied mildly, his gaze indifferent. It's fine. He thought inwardly, the authorities still don't grasp my strength. If these people actually made a move, they'd only last a few hits. System notice, transaction successful. You have spent the Cathedral Sanctuary stealth key. You have received 2,000 years of tradable lifespan. And Vu held the activated key, a calculating smile at the corner of her mouth. Tan Fong turned and said coldly, let's go. And Vu waved out of habit. Farewell, Big Brother Darkness. Behind him, the soldiers began whispering. Only that for 2,000 years of lifespan. Another replied, what do you know? It's a hideout that can hold hundreds, even thousands. Apart from Darkness, who else would be generous enough to hand it over? Tan Fong said gravely. And Vu's lifespan contribution came at the right time, just enough to fully prepare our weapons before departing for Madu. System notice. You have consumed 71.2 years of tradable lifespan to upgrade equipment to level 15. You have consumed 161.75 years of tradable lifespan. Extracted skill, Graceful Deliverance, Mythic rank. Extracted skill, Guess Intuition, Legendary rank, consumed 71.12 years. Extracted skill, Knight's Ruthless Return, Epic rank, consumed 36.35 years. Extracted skill, Silent Stealth Concealment, Epic rank, consumed 23.71 years. Extracted skill, Mind Shadow Impression, Epic rank, consumed 34.65 years. Extracted Mount Item Spirit Vine, consumed 113.89 years. Tan Fong muttered, his gaze deepening. The gear extraction isn't finished, but my level and skills are now almost fully synchronized with my in-game avatar. Ting! Final notification appeared. Your hunger level has reached 90%. Tan Fong felt his stomach growl and decided to log out to deal with his hunger first. Back at the hotel Tan Fong rented in the real world, his body was still enveloped in cold black aura. His ice-cold eyes quietly scanned the surroundings. He was trapped inside a gloomy iron cage. Outside, two thugs stood watching. When they saw him wake, one shouted, "Boss, this kid is awake." The other, holding a baseball bat crusted with dried blood, roared, "Kid, hand over all your lifespan, or you'll end up a dried corpse like those in that hotel." A third, brandishing a sharp knife, laughed maniacally, "Ha ha, the end of the world is wonderful. Kill whoever we want." Seeing Tan Fong remain silent, his gaze still icy, he barked, "What are you staring at? Stand there, what are you doing?" "Boss, let me cut this guy wants to vent." The bat wielder also shouted angrily, "Damn it, he's been scared dumb. Whatever, kill him already." The fat man beside them clapped excitedly. "Fine, great." But before they could move, a burst of icy blood aura suddenly erupted, cutting off all their actions. Tan Fong unleashed the move Nightfall's relentless return. In an instant, the entire hotel was sliced cleanly in two. The building trembled violently and then collapsed like a rotting block of stone. From the rubble, Tan Fong walked out calmly, holding a steaming bowl of instant noodles. As he ate, he muttered, "More extracted power manifests in reality, so the body needs more energy. With my current strength, these cheap snacks are no longer enough." A cold light flashed in his eyes. After dealing with TNTT and her hateful guild AI Lutu, I must seize the Divine Tree Codex. Saying that, he leapt onto the back of the Spirit Knight Rider and left the ruins. TNTT is indeed cunning and deceitful, even more unpredictable than Song Fi. Wait, didn't I once accept a bounty to hunt Tan Fong Z? That could be useful bait. Lure her out. He sneered coldly. Hunger won't get you far. Better to head to Ma Du first and grab something to tide me over along the way. Seneshuf Tomado. TNTT was languidly leaning into two tall, dark-skinned men. She panted, her face glowing as if revitalized. "Baby, you guys are seriously amazing." Her legs trembled so she couldn't stand, clutching the two broad-shouldered men. She whispered in a honeyed voice, "Fought with all my heart, sweetly falling asleep, entering the game with you. This feeling is truly wonderful." The dark-skinned man on the left chuckled. "Dear Tan, your skill is truly unmatched." "Dein TT but in tu lauter, ha ha ha, na so hot." Just then, a bell rang. She received a message. "Miss Tien, Darkness just sent word. He says Tan Fong is dead. He'll meet in Ma Du reality. Hand over Tan Fong's head to you, then collect the remaining payment." TNTT frowned, thinking, meet Darkness in real life? That's risky. She replied coolly but cautiously, "No need to meet. Tell him to send a photo." The subordinate answered, "He says he doesn't use a phone, afraid of government surveillance." TNTT smiled meaningfully, thinking, "Oh, so Darkness is also an enemy of the authorities? Lately they've been hunting us more aggressively. If we can pull Darkness into the AI Lu Tu Guild, the Daiha pigs will no longer be a threat." Then she said coldly, "Coordinates 6722, 8331. Tell Darkness I want to meet him in-game first." In her mind, a plan was forming. I'll stage a play to probe which side darkness really stands on. Immediately, she logged into the game and sent a message filled with fake sweetness. Is the Heavenly Traveler's Precious there? I miss you. I need a favor. The benefits are endless. Meanwhile, Tan Fong sat with a cold gaze. Oomph. As expected, TNT is a crafty woman. These coordinates are the Academy of Evil Spirits, not far from me. Tan Fong was currently using the silent stealth concealment skill. Standing still would keep him permanently hidden. Without hesitation, he logged into the game to observe what TNT was planning. At Madu Ruins, the Academy of Evil Spirits, Tan Fong, hidden, stood high above and silently watched the scene below. A voice rang out clearly across the tense space. Blackblade, our authorities have located you. I advise you to give up resistance and surrender immediately, or we will be forced to use force. TNTT placed a hand on her chest, exuding confidence and arrogance. Heavenly Traveler, go back and tell the single men of Daiha to remember this. We are no longer the Black Blade Regiment. We are now the AI Lutu Guild. Endai Litu Specializesin Antingu Dai. Amen. Having spoken, she casually tore off her top, flaunting her provocative figure. Those in front blushed, blood gushing from noses, unable to hide their excitement. One man tried to continue the performance, his face flushed. Black Blade, damn it, the Daiha government will surely punish you. They're shameless, brazen as the sky. The man with glasses chimed in, stammering, Baby, that's really bold. TNTT rubbed her chest and continued to taunt. Come on, pigs of Daiha. She thought to herself, hell like that. As long as he plays his part well, tonight will be even bolder. From above, Tan Fong's gaze turned icy. He whispered, Is that him? Cao Hao Nam, codename Heavenly Traveler, the notorious mole who fed intel to AI Lu Tuesday. Not until the 7th year, after the Divine Game was halted, did he slip up and get eliminated. Cao Hao Nam now shouted, his tone hard but still a bit awkward. Humph, Blackblade, stubbornly refusing to wake up. You'll be captured today. Tan Fong smiled faintly, thinking, interesting. So TNTT and Cao Hao Nam have been colluding for a long time. This play was staged just to test me. If I strike TNTT, that means making myself an enemy of the Daiha authorities. But if I stay out of it, she may never agree to meet darkness in real life. Tan Fong chuckled softly, his tone laced with sarcasm. Fine, if you want to test my stance, then see it clearly. With that, he plunged down from above like a blade through the night. In an instant, the Nightfall skill activated, a fierce killing intent rising like a black tidal wave, sweeping through Cao Hao Nam's men. The area instantly flared red as critical strikes slammed into each target's weak points. A cold string of notifications rang out. You have killed player Heavenly Traveler. You have killed player Evening Fury Vaivu. You have killed player Fisher Feingu. You have killed player I Am Righteous. You have killed player Stormwave Warrior. You have killed player Left Guard Spear. You have killed player Dim Light. You have killed player Wandering Witch. You have killed player Big Bow Big Bow. You have killed player I Eat Beef. You have killed player Spirit Force Little Fire. You have killed player Ox Boy Chong. The scene below was reduced to ashes and deadly silence. TNTT witnessed it all. Her expression changed immediately, eyes wide with terror. She blurted out, What? What just happened? Tan Fong stepped out of the smoky haze, his voice dropping like ice. Hello, Blackblade. His gaze, sharp as a blade, fixed on her as he said, I am darkness. Tan Fong took slow steps closer, his eyes deep and bottomless. He spoke, Hello, TNTT, Iam Dakun. TNTT's cheeks flushed as if touched by a spring breeze. Her heart beat wildly like war drums, and one thought flooded her mind. He's so handsome. I love this type of cold, powerful man. Tears suddenly streamed down her face, a complex emotion welling up inside. She bit her lip, cursing fate silently. What a pity he's a pig of Daiha. Why must such a strong, seductive man belong to that damned country? Over on the other side, the dark-skinned men stared, shouting in panic in English. Oh my God, over 40,000 damage. Is this the world's #1 power? Another immediately applauded frantically and blurted, "Hi, how are you? Good to see you, bro." Before he could say more, the two heads suddenly fell like ripe coconuts. Damage 39,155, attacked weak point. Damage 38,144, hit weak point. Damage 39,123. Tan Fong casually brushed his hand, his voice icy as if crushing two ants. "I don't understand what you're saying, but I'm pretty sure you're insulting me." TNTT turned pale, hurriedly stepping back half a pace, trembling as she stammered, "No, they weren't insulting you. They were just saying hello." Tan Fong tilted his head and gave her a razor-sharp glance. "Oh, then apologies. To avoid misunderstandings, for now on it's best to speak only Daiha here. Begin the transaction." Suddenly remembering something, he added very tactfully, "Ah yes, first put your clothes back on." TNTT froze, her eyes fixed on Tan Fong as she hesitantly asked, "Where is Tan Fong's head?" She inwardly gasped. "This weirdo really is exactly my type." Tan Fong replied indifferently, "The head is with me, but it can't be brought into the game. If you want to see it, I can show you in the real world." TNTT immediately nodded, her eyes gleaming like she'd been given a diamond ring. "It's fine. I've seen darkness's power with my own eyes. I trust you won't deceive me." Ping. You have received 1,500 tradable days of lifespan. Tan Fong nodded, then turned to leave. "Very well, I'm off." But a soft voice behind him suddenly called, "Wait." TNTT blushed, her voice small like a mew, but with clear intent. "You have the power. I have the money. Can we cooperate long-term? I have a new assassination target here. If you're interested, come to my place tonight." She lightly licked her lips, a spark in her eyes. "Whatever you request, I can satisfy you." Tan Fong glanced her up and down, then asked bluntly without beating around the bush, "Who do you want assassinated? How much is the bounty?" TNTT gave a soft laugh. "We'll discuss that in person. Trust me, this reward is far more generous than before." She left one last line before logging off. "Tonight, Madu Harbor. I'll be waiting." The image vanished, leaving Tan Fong standing alone. He frowned. A house at the harbor. Could it be her yacht? At the central statue in the city, Cao Haonam's men rose one after another. He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger. "That damn darkness, I knew it. You must be a government traitor." Though he ground his teeth, inside he felt as elated as if he'd won the lottery. Haha, it's successful. TT really had partnered with darkness. With that connection, this reward would surely be his. Without hesitation, he spun around and ordered the girl beside him. "Those idiots in Zhonghai City who worship darkness every day, round them up and make them explain themselves. Lam Tan Noyet, take everyone to collect their lifespan first. There might be major action later." Lam Tan Noyet nodded in clear agreement. Her in-game name was Light Night Rain, Evening Fury Vaivu. Inside, she was in turmoil. Is darkness really colluding with AI, bitch? If so, even if it cost me my life, I must find a way to eliminate it. She involuntarily clenched her fists, overwhelmed by helplessness. Why is the distance between him and her so vast? Before even seeing his shadow, she was already dead. Outside in the real world, the luxurious yacht at Madu Harbor shone like a giant jewel. A figure cloaked in black quietly stepped onto the boat, his steps calm, his presence blending into the night. He approached the guards and coldly said, "I am Darkness. I'm here to see AI bitch." The guards all respectfully bowed. "So it's Lord Darkness. The young lady has been waiting for you. Please come in." Another hurriedly spoke into a radio. "Darkness has arrived. Prepare to cast off." The yacht shuddered slightly, then left the pier, drifting into the night away from the harbor. Inside the luxurious salon, TNTT wore a blood-red dress, exuding deadly allure. She smiled brightly, raised a glass of red wine, and gently said, "Big Brother Darkness, at last we meet in the real world." Her eyes lit with delight, her tone appraising like evaluating a premium item. "I didn't expect you to be so mysterious in person." Tan Fong didn't waste words and asked coldly and directly, "Tell me, who do you want dead?" TNTT leaned in slightly, close to his ear, the scent from her hair intoxicating. "Oh, Why so cold and uninterested? Such a rare, beautiful scene, and you are so handsome. Don't talk about coldness. Come on, let's toast to this spring night. Tan Fong said nothing, took the glass, and drained it in one go. TNTT laughed loudly, a fox-like laugh satisfied at getting what she wanted. Ha ha. Yes, exactly like that. She then gently pushed him onto the sofa and, in a teasing tone, asked, "So, Darkness, how do you feel?" Tan Fong frowned and asked coldly, "Feel what?" TNTT exhaled softly, smiling as if revealing a huge secret. "I slipped a drug into that glass. It's a family recipe of the Tien household that I made myself. Anyone who drinks it will obediently follow me." She licked her lips, laughing as if she held the whole game in her hands. "Ha ha, even Darkness is just a man in the end. How about that? Strong, huh?" TNTT's mouth curved slightly, eyes full of excitement, like a collector who'd found a treasure. She leaned in, her voice seductive. "Don't rush, relax, enjoy a little more. When the time is right, I'll personally lift your hood to see the true face of Darkness." She winked mischievously. "I'm sure you'll be very interesting. I like keeping this mystery a while longer." Then she began to act, attempting to take control of the situation with the confidence of someone sure to win. Yet when the last layer of the opponent's defenses was removed, she suddenly froze. "Oh my, Daiha actually has people like this. No wonder he's the legendary Darkness." Before she could react further, her expression changed completely. In that instant, a burst of light exploded from Tan Fong's body, illuminating the entire room like a lightning strike. TNTT was thrown back by the shockwave, screaming in panic. "Fire! What is that?" Moments later, Tan Fong stepped out of the halo of light, his gaze ice cold. He approached and calmly grabbed the necklace at her throat. "A guardian crystal necklace? I didn't expect you to have one. It just saved your life." TNTT's eyes widened, her voice trembling. "Impossible! A golden guardian crystal. High-tier equipment shield effect that nullifies fatal damage." She stepped back, her face ashen. "No, it can't be. Ew, how are you still alive? Weren't you killed by Darkness?" Tan Fong replied coldly, each word like a blade. "The reason is simple. Because I am Darkness." "What? Then who was that other person?" At that moment, the cloaked figure standing in the room slowly removed his hood. Revealed was an innocent-looking face, extremely excited. He raised his hand and shouted with glee. "Ahoo! Ahoo! I am cosplaying Darkness.